Promised to help, but you stole everything from us.
I could always take more. You still needlessly suffer.
I think you've done enough!
Welcome into the Arcane. We're thrilled to announce the competitive circuit for the TFT America's esports umbrella, uniting the top TFT players from Brazil, Latin America, and North America. There are some big changes to this circuit from Magic and Mayhem. There will only be 2 Tacticians Cups as a result of the Holidays and TFT Macau Open. For the first time ever, we'll be allowing players from BR and LATAM to qualify through the NA server. There will be adjusted ladder slots and cup slots to reflect this change. We're also putting a lot more emphasis on tournament performance, expanding invites to America's Golden Spatula through qualifier points, while reducing leaderboard invites across all regions. More information and specifics can be found in the regional articles on the Americas website. For the ladder snapshots, they'll start on January 7th and end on February 11th, for a total of 6 ladder snapshots. There will be 2 cup snapshots, and players can sign up for the cups on the TFT Americas esports website. These cup snapshots, along with the sub-regional tournaments, are your gateway to participating in the 2 Tacticians Trials and Tacticians Cups. Make sure to give it your very best in every event, as qualifier points are crucial for securing a direct spot to the Golden Spatula at the end of Into the Arcane. These points will be awarded based on placement. Finally, the America's Golden Spatula will be held on February 28th to March 2nd. This event will be the penultimate event for America's best players. 3 will come from ladder snapshots, 2 from Brazilian sub-regionals, 2 from LATAM sub-regionals, 4 from Tacticians Cup 2, 1 from Tacticians Cup 1, and 20 qualifier points. With the new changes to our competitive format, we hope to continue to improve the quality of the competitive scene. We invite you to step into the world of Arcane, to duke it out and rightfully crown our next America's champion. Don't forget that ladder snapshots and cup snapshots start early January. For more information, visit our website, americastftesports.teamfighttactics.leagueoflegends.com.
You promised to help, but you stole everything from us.
I could always take more. You still needlessly suffer.
I think you've done enough!
I'm gonna show 'em.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the America's Golden Spatula for Teamfight Tactics. We are going to be underway with our second day of competition, but before we do that, I'm so excited to be here to welcome Jupeson and Dobz back to the broadcast. How are you both doing after that fantastic day one?
Amazing, Nekkra. So glad to be here. And once again, day one, as you just mentioned, was so hype. We saw 10 Rebels, 8-bit fighter for Bishop taking the win. We saw 9 scraps. So actually, yesterday was hype. I'm expecting to see great games today also.
Yes, exactly. That game from the Besa encounter was such a wild game to watch. And we watched actually plenty of games that were like so close and with a lot of good lines, the players going out there. We saw Papa Casa playing like Infinite HP, Rennie, really good to watch. I love it the way Brazilians played yesterday. I'm really excited to keep watching the tournament and see what players get for us today.
Oh, me too. That day number one delivered some amazing games, so I feel like that is just a taste of what's to come for this day two of competition. We only have 24 tacticians left, but this is where it starts to get really difficult. 6 games to determine the best 8 tacticians that get to play out in the final lobby tomorrow, and that's where it all matters. Top 4, as well as the player that has the best average placement across all of their games, qualify to the Tactician's Crown. And on top of that, you're also hunting down a big piece of this $50,000 prize pool, with $14,000 going home with first place. And of course, you just increase your prize pool exponentially if you can make it to that final lobby at all. So prize money, those Tac Crown spots, guys, there's so much to play for looking towards that final day.
Yeah, it's important to recognize 9 spots for Americas. Already 2 are taken by Spencer Ambitious and maybe Babacasa. And then there's still 6 spots up for grabs for people who get obviously to that day 3 and the average placement you just explained, Nekkra. So very happy to see how they propose on this raid. Now we'll see the summary of some of the highlights of the recent days of yesterday. I want to highlight here Setsuko. He showed emotions. He was very comfortable. He was very peaceful and he was laughing. And this is great because when he streams, he's not with the camera on. So this is so great to see for the audience and for everyone who loves TFT.
Yes, I actually love the way we have the cameras to see how players are actually doing, if they're nervous, if they are like chilling. And we saw Rain like dancing yesterday. It was amazing to watch the players. They did great actually. It's so pleased to see. I'm so pleased to see what they look like when they're playing. And there are so many good lines that we saw. That line played by Setsuko, like so risky and didn't miss a single round right after he got his cash out. It was really a really good game to watch.
Oh, here's the 9 scrap you were talking about, Jupe. We got 9 scrap from McMano, and also hitting this high cap after having such a bad roll down with 140, 150 gold. Unfortunately, losing out to Dish Soap Ultra Giga capped out, board as well. But it was so cool to see those get hit.
Yeah, it was too much of true damage there for Dish, taking the win. And now on the left, France. He's the only one who's still alive from Latam. He started rough, but then he closed it out on the end, and he's the only representative still with a possibility of getting into day 3. And now, well, this was hype, Dobz. Lucas versus Soyu, taking up both with a Center of the Universe, this element that is so, this anomaly that is so amazing. And this final encounter was so good. The expression of both of them was, I mean, perfect.
Yeah, that's how you counter the player that is going to quick strikers, right? You buy TF3 stars and then you win the game. So amazing play by Lucas. Rain playing that family line yesterday was amazing as well. So I love it to watch that.
Let's take a look at our standings after our day 1 of games. 6 games under each of our players' belts, and it was Dish Soap that came out on top with 40 points to his name. That is such a rare accomplishment, Jupe. Especially when you take a look at that second place. Lucas had 37 points, and that's a tough feat, but Dish Soap still head and shoulder above the rest.
Yeah, Lucas 37 is still amazing. This show is highly above competition, and we hope he still maintains that. We had the interview yesterday, and he showed that he's actually focused, he's feeling great, he actually took some rest, studying more the game than playing it. So this changing mindset is also helping him. He already knows he's very, very good. And now we will see the rest of the players. Remember, only players from 24 and above are still playing today on day 2. And from 25 to 32, they were already eliminated on previous layups.
Exactly. And those players that are actually a little bit above from the 25th, they actually need to get good games at the start of the day if they want to make to finals. So there is just 8 players going to play tomorrow. So it's important for players like Spencer, Kevin Zhao to win right now so they can actually reach the goal of playing the finals tomorrow and then actually getting to play Worlds as well.
As a reminder to everybody watching, these points also do carry over. So I love that you both brought that up, because a win not only helps you to shore up some of the weaknesses you might have suffered yesterday sitting at 22 points, but it's a great confidence booster to start the day with a win under your belt. I feel like sometimes TFT can be a lot of vibes, so you gotta have the vibes to be high at the start of the day.
Yeah, Gangly said it yesterday when we were finishing the stream. If some people manage to get that advantage on day 1, if you're doing a bad day 1 but you advance to day 2, you can also pick them up. So it's just a matter of doing maybe a good run, a few firsts in the beginning, and then that hype can make you get it. So even if you're in 20 or 23, you still have a chance. So I expect these players to maybe play a little more risky, but obviously with good possibilities to advance also.
Exactly. You have to keep your momentum, and the game starts right. The game that is going to start right now is really important to it. So if they try to manage to get a win, they can actually be like have a clear mind for the next couple games, and that can make a huge difference.
Well, before we get into our first games of the day, we are excited to welcome a special guest to our broadcast. We've got Cesar, one of the top co-streamers for TFT, and I just want to say welcome to the broadcast. How are you?
Hi guys. I'm fine. I'm very yes. I'm very fine and happy that being here, guys.
Well, Cesar, we heard that you were the top co-streamer from the Tacticians Cup #2, but you were co-streaming with Jupe. Now, how did you get the win over him when you were streaming together?
Yeah, guys, you just told Jupe for me. Jupe, he was here. He was here, and just told.
I'm still there with you, man. I'm still there with you. Yeah, and just to remember, Cesar, you won because you selected Dish Soap, and I selected someone from Latam, and you went for favorite, and you win in co-stream. You remember that you got the good picks.
A ver, acá me vas a tener que traducir, ¿vale, Jupe?
Hiciste las buenos picks, que tú, ¿por qué me ganaste a mí? Pregunta Nekkra, que por qué le hiciste mejor.
Ah, sí, no, a ver, le gané a Jupe porque evidentemente yo observo demasiado TFT competitivo, soy muy bueno analizando a los jugadores. No, a ver, Bishop es la cabra, es muy bueno, es demasiado bueno, entonces la verdad que fui a la segura.
Yeah,
sinceramente.
he went for safety. Okay. I wanted to ask you, Cesar, how do you feel the co-stream? Because now you're in studio, so it's different. Normally you're in your home. ¿Cómo te sientes estando en estudio ahora para streamear, digamos, la Copa y ahora la Golden Spatula de América?
O sea, está buenísimo, es lo que platicábamos, que está muy bien que Riot tenga esta iniciativa de brindarnos un estudio a los co-streamers, porque en verdad que le damos una mejor, como que una mejor experiencia al viewer, ¿no? O sea, hace un poquito más dinámico, les interesa más verlo, me gusta, está muy bien.
So he likes it. He feels amazing with this. Dobz?
I want to ask him what he's feeling about Francis today, if he can make it to the finals. That is such an important thing to Latam to shine into the regionals.
Ok, ¿me puedes traducir, Jupe?
¿Le tienes fe a France? ¿Qué tanta fe le tienes fe a France?
No, mucha. A ver, sinceramente, ayer en verdad, al menos yo noté que cometió un par de errores y él se pasó al chat y dijo, sí, es verdad, cometí muchos errores, me di cuenta, pero vamos a afinar y mañana vamos con todo. Entonces, creo que tiene la capacidad de tener ese feedback del mismo y poder remontar. Yo confío. Yo confío, hermano, la garra de LATAM, la garra latina.
Come on. Dale, Baker, confía.
Yo confío, vamos, sí, con todo, total.
We got it, man. Yeah.
I have a high hopes there for France. Final question. Who do you think is the favorite maybe to win it all after who you saw from day one?
A ver, yo creo que D-Show va a repetir. Es que D-Show está intratable. Creo que este set le vino muy bien. Se le nota muy cómodo. Ayer dijo que se sentía feliz con el juego, entonces, y se le nota. Es demasiado bueno. Tiene la confianza, ya es campeón mundial. Así que yo creo que simplemente va a repetir. Es mi favorito. Soy muy fan de él, la verdad.
He's the favorite of Cesar. He's very fan of D-Show.
I think that's a good bet to have going into the second day of competition. Cesar, muchas gracias para tu tiempo.
Gracias, muchas gracias. Un besito para todos.
Hasta luego.
Chao, amigo. Vamos.
Thank you so much, Jupe, for providing the translation there. And thank you so much to Cesar for joining us for the co-stream. It's so exciting to be able to hear so many voices, especially after we had this America's merge. And so I'm excited to see how the competition can continue to grow, because Jupe, you were touching on something very important there. France, we didn't see a whole lot of Latin American representatives enter into the weekend, but France still has a good shot to make it through today.
Yeah, and he has the energy, the aura of all the regions supporting him. And we were talking about this yesterday. He's not the favorite. He knows he's not the favorite, so there's not much pressure in him. He just wants to perform, do the best he can. So I truly believe there's still a good chance for him to get good points and advance to day 3. So all of Latam is with France. Let's hope he gets a good results today.
And Dobz, there is a tight race for Brazil, isn't there? When it comes down to those qualifier points, we're really going to be seeing which Brazilian player could come out on top today.
Yes, exactly. Papacasa is actually leading the qualifier points from Brazil, and he just needs to stay up to 14th, and then he can secure his spot. But as we performed yesterday, I hope that there are more Brazilians going into that final. So I'm really excited to watch today. And let's actually get some of the best players in America to play the Worlds and get some good players representing us all in America.
Well, one of the things that the players were really good at yesterday, as we saw from that highlight package as well, was showing us some amazing compositions. Let's take a look at what some of the top compositions were from our day one, because I think there might be some surprises on here. I know for me personally, I looked at Visionaries, and towards the beginning of the set, they were so good. I was playing a lot of Visionary with Black Rose, and maybe towards the middle of the set, they weren't doing so hot. So it's kind of nice to see Heimerdinger back up there on the count.
Yeah, we saw it in this shop. He played the new version that Dobz was explaining to us. Maybe more reroll in the early game, only Morgana, and then going for the Heimerdinger. For him, it worked out. So he got a good spot. For the rest, maybe middle of the pack here. I want to highlight that this is their secondary slide with the most played comp. We have Quick Striker reroll. This is more the Automata angle for going for the Nocturne. And then we have other rerolls here, Dobz, that are actually performing well.
Yes, we can highlight Ambusher reroll, not getting a single bot for yesterday. I hope. I actually think the player is going to aim that composition a little bit more today. Maybe it relies a little on getting an early smash or something, but they actually performed really well yesterday with this composition. So it might changes the way players going to look at it.
Ambusher certainly seems a little bit conditionary when you look at maybe what kind of things you need in order to make the Ambusher reroll as strong as possible. But I'd love to follow up on one of the points you just made there, Jupe, too, as we look at the next, or the most popular compositions. We have this Twisted Fate reroll that, you know, is in juxtaposition to the Nocturne reroll. So what can you tell us about that comp?
Yeah, we saw it just recently with Soju playing it. He played against Euso Lucas, and both of them performed well. It was 1-2 holding hands. Some of them maybe only using the Twisted Fate. Soju didn't have the Twisted Fate, but had the reroll of Nocturne and Akali. So actually, you have a lot of possibilities. That's why we have it in two different slides. This comp is amazing. If you have the spot to play it, you can play it if you have good early game, or if you don't have good early game, you just open fort and try to force this comp, then getting ideal items and having priority in Carousel. So I actually believe we will be seeing more than 12 games that of day one. We'll see more today.
Yes, the players have to be careful because this is a kind of composition that's hard to contest. We saw actually yesterday Sergio getting contested on the TF line, but still he had such a good augment like the max limit later in the game. But also we can actually see that some of the forecasts are being played, but it's pretty risky. A lot of them going top 8. And let's see if the meta shakes today as the players go into this data and they can actually change the way they're going to play today. So I expect the meta to change a little bit, but we'll see how it ends.
Maybe one of the surprises on this graphic for me is Twitch Flex being played so much. Obviously, that eighth rate is much higher than a lot of the other compositions, but I feel like even heading into the weekend, we were looking at Twitch and maybe, is it going to be the right read for the meta? You have to have an emblem or you have to have something else to actually enable this comp, and those conditions can be hard to meet.
Yeah, you mentioned it perfectly, Nekkra. You need the Bruiser emblem to have the possibility. You need the Experiment emblem or even the Sniper emblem. That is not the best, but actually enables you to play Force Sniper in a more ideal way. The players who were unable to get that spot, they put the average placement on Twitch a little up, and then some people didn't knew what else to play. So they got a Ginsu and they knew it was open, so they tried to play a tempo Twitch that is actually not working out so good.
That's exactly. This is a composition that relies so much on these emblems, like Nekkra said. And if the players can actually recognize the spot, it can be good, but it's kind of risky as the other forecasts are being.
Well, maybe we'll get another Mbessa game. We'll just have to wait and see what this first game is going to give us. And for that, we are going to send it over to Casanova and Gangly to bring us through this first game. Thank you so much, Jupe and Dobz.
All right, thank you so much to the pre-show, to the analyst desk for breaking down the stakes we have before us. Cass, I feel like we should dig a little bit into it at the top of the show, right? To me, the primary thing that we have to get out of the way, by the end of today, 4 players from the Americas will have their spots locked into the Tactician's Crown. Now, we know 2 of those, right? We've got Spencer and Vicious, who we've seen play throughout the weekend, but we have that Brazilian qualifier point slot and then 1 additional qualifier point slot, both of which will be determined by the end of the 6th game.
Yeah, and the easy one to look at, and Dobz pointed out a little bit earlier in the pre-show, is the Brazilian spot, right? Because we just look at Vapacasa. If he's able to place 14th or better in this tournament, he will get the spot. There are, plenty of scenarios past that if he can't manage to place 14th of some of these other players catching up. But the closest behind him is McMeno, and he has a 7-point lead. So 14th does it, and that's the main thing we're going to look at until we get super late on into this tournament. And if Vapacasa is not even close to placing 14th, we can start to discuss some other situations. But as for now, he's got by far the best chance to get there. When we look on the other side, the overall qualifier points, there's a lot more players involved in that, and a lot of it may come down to which one of those players, or if more of them, are able to top 8.
The 2 that stand out to me for that overall point slot is Dystopian and Rainplosion, who we saw both of them at the top of the standings yesterday, and I mean obviously they have the most qualifier points. It's because they've had a spectacular season, each of which I think have had kind of a different journey in TFT. Rainplosion's was more explosive, right? Coming out of the scene in set 7, completely underrated the entire set, goes on this incredible run to third place of the Dragonlance Championship, and Disho, kind of the opposite. It's the promising young talent, has this rookie season in set 6 where he breaks out, gets power ranked, slow improvement until his first domestic title is won almost exactly a year ago today. Yeah. And since then, he's found another domestic title. He's found a win of the Tactician's Crown. And the two of them, completely different backgrounds, completely different stories, racing for that overall qualifier point slot.
Yep, and right now, Dish Soap's just got a 1-point lead. If they both make top 8, Dish Soap's the one who gets it, but that, of course, would pass down a placement if he's able to top 4 at that point. It opens up more opportunities for even both of them to make it. But to start off our lobby, we've got a couple nice storylines to follow, right? Vapakasa, just watching to see how well he can perform, if he can hold on. Currently, he's in 9th place with 32 points. Very good spot to be in going forward. Just needs to hold on to top 14. We've talked about Rain trying to race for that top 8 to try and ensure that she can gain a spot at the Tactician's Crown. But we're also looking at some of the people on the lower end here, Gangly. We've got Replay and Spencer, 24 and 22 points respectively. They have a long road ahead of them today if they want to make that top 8.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we talked about that lobby of death that we started off the tournament with. This lobby does not look any easier than that, right? You've got Weijin, Replay, Spencer, Setsuko. It's going to be very hard for Replay and Spencer to make that comeback. They're going to have an amazing day, but this is where it starts.
Absolutely, and we're going to kick things off right away. Looked like we had Vander was that initial encounter. I'm not sure if it was immediately just the 3 golds or not, but we'll see in just a moment. And then we've got just a start here with Vapakasa. We'll see what we can pick up in the early stages of the game. The golds, of course, opening up a lot of reroll lines if that's where we end up.
You know, we talked earlier about Vapakasa being the point leader for Brazil, and with 5 other Brazilians, I actually feel like this is the perfect setup for Vapakasa's story. This is a player who is a veteran of the Brazilian competitive scene, but despite their veteranship, they failed to be able to kind of reach that next rung in their journey. They're the only player in this lobby to have never qualified for an international championship, and especially when you consider the rising stocks of players like Ego Illusions, so Bio, Luke is continuing his dominance since the merging of the regions. It's poetic that in order to reach that next rung, Vapakasa has to do it over these proven Brazilian greats.
Yeah, just kind of running away from everyone chasing after him in this tournament today. So gonna have to continue to keep up the good work that he's been doing so far. Confirmed that we do have Golden Gala, so what we're going to be looking at here, Gangly, is a lot of potential reroll ability with these. The ability to get those extra duplicators, the ability to set up with some of the hero augments. One of the big things we saw a lot, we saw the success of the Ambushers reroll, and some of that coming from getting the early Smeech, finding Heroic Grab Bag, and immediately getting that Smeech too.
Yeah, the primary things I'm looking for are which players are opting into emblems, which ones are opting into artifacts, and which ones are opting into econ, whether it's Heroic Grab Bag or some sort of open fort style augment, for instance, something like what doesn't kill you. So Shop Glitch is one of those options. It does open up things like the Quick Strikers, which we've seen be very popular. And so I imagine that Setsuko is going to wait for a second and just scout out, see what the rest of the lobby is playing, and from there make a decision. But yeah, we see on the right hand side K3 Soju locking in no scout, no pivot, Weijin Iverson immediately going in for a portable forage, trying to play around artifacts, and Spencer also playing no scouts, no pivot. So we can see already multiple players locking in a clear reroll line from 2-1.
Yeah, immediately just trying to make that happen. We even see Bio with the Heroic Grab Bag, right? So we've got definitely a lot of opportunity for reroll, and once 1 or 2 people start going in that reroll direction, it really opens the floodgates. If they are not contesting each other, they are just helping each other hit so fast. And if you want to play anything that's not reroll, and you see all these players playing uncontested rerolls, you are in for a world of hurt as these players hit so incredibly early.
Oh man, okay, Bio is opting into a pretty interesting line here. We've seen the Heroic Grab Bag into the double duplication on 2-1 over the last day, over the last patch in particular. Primarily though, it's with the 3 cost playing around either Sorks or Ambushers. Bio instead opts to take it and play it on Urgot, a 2 cost. My concern here, and we're kind of seeing it already take shape, is I don't know if that's actually enough tempo in the early game to warrant your double duplication on 2-1 as he gets 4-0'd on 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't think it is. I mean, I think the power of a 2-star 3 cost versus a 2-star 2 cost is significant, right? It is a large amount of power discrepancy between the two. And Urgot himself has not been the most impressive unit outside of maybe some of the Unleash the Beast lines, but even then, it's kind of capping out in top 4. So definitely a risky spot for Bao to take, and I'm curious if that actually ends up paying off for him in the long run, because already losing a round is not what you want to see.
Scouting around, we're seeing Weijin Iverson take the Spectral Cutlass and the Hand of Justice. To me, when I see this says maybe leaning more into the ambushers. Camille in particular is really strong when you're playing with the Spectral Cutlass. Usually it's going to be either Camille or the family line. Because he's leveled, he's clearly not trying to play family, and so I imagine he's going to be keeping the Spectral Cutlass Camille line open, at least for the mid game. Based on how it goes, though, it is possible to fast date with it, play around some of those other melee carries. For instance, playing like a Vi and getting into the backline immediately, trying to assassinate the carry is another possible option. But with so many players playing reroll, it would make sense to see Weijin continue that trend as other 2 costs are taken out of the pool and lean into something like the Camille.
Yeah, I really like it, especially if he sees that lane is just open and other players are rerolling 2 costs. I think it makes a lot of sense, and certainly the early level up does not really dissuade from going in that direction. You just try and find some early wins, win streak into it, and then save up and try and roll down heavily for it. So I'm definitely a big fan of that line, and just going to be keeping my eyes out for anybody who's kind of not going in the reroll direction and how much tempo they're actually able to generate. If they can like 100 streak going away from reroll, then maybe they can make it worthwhile, because even though everyone else will hit, they'll buy enough time.
Yeah, based on what we've seen, it does feel like most players are angling toward reroll. I think Replay on the other side of this board is one of the players that, despite having the Akali and a strong item for her already, I believe it is a contested line right now. I think we saw another player holding 2 TFs. Yeah, this is Setsuko though, playing Epic, so he may not actually lean into the reroll variation, though it is still playable. Even though you are trying to level up, you can save the entirety of your rerolls and opt to not play around tempo and still go 7. I think Replay has to be a bit more reactive to how Setsuko is playing his game in order to decide whether he wants to just play around melee bruisers or like the Enforcer line, for instance, or whether he can actually commit to the quick strikers.
I agree, because I think Epoch for 3 cost reroll is actually completely fine, right? As you were saying, I think it's a very valid way to go about it. You actually just get to level 7 a lot earlier. You also get just a couple like early levels a little faster, so you start seeing the 3 costs earlier on, and Setsuko's already found a Twisted Fate pair. So there is a world that kind of just ends up being the way he goes. But of course, he's fully open to just push even more levels. So I agree, watch Replay. The other person maybe to watch is going to be Rainplosion, who I know she was on the Bramble Vest, the Bramble Vest upgrade. And that's more of just like a tempo augment to try and look for wins. Unfortunately for Rain, she has lost 2 rounds already, so it could be kind of a tough road to look for that when she may have been trying to play tempo and just not been able to find the wins.
Yeah, that is really tough. If you are one of the players that doesn't have a clear reroll lane to play from stage 2, but also the tempo augment that you take doesn't enable you to get that early win streak, it can be a really difficult game to play. Good call out. Let's keep our eyes out on how Rainplosion decides to play her stage 3.
This Spectral Trundle is just popping off.
I know, it's actually crazy.
Kill though, actually, so that's pretty rough.
Doesn't kill anything, but does enough damage that the powder is able to finish off everything. And now that there's only 2 units remaining, Runan's being scrapped is actually quite valuable here.
It was quite good, yeah. The Twisted Fate getting kind of chomped down on that doesn't actually let it try and pick up an extra kill or 2 there. Weijin with the full win streak, with the Camille lane potentially still open, and still, of course, as you said, this could also be the tempo board, right? This is not confirmed to reroll. It's more just having the open lane. These boards are pretty unique early on. I'm curious, like, when we'll actually start to see the full shape of them. I mean, I guess it will be kind of this 3-2 roll down, especially with a lot of the potential want to roll deep on level 6.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of things happen on 3-1 and 3-2. There's a couple players that are leaning more towards the 1-cost reroll. Soju and Spencer both playing Family and Morgana reroll respectively. And like you called out, a handful of players who are leaning more into this 3-2, 6-cost, and even trying to the 2-cost players, or even the 3-cost players who are trying to stabilize on 3-2, in particular the ambushers or the quick striker players, are going to be rolling to make sure that they have a healthy mid game in such a reroll heavy lobby.
Yeah, I want to see this the rolldowns for the 1-cost players. Soju and Spencer, as we're coming up on Krugs here. Neither of them are at the kind of econ breakpoints that you would love to be at, but they are still, fine, right? Spencer, of course, going to be making 40 here immediately. Soju actually at even richer, even though he didn't get to keep the full loss streak. So we'll see if either of them can actually just fully hit, or when they actually opt to do this. It's probably going to be 3-1 for both of them, since neither of them were already making 50 by the time we got into Krugs.
Yeah, agreed. I think they both need to wait. Hopefully this is not a 0 gold Krugs. I think if it is, you are feeling much, much worse in this spot, because it's going to be very hard to stabilize in a lobby where there are multiple re-rollers, because you know that players will be rolling deep. And so the fact that Spencer was able to maintain the 5 loss is huge. It gives him a little boost, and we do see 6 gold coming in through the Krugs. That's going to help out a lot to help him stabilize.
It gets bailed out by that rod, because those items were looking really rough for this Morgana reroll. I think the rod helps a ton. Actually gives you some more slammable stuff for the Morgana, but we're going to see the start of that roll. Immediately just finding a Morg. I wonder if Spencer is considering just like staying 50 gold and not actually hypering too much here.
Yeah, I think I see the argument for it, where you don't have a very good chance of upgrading your board any further. You can maybe hit the Rel pair, but you're not really expected, but you're not close enough to Morgana that you feel like you're going to get close enough that makes you stronger on stage 3, but instead does roll to that magic number, that 33, to get to a place where he feels he's not going to lose too much HP on this stage, and slams the Gunblade, opts to not play for the Morello, wants to make sure that front line stays alive. On the other side, though, Bio has found an Elise. That definitely helps this board out quite a bit. I'm not super bought into this line from Bio, to be honest, and if it works out, I'll be really happy for him. But I'm not personally convinced that he's going to be able to have enough board strength to keep up with the players who are playing reroll with combat augment already through stage 3.
Yeah, I'm definitely not convinced on the grab bagging the Urgot yet, but we'll definitely see. I know Bio still saved a good amount of HP, but you would really want to win streak when you're doing this with the augment. So let's see Soju's board in a second and what he was actually able to roll for, because we assumed that this was going to be family reroll. And I know we're seeing the Draven, and I'm seeing a Violet there. He's going to pick what he actually wants. Definitely can't do Golem 5. He did roll down a bit. Be looking at something else here.
Oh, interesting. Goes with the replication pick instead. I was actually expecting the Bulky Buddies, but instead feels he needs components. Based on his item bench, though, what is he looking for?
That's Cloak, right? Yeah, it has to be Cloak. I just don't think that other options even work. And Cloak at least gives the Bloodthirster, and then actually, from there, like, Adaptive Helm, Ionic, very weird kind of slams. Of course, you're wanting to go for the Ginsu on that Draven. So still can look for the bow, but we'll see what the rest of those Cloaks can do later on. But it does look like Soju got pretty close to hitting already, only going down to that same kind of 33 gold threshold that we saw Spencer go into as well. So Soju in a very, very good spot.
Oh, take a look on the other side. Spencer takes Starry Night. So I wanted to call out before that Soju felt significantly ahead of Spencer based on how his earlier roll down went. But Spencer taking the Starry Nights with no scout, no pivot now means that he's going to be getting the additional value of no scout, no pivot on all of these 3-star units. This to me feels like a very strong way to bail yourself out when you're not naturaling the units you need. Because if this goes well, and if he can get his full board online, he's looking for it right now, he's going to be significantly more stable and also have a way to cap out higher.
He's rolling to 0, and he's hitting everything. He's rolling all the way down. We just saw him go from 50 gold to 10. Got the Starry Night, just rolled down. He just wanted to hit immediately, and we're actually seeing him fight into Wasian right now. Has the Morgana 3. It looks like he's 2 off of Rel. And is that how much off of Singed here?
Looks like he just has the 5 singes. I really like this play.
He's 1 off Rel. He actually he benched the Rel 2 and was playing a Rel 1, so he's actually only a single copy away.
Interesting. So with this, I think Spencer is basically telling the lobby right now. I have my late game covered with no scout, no pivot. I believe that I'll be able to get strong enough. What I need to do right now is preserve the mid game. And so he spends all of his gold trying to stabilize right now. Heads up play, and I think is a testament to how well these players can recognize the need for tempo and when you need to get strong and those pivotal moments in the game that can keep you alive for later.
Oh, this is a great pickup as well. Spencer's able to get the Rod, which that is the Morello, if he wants to go Gunblade Blue Buff Morello for this Morgana, which I think is very, very solid option to go for. And, I mean, yeah, he's so close to hitting everything else. I think this is definitely stable for Spencer, and the question is having the 2 econ augments going to end up biting him as this game continues on? For the rest of the rerolls, though, I'm really curious where else we ended up on some of these potential 2-cost, 3-cost rerolls throughout the rest of the lobby, because we haven't seen any deep rolls from anyone else just yet.
I am very curious to see if he decides that he needs to roll. What I imagine right now is that he's looking very, very closely at his pool. Why is he playing this Rel 1 over
Yeah,
Rel 2?
I don't know. He actually won the last round, so he should just be stronger now, right?
I don't know if there's something I'm missing. Oh, I know exactly why. It's because he's no scout, no pivot, so he can't take the unit out until it's upgraded. He hit the Starry Night Rel, and so it can't actually be replaced until it's fully upgraded.
You're right.
That's pretty
such
tragic.
A funny interaction. Oh
And
my gosh.
truthfully, that actually could be the difference in some of these fights. This one's super close, barely wins against Frame Implosion, and now I actually feel like you kind of have to roll because you want to maintain your streak, and I think if he loses right now,
yeah, it's so bad. It's so bad if he loses.
Makes gold. He only makes the next gold threshold by winning anyway. So I feel like there's a strong argument for rolling at least a handful of times right now.
Oh, Giggly, that's such a good catch. I would have been thinking about that forever, trying to figure out why he would do it. Oh, but he hits the Vex at least. You really need the frontline upgrade, though, and we just saw Soju picked up the Draven 3 on the side of our screen. Oh, poor Spencer. It's 1 away from the Rel, and he just can't quite find it. And the Starry Night on both. It's just this anti-synergy between these two.
These are 2 boards that are playing extremely front to back, but the problem is Vapakaza maybe has less backline, but has way more frontline, and has the anti-heal, so this Gunblade's not getting as much value on the Singe. Does look like, despite the frontline falling, it's going to be a super close fight.
Yeah.
Morgana.
He's got it.
Oof, able to keep herself alive.
Yeah, this MVP Morgana for Spencer just barely holding on to a lot of these fights.
I do think this is excellent recognition, though, from Spencer, because he realizes he can't lose a fight, but he also doesn't want to send it to 0 because he has to cap out high. So he's trying to find this balance between how much gold can I hold, how much gold can I spend to both have a high enough cap that gets me there in the end game, but also make sure I can save my economy by streaking. After Wolves, though, I feel like you have to hit this upgraded front line. You cannot go into stage 4 with just a Singe 2 and a Rel 1.
All right, I see a couple of hits coming in from some of the rest of the boards. Replay was able to pick up a Nocturne 2. I saw an Ezreal 2 on a Bios board, and Rain is leveling to 7 here. Had 80 gold going into this round, still at 50 after leveling to 7. So definitely looking for a fast 8. I would assume that's the big Rel hit. That's massive for the side of Spencer. Wait.
What?
It was a 2-star Rel.
There's no way.
Wait, how does this work? Can he just not play it ever? Like, how did...
He has to sell the Rel on his bench. That is a horrible interaction. I cannot believe it works like that. So it actually upgrades.
Yeah, it was the. I noticed that it was a 6-cost Rel in his shop, not a 2-cost Rel.
So he can only get an upgraded Rel if he finds a 1-star Rel in his shop first. That is
an
insane interaction that, quite frankly, should not be allowed. But Spencer.
I mean, that just blew up his game. I mean, I think like he's maybe can fight back and find it again, but that is complete tragedy for Spencer.
No, yeah, I mean that's unbelievable. And now Spencer, who could have a 3-star Rel, is in a position where he's going to have to find other ways to stabilize. So we'll check back in to see exactly where he goes from here. Keep in mind, Spencer, one of the players at the bottom of the standings going into day 2, alongside Replay. Both of those players really looking for a strong day. And man, okay, taking the teaming up augment and finding the Alawi 2 makes this board so much stronger. So replay, playing quick strikers, has 4 Sentinel with the Locket and an upgraded Alawi 2, but doesn't have the TF, which we've seen a lot of success coming off the back of, and doesn't have that Akali upgraded to 3-star either.
Yeah, it does seem like he is going to commit to rolling this down, though, and I'm curious if there still is a contest coming out of Setsuko on the same line, playing around the Twisted Fates. You had the 2 Twisted Fates early. We look at the augments from Setsuko, and those could be trying to buff up a Twisted Fate, but they could also be Dominators or Sorcerers. We've seen kind of Setsuko play a couple of different lines. With the AP playing Blazing Soul, he's actually got the Jeweled Lotus as well. On the other side, Rain going towards the Cassiopeia, playing around the Dominators for sure here.
Very close fight, and man, I feel like you just desperately wish that you had something like a Twisted Fate 2 right now. Despite that, though, actually might still be enough. The Alawi 2 is holding on for so long, and the Nocturne rolling the Infinity Edge on the Thieves' Gloves might be the difference. I don't think TF1's going to be enough, though. Man, that's a hard loss for replay.
Jumping over to Setsuko, we still see the Twisted Fate or Quick Striker in, but this is being used as an item carrier as we were already at level 8. Let's go seeing what he can end up picking up. Still buying a Twisted Fate going towards that, but has rolled down to 0 gold at this point. The board looks very strong though. Setsuko still feels like he's kind of in a good position to just hold on for a while, and I'm curious, where's the best kind of pivot point from here that you would feel like, considering that this is likely not the stages for Quick Strikers forever? It doesn't feel like he's rolling down for Twisted Fate 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is the Sorcerer angle. You have a lot of them on the bench and on the board. The Swain is a really good bridge, and the fact that you have the upgraded Elise means that you can play Black Rose plus your Sorcerers relatively easily. The hard part is that playing Sorcerers is not going to be stronger for a long time until you find upgrades to everything. And so in order to have enough gold to upgrade, you're going to have to sell a lot of the core of your board that make you strong right now. So I think for Setsuko right now, it's just like, be strong. Recognize it's very hard to top 1 from here unless I can find some sort of high roll. A LeBlanc would be fantastic at bridging the gap because he could play it instantly. But until then, he might just be playing more for a slow bleed out until he can find whatever that high roll may be.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think, you know, just trying to keep as much HP as possible. He's done a good job in the early game. We were talking about like, hey, trying to play tempo in this reroll lobby, but in fact, a lot of the rerolls kind of fizzled out. Not a lot of players ended up going fully into that direction. We see Weijin actually is playing around the Camille, so we did end up with that direction. But also, it's really just the one cost that ended up being the heavy rerolls, and then we have this Urgot and a potential Camille, but it may just be half the lobby instead of even more than that.
Wow, and the Urgot actually topping the lobby right now, highest HP. I imagine that finding that early Elise did a lot for stabilizing the board on 3-2, buys a lot of time for the Urgot to ramp up, but also playing 4 Artillerist, there's so much raw AD that you're giving to this 1v9 unit that it's giving you a ton of value. And all of a sudden, Bio playing a line that you and I both thought was not going to be an optimal way to play the game, is in a good position.
Look, happy to eat my words on this one. I mean, the Urgot worked out. It felt like a very risky play, but does get rewarded. Finding that Artillerist emblem, I think, was huge. Being able to play 4 here on level 7. And on top of that, just being able to hit the Urgot with relative ease. He hit it very quickly, got to the 3-star, and has been able to put the board together. I mean, I do think the Elise definitely helped save some HP in the meantime, but it's not the reason he's at 70 HP over the rest of the lobby.
Replay on the other side, still on TF1. We saw him roll down to just 10 gold, could not find anything to upgrade his board apart from the Mbessa, which does make a difference, but no Akali 3, no TF2. It's going to be really hard for Replay to dig himself out of this one.
Another plus Artillerist. He's actually going to 6 Artillerist off this.
6 Artillerist is insane. This combination, this trait in particular, especially when you're playing around the 1v9, is so powerful. We have so much raw AD, and the fact that Urgot's not going to die means that your Artillerists have such high base damage that the units that were once just trait bots now have like over 100 AD each.
They're doing crazy, and I actually love Gangplank as one of the holders for this, because I think he's going to gain a lot of value out of that AD, and he gives Form Swapper to the Elise. It's just such a powerful setup for this stage of the game, and maybe it doesn't stay that the entire time. Maybe that gets to become a Jace later on, but what a great pickup for the time being. Having a Gangplank 2 to hold that is going to be a lot of extra damage.
Spencer has been on a free fall. Both Replay and Spencer are the players that needed to find a good placement to start off the day to keep their hopes alive in the tournament. And Spencer, unfortunately, without that Rel 3, just hasn't had enough frontline to hold up against the other boards he's playing against. Doesn't seem like he's weak, though. I just don't know what's actually going to get him to turn that corner.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the delay from the Rel is just too much for him to actually hold on, because it ends up being like minus 40 gold or something for Spencer in this game because of how much he rolled to initially get it. Then he has to roll again to find it again. It's horrible, and because of that, I mean, even though his board is strong enough now, the best he's kind of hoping for is try and go like 6th, 7th, outlive Replay here. And the two players we talked about that needed big games at the start of the day, Replay and Spencer, are sitting at 7th and 8th right now.
Replay still 2 Akalis off, 1 Mbessa off from getting a Mbessa 2, both of which could be a pretty valuable spike, but I don't think that without the TF3, it's going to be enough to slingshot himself back. But you know what? It starts with hitting the Akali 2, or the Akali 3. So find out if he can stabilize. Mbessa 2
more copy.
Needs to find that Akali 3 right now, though.
It has to skip all this Twisted Fates, just try and find the 2 cost.
Man, now the TF show up.
Yeah, it's just not happening. Doesn't find it. Replay very likely to go 8th here. The Mbessa 2 helps, but it's just a TG Mbessa. It doesn't have the itemization you would need for it to even try and bridge, and it's stage 5, not stage 4 that you're hitting it, so everyone else is also strong.
On the other side, we do see the Spectral Cutlass Camille and the Smeech 3 coming through from Wajan Iverson. So, I mean, Wajan hasn't hit his full power. Maybe Mbessa 2 can do enough to salvage this for Replay, but I mean, it's kind of looking doomed, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's tough into the Smeech 3, and there's just going to be the proc there from the needlessly big gem, and that's just going to give plenty of damage. It wasn't even necessary, probably, as Replay goes down. Wajan 1 Camille off of actually getting to that full power, though he is kind of out of gold at this point, so Wajan just going to have to kind of luck into that one over the next few rounds. He's just trying to hold on to his HP.
Spencer, huge spike, finds Rel 2. He finally did it.
Oh my god.
Just now upgrades that Rel 2 on the board. I mean, yeah, that is an insane interaction, and unfortunately for Spencer, because he's just getting that online right now, he has won the last 2 rounds. It's going to be very hard for him to actually find that next stabilization point. And right now on 5-2, his players are starting to level on interval, roll down, find their upgrades. This is the point in time where Spencer needs to find a way very quickly to upgrade his board, as Vapakaza, the other visionary player, instead of playing the tempo line, playing around the Heimerdinger 2. This line is, you know, maybe not as favored to cap out as high as other lines, but I do think that one way to do that is with this Ready 3. The problem is when you run into boards that don't care about front-to-back team fights, like a Wajan Iverson ambusher board, it just doesn't matter how strong your front line is.
Yeah, Wajan doesn't care about that at all, but one thing I will shout out, I mean, we've talked about Spencer's journey to try and come back in this game. He did hold on to 20 life, and there are 2 people below him at this point, so trying to fight his way out of this one, see how many points he can scrounge up from what seemed like a completely doomed game. As Setsuko ends up taking a big hit and falling quite low, it was that Sorcerer's Direction. We see the Zoe is what ends up being the replacement when it was finally 2-starred, but you were worried about this board actually being able to fully stabilize, and it looks like it really hasn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. Like I said, it's expensive to stabilize. And when there are matchups, man, even like this one, actually, up against Wajan Iverson on the other side, that can kind of ignore your front line unless you get something like an insane Elise stun to buy time. I don't know that you have enough single target damage to deal with all the threats. It does actually help to have the Thieves Gloves on the Mbessa. That is a more unique way to play when you're playing the 4 Emissary variation to put items on her. But enough to kill some units, but Setsuko's looking very, very low.
Yeah, and it looks like we had Vapakasa end up taking the 7th there. Does go down. Spencer finds a loss. Setsuko finds a loss. So we've got kind of our bottom 4 really, really in dire straits. Raid Implosion, the next one kind of on the chopping block at 17, just took a big loss.
And keep in mind, Vapakaza going down early opens up the field for the other 5 Brazilian players who are contending with him for that Brazilian qualifier point slot. Bio being one of the players who's top of the lobby right now playing that Urgot line.
Yeah, Bio absolutely can catch up. McMano is the one who is right behind Vapakasa, but Bio and Cash are the 2 that are not that far after that. So if Apakasa cannot find a good placement on the day, Bio definitely has a chance to steal it away.
Spencer finding the one of the issues that does come with playing no scout, no pivot, which means until you upgrade that Heimerdinger, you are just playing 2 naked Heimerdingers on your board. So get some stats there. I'm sure there is a better level 8 that he can play, though, if he had that flex spot. But for now, it's all he's got.
Yeah, Spencer going to be trying to fight best against the Silco, going up against Rainplosion. Setsuko playing against Soju, has the Violet already wrapping towards the back line. Front line kind of falling apart for Setsuko, but the Zoe's still getting plenty of damage out. It's just the Draven, not quite enough. Setsuko goes down. Spencer holds on, beats Rainplosion. Now Rainplosion, she's only 1 life.
Okay, so here's the thing that we talked about earlier with Spencer, which is that he already kind of had the late game covered, right? And the reason he takes Starry Night there is not necessarily for his highest cap, but instead for his mid game, to save HP, to hit earlier than tempo, despite the fact that things go terribly wrong with the Rel, he's made it here. And now he's getting the additional stats every single turn with no scout, no pivot. There is an argument that maybe, just maybe, he's turned a corner and has a potential angle for a top 4. But if he does, I mean, that would be a miraculous top 4 coming in from Spencer.
Gotta watch the backline. Camille just takes out the Vex immediately, but Morgana's really the only one that matters. And she's pretty safe. The Smeech's jumping away. Morgana, can she get enough damage out? Can Spencer hold on a little longer? Smeech gets there. Spencer's gonna go down, but looks like Rain actually survives Spencer. Gonna be denied that top 4, it looks like.
Yeah, just 11 HP. Out. No way for Spencer to hang on there, but man, listen, Spencer, if you are listening right now, 5th place feels pretty good, because that could have gone way worse. And listen, you are at the bottom of the standings, but Spencer certainly not out of the tournament yet. You've got 5 more games to play to make up that gap. Consider this game just playing for points, take it from there.
Yeah, 5th is definitely not a tragedy for Spencer in the long haul of this tournament. It's not where he wants to be, but of course, he's got a long road ahead, and a 5th is certainly one that can help you get there, especially if you can start to get top 4s in the rest of these. Rain able to hold on. This was, just a tempo dominator board. We were talking about, hey, are they going to be able to keep up with the rerolls? I don't think the rerolls all kind of hit early enough to be that scary. Outside of Bio, actually, with the Urgot, and this is the second time we've seen Bio playing this Urgot line. The last time it was Unleash the Beast, where he had the 2 Sterix to start the game, plays around the Urgot, gets the top 4. Once again, this time with the heroic grab bag. We didn't believe in it, but it is working, and Bio is able to get into this top 4 once again.
I mean, 6 artillerist definitely does help with that.
It does. I mean, I agree. Look, if you told me at the start, in doing so, it secured him 6 artillerist, yes, of course I would say it was good. Right. But I do think he saved a lot of HP, and it worked better than we expected.
I think there is a question about how it performs in the late game when you have so much more damage that can potentially burst the Urgot down. We are actually seeing it here. Close fight, though, Bio not able to take out Rainplosion, and Soju actually going down in 4th. I think a really nice 4th place, though, from Soju, playing the family line without an artifact. We didn't really get to talk too much about Soju's game thus far, but I feel like if you're playing family, no artifact, just kind of playing it from the units that you hit, 4th place is kind of right on par with what you're expecting. So Soju, historically a middle placement player, continues with his middle placements while he's towards the top of the standing. So feels like a good macro decision from Soju on just earning points in the day.
Oh yeah, very, very reasonable spot to be. You got to be happy with any top 4s at this stage of the tournament, especially being in 4th place already. If you top 4 all day, you're going to make it, right? You're going to make that top 8. I think that's the same thing when we're looking at, Weijin and Rain from this spot. They're both pretty highly placed. Rain in 3rd, Weijin in 10th right now. Both of them are feeling very, very good about a top 4 to start things out, as we do see Rain gets just obliterated this time by Bio's board.
Yeah, it's going to come down to Weijin Iverson versus Bio. And, we've talked a lot about the ambusher line and how it doesn't care about front line. It can just kill the back line. I want to see how this fight actually plays out, because there's the argument that Bio doesn't care about the back line, he just cares about the front line, because he has this Urgot who wants to play a sort of 1v9 sort of style. There is a question there, though. Is Urgot 3 enough to 1v9 against both the Camille 3 and the Smeech 3 and the Echo 2? There's just a lot of damage threats on this other side.
And I do think, I'm looking at this Corki though, I think that's what Weijin needs to try and snipe. I think the Corki is actually providing a lot more damage than we would expect. The Corki 2, even though it doesn't have that many items, it's scrapping a second item, so pretty strong with the 6 artillerist in. There's the Smeech trying to get towards the back line. It's actually getting a lot of value. The Corki staying alive, but it's just maybe too much damage. But the Urgot does get to ignore everything. This Urgot kind of gets to counter out the ambushers. Somehow that Corki survived as well. So both of the important characters that the ambushers need to target are the last 2 survivors for BO at the end of that fight.
Final carousel coming up. Both players trying to see if there's anything that can actually spike them. Primary thing to look for is any units that don't have that 3rd item. BO takes Thieves' Glove. Weijin Iverson finds the red buff. Not sure if either really have a perfect holder. I believe BO actually does have a Twitch 2 without any item, so this could be there. Also could be perhaps a Tristana based on how many stacks she has. I know he's been playing her all game. Find the Mundo 2 as well. A lot of value coming in. Nothing too drastically different. The Twitch being itemized could mean something. Maybe does have even more damage to snipe out that Smeech a little bit earlier. But like you called out, I think it's a question of whether or not this Corki can stay alive, deal a little bit extra damage. And then at the end of the fight, are there enough damage threats from Weijin Iverson to take out this Urgot?
Yeah, this is a decent teleport from the Camille. Immediately hits the Corki, but he does kind of run away. He escapes, gets away from the Camille, and the Camille's just down immediately. Smeech also gone. There's no damage
no more
left.
Damage.
Yeah,
Everything is dead. And this is exactly what we were talking about.
Wow.
The damage threats can be ignored when they're in the back line because everything that BO cares about is in the front line. BO
Amazing.
Playing a line we did not see succeeding. Finds 6 artillerist, Urgot 3. And BO now, because Vapakaza goes 7th, is now in a strong position to contend for one of those that Brazilian qualifier point slot at the end of the day.
I mean, honestly, that is just incredible recognition there. Definitely something that we didn't expect to work. Really not liking the heroic grab bag being used on a 2 cost, but I think BO just feeling really confident in Urgot if you hit early on and decides, hey, this looks like a reroll lobby anyway. I can get some good tempo while people are trying to find those, and I'm going to start rolling at the same time as everyone else because this doesn't affect my economy to go up to this Urgot too. So goes from there. Artillerist, of course, is like a big bailout. It's not really a bailout though. I mean, I think he's leaning towards some kind of line that's going to work there, and at the end of the day, it works out. Bio grabs that 1st place, and that's incredible for him.
BO rising stock since set 10 when he's made his first international championship appearance, and since then has only found more and more success. So great feeling to be on top. But listen, we're going to send it to the analyst desk. They're going to break down everything you guys saw here, and then Cass and I will be back with game number 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a couple minutes. Welcome into the Arcane. We're thrilled to announce the competitive circuit for the TFT Americas esports umbrella, uniting the top TFT players from Brazil, Latin America, and North America. There are some big changes to this circuit from Magic and Mayhem. There will only be 2 Tacticians Cups as a result of the holidays and TFT Macau Open. For the first time ever, we'll be allowing players from BR and LATAM to qualify through the NA server. There will be adjusted ladder slots and cup slots to reflect this change. We're also putting a lot more emphasis on tournament performance, expanding invites to America's Golden Spatula through qualifier points, while reducing leaderboard invites across all regions. More information and specifics can be found in the regional articles on the Americas website. For the ladder snapshots, they'll start on January 7th and end on February 11th, for a total of 6 ladder snapshots. There will be 2 cup snapshots, and players can sign up for the cups on the TFT Americas esports website. These cup snapshots, along with the sub-regional tournaments, are your gateway to participating in the 2 Tacticians Trials and Tacticians Cups. Make sure to give it your very best in every event, as qualifier points are crucial for securing a direct spot to the Golden Spatula at the end of Into the Arcane. These points will be awarded based on placement. Finally, the America's Golden Spatula will be held on February 28th to March 2nd. This event will be the penultimate event for America's best players. 3 will come from ladder snapshots, 2 from Brazilian sub-regionals, 2 from LATAM sub-regionals, 4 from Tacticians Cup 2, 1 from Tacticians Cup 1, and 20 qualifier points. With the new changes to our competitive format, we hope to continue to improve the quality of the competitive scene. We invite you to step into the world of Arcane, to duke it out and rightfully crown our next America's champion. Don't forget that ladder snapshots and cup snapshots start early January. For more information, visit our website, America's TFT esports.teamfighttactics.leagueoflegends.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of Day 2 of the America's Golden Spatula for Into the Arcane. I'm back with Jupeson and Dobz to break down first game that we just had, and what a treat. SoBio being able to win that game with an Urgot composition. You know, Urgot's gone through so many different iterations. Like, it's had a journey through the set, and where we are now, it's really cool to still see Urgot's thing winning.
Yeah, it's amazing the way he planted the game. He was looking more for a top 4, maybe a top 5, a top 3, playing more tempo, using the items, but then he recognized that a possibility of a tier 6 could work for him. So I believe a massive, well-performed gameplay here from Bio Dobz, and this is what you want to see, a possibility of top 4ing and then look for the win out to gain a top 1.
Exactly. We were actually talking about that in the early game, because we saw yesterday some players getting to that hierarchy grab bag for the Smitchies or the 3 costs like Swain or something. But instead, he used it on the Urgot that is not even that good on this patch. But later on, he found his way into deck 6 artillerist, and the composition clicked a lot, and he was really strong on that late game. And the Smitchies couldn't go do anything against the Urgot, so it was a great finish.
It was also great to be able to see the coveted SoBio smile at the very end there, celebrating that first place. And even when we actually saw Bio pick up that other emblem from the anomaly, I feel like we got a glimpse of the swagger that Bio always comes to a game with, knowing he had just the perfect spot to be able to get that emblem too.
Yeah, we're talking just about this Dobz, just what Nekkra said. He got the Tristana, and of course, the only possibility was to get an artillery's emblem, because obviously emissary emblem doesn't exist. So he recognized this, easy win for him, and making the 6 artilleries working out, and winning again the Super Smitch from Weish and Abrams. Here's the graph. Until from round 3 and above, he didn't stop the pedal, so he actually performed amazing, punishing the lobby every time, maintaining tempo, and actually taking the win in the end.
Exactly. It's nice to see this graphic. We can see in here like he rolled 12 times on the 3-2, maintaining the tempo, as you said. Even though he already had the Urgot 2, he rolled a lot, probably for upgrading the rest of the board, and it actually paid off. So well played by the SoBio.
Yeah, it wasn't until he hit that level 9 that he decided to just full send all the rest of the gold to see whatever else he could hit to upgrade that board. But as we take a look back to the rest of the game, this first, I think we have to call this a low light. Poor Spencer. Like, you make the Rel 3 on your bench, and because of that no scout, no pivot, you can't take that 1-star Rel off of your board to switch in the 3-star you would have wanted to have there. And he has to sell the whole thing because he can't make it again otherwise. There's not enough Rels in the pool.
Yeah, he had to make it. In the end, is something about the augment, is the intended mechanic. Obviously, this combination is not used to have both augments in together with the Steady Knight. And I want to mention that not only him, but also Soyu used the no scout, no pivot. He tried to have family, tried to tempo it out a little, and tried to go for the reload. Didn't work out in the end for him. And Setsuko, other competitors who actually tried to go for a more tempo line. He was playing the Zorks didn't work out in the end. He was feeling a little comfortable. We will see him right now on the top right corner. He really thought the composition was a little stronger than in the moment, but in the end, it was only a 6 for him.
So I want to highlight as well the way that Weishan played this game. He was with a Trundle on the early game, has no Camille's at all. And he skipped his level 6, but manages to get the Smithies and the Camille's at the level 7, securing the top 2, and also Rain getting that Dominator line with a Cassiopeia and the Trifecta. And I thought when I saw that augment that she was playing Cassio, but then she goes for the Silco and actually got a good placement in the game, like knowing that Silco could carry alongside Cassiopeia, so it was well played by her.
Oh, I'm just looking at the final moment there. The celebration in the camera. And Weishan Iverson actually did get that 5th ambusher online, picked up that Jinx after the carousel, and we were thinking, oh, maybe this is going to be enough to actually make a difference, but Urgot had a different plan in mind after that first game, so...
Yeah, I think once again, he just expected to find the great position. The Camille also with the Spectre Coxlack. So I think Weishan is playing also in a high level. And he's also one of the favorites to win it all.
Well, that's just game number 1. We still have 5 more games to play out. And we're going to be switching our lobbies for the second game. So for that, we send it back over to our casters, Casanova and Gangly. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Nekkra and the analyst desk, Gangly and Cass back on the mic. Cass, I got a little sideline report for you, okay?
I'm ready.
Game number 1, 3 lobby winners. We had Bio. Waiting on the wings, though, Lucas and France. The two, that's right. Brazil and Latin America both coming out on top. We can see France B right here. Got 8 points on that first game, and Dish Soap right behind him, getting a second after having this 40 bomb of a day on game 1. So we got both things going on. Dish Soap on top, doesn't stop winning. France B trying to make that Cinderella story happen.
Yeah, and you also mentioned Lucas getting a win. Lucas was in second place behind Dish Soap and picks up a win. So both of them are running away with it. And you know, you talked about it on day 1. I know Lucas is in the game, but we got to give the flowers for a second on the fact that this guy has horrible stats every time coming into regionals, but every time at regionals, he's an absolute monster. And so it's just beautiful to see once again. But we'll jump into this one, Gangly, and see what else we can pick up. Excited to see France being kind of the last representative from LATAM to be in this event and bringing things back on day number 2.
Right now, we're hopping on board with Darth Nub. This is a player, if you're not familiar, certainly capable of making final lobby. We've seen it before back in set 9, had a final lobby showing at both the mid-set finale and the regional finals. However, Darth Nub susceptible to some low performances, many low quarter percentile finishes, which means that his career AVP is actually quite low despite his accolades. And so I consider Darth Nub to be one of the underdogs, I would say, going into this field, especially when you consider just the pure skill, the raw talent and decorated players that we have at the top. But Darth Nub standing up near the top of the standings right now, looking to make a deep run.
Well, what do you think about this, Gangly? Darth Nub, known as the math guy, always beats to his own drum to some extent when it comes to his play. And I think when he has the proper read, he's usually doing really well. This set, less stats to look at, but Darth Nub doing a lot of math on his own. Doing really well this set? I don't know.
It's a math gap.
It's a math gap, I think, for Darth Nub. Unironically, it probably does help him a little bit when he's got all his math and a lot of people are not having the stats to look at. He's getting to make a lot of really good inferences on the different augments and how they interact with each other. Very, very good at building some very unique compositions that a lot of people wouldn't think about because they're just technically good when you combine all the different stats.
Yeah, I could see it. Gold augment off the start. We talked about it before. Yeah, gold augments tend to enable many different reroll compositions. We're seeing it right, taking no scout, no pivot, Sakron, insta-picking portable forge, Dish Soap taking heroic grab bag. Many players trying to lock in their own lane, find a reroll comp that they believe can cap out high, and an augment that gives them the stability to play it consistently.
I would say this grab bag tech of just using it immediately on a 3-cost, I mean, even a 2-cost in the last game, every time we've seen it so far in this tournament, it has worked without fail. It has been really good. I mean, we saw it on the Smeech twice, And both times went to very good placements. We just saw it on the Urgot. It worked really well again. I'm curious what Dish Soap ends up finding. Ripple also having that set up.
Well, and France takes the Ambusher emblem. And so right now, and Me First or Eighth maybe didn't take a reroll only augment, but Mentorship is one of those augments that can enable the 2 cost or the 3 cost extremely well when you're playing reroll.
Yeah, looking at this category 5 from Prestivant there, he also had an open cloak, so we might see that double Runons. Could really open up the Ezreal line for Prestivant if he can find that.
Yeah, all depends on those Academy items too, depending on what they are. Might be able to give Prestivant an edge in trying to find a strong early game. And if the Academy items line up with something that gives value to your Runan's Hurricane, then all of a sudden you're in a position to amplify this already strong Ezreal reroll line, or just the tempo variation where you play around Corki as a secondary carry, which is funny. It's funny to say that Corki is a secondary carry, but it goes to show how strong the Runan's Ezreal can be on a level 8 board.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise coming into this tournament. I think there weren't. I don't think every player was on to Ezreal, but even just looking at the stats from the first day, Ezreal did perform quite well in the few games that it was in. We got to see it on stream a couple of times as well, and just it looks strong. I think most players are going to be kind of privy to that at this point and potentially look out for it, especially if they do see these kind of Runon starts or they see an Ezreal orb early on.
France does have a pretty strong Ambusher's opener, has the Powder 2 and an open glove. Really nice. Other components are strong conditionally. You can get a lot of value out of a vest and a belt, both, but it revolves around hitting key components that enable those things, like the glove or like a bow that allow you to slam things that are strong.
And we've got a Fishbones here for Sakharan. So already having 1 Nocturne copy as well, so we could just be looking at a long Nocturne angle.
Yep. Yeah, I think having the open glove plus the Fishbones is oftentimes enough for you to kind of pick your lane and say, listen, this is where I'm going. No one can test me. I will say with so many different rerollers in the lobby based on what we've seen thus far, I would be imagine if there isn't any crossover between the different lines that people have chosen.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes out for it, especially with Long Nocturne being here, but also just Quick Strikers being popular, whether it's the Akali version or if you can get to the Twisted Fate. It felt that when you could play Twisted Fate, it was much more successful yesterday, but of course, still a lot of players opting for the Quick Strikers line in general.
Trying to see how many players are actually locking in their win streaks going into the carousel. We've got 2 players, McMano and Prestivant, sitting on 100 streaks, and on the bottom side, Me First or Eighth, uncontested, full loss thus far.
Yeah, Darthnub was at least contending for it until this last fight, and either fought into Me's First or Eighth or just was able to find a win somewhere else. But I look at Darthnub's board, and it's not necessarily a hard forcing loss streak. I mean, it's definitely not trying to be strong, but it does have a Ginsu slam.
On the top side, Prestivant looking very strong with the upgraded Draven with category 5 is so hard to beat, especially when you have any sort of upgraded front line. But McMano is the one player that's looking to challenge Prestivant for it. Playing prize fighter, so with this augment, really relying on winning fights. As you win fight at certain thresholds, you'll get additional components. So this is the kind of augment that you want to snowball your game. Only play when you have a strong opener, and use the early game tempo to make your highest cap higher because you have additional items. So I would expect McMano to play a composition that has a lot of different item holders. Something that we have seen in the past, for instance, is the 4 Emissary board, where you can use different AD items on things like Vi or Mbessa or Corki or GP. And in the end game, if you can have a full board of itemized threats, then it can actually get a pretty high cap. Otherwise, it's a little bit hard to break out into that top 2.
Yeah, but McMano able to continue the streak, slams the Runons onto that Violet just to make sure got as much power as possible to keep that up. So you look at Dish Soap, notably, has not used those duplicators. And we saw when he picked the augment, he did not have a 3 cost on bench. He didn't have a 3 cost at all to potentially even be looking for it. So Dish Soap actually potentially just using it in the traditional way, deciding that he wants to play reroll, so he takes it, and then waiting until he finds his lane and actually using them to finish off a reroll instead of start it out.
Prestivant looking very strong. I think it's going to be very hard to have anybody beat him. The one question is Macmano, like we mentioned before, and it's more of a question of whether that Violet's able to break through the weak side of this front line and find her way onto the Draven. We're going to see it here. I like this positioning from Macmano, putting the Violet back one so that you ensure your Violet's getting onto the front line without getting hit. But man, that Leona is just melting. And this Draven's going to turn onto the Violet, and she's going to have to turn onto the Irelia.
Yeah, but it looks like Macmano might actually have turned the corner on the fight, able to get through the front line first, and Prestivant ends up taking the loss. This is really rough for Prestivant to be trying to go for this win streak. His econ's not in a really insane spot. He needed the wins to keep going. So did Macmano. You look at both of them, 20 gold, 4 win streak. Really, really hurts to take a loss there.
I think it's less bad for Prestivant than it would be for Macmano, because Prestivant is still getting full value out of his augment even if he's losing, right? Because it's just general board strength. Macmano needs those wins. So I think if you're Macmano, you recognize how important that fight is. And I think small positioning thing, making sure that your Violet is one row back so that Leona is getting the full aggro from the Draven, heads up play from Macmano, small optimization that in that fight made a very big difference.
Oh yeah, absolutely makes the difference there. If Draven was targeting onto that Violet right away, very different fight that we have.
These items are looking pretty good for Me First Wraith, who's leaning into the Quick Striker line. So we did have a long Nocturne player that we saw elsewhere, but Me First Wraith gets a lot of AP stuff, gets the Hodge online. Sakharon, the player who we saw, wanted to play around the Nocturne. You can see he's holding the Automata unit during this loss streak in order to try and maintain econ without losing too much HP. So 83 HP coming out of stage 2 on a 4 loss. It's actually pretty good HP preservation. And now he's in a position to stabilize his board pretty well once he upgrades everything on 3-2. Granted, you got to hit. He's got a lot of stuff left to upgrade, but you have a lot of different ways to make this front line strong, and you have the open glove, which means getting the Infinity Edge on the Nocturne shouldn't be too hard to do.
Yeah, whiffed a little bit on the items, though. We look there, nothing to slam onto Nocturne, right? But, as you said, open glove, so at least halfway there, and relatively low HP, so you should get a decent carousel pick, but actually even going to find some wins. The 4 Automata paying dividends already, and Khroen, I guess, it doesn't have to keep the loss streak, could just continue to preserve HP. It wasn't entirely necessary to try and continue to hard lose, like Me First Wraith might want to lose a couple more.
Okay, so Me First Wraith, playing mentorship, playing around these quick strikers. I mean, Crowned Will might not be too bad if you, depending on what you've slammed already. Okay, I mean, it has something where you can just play Rabadons plus Hand of Justice. I don't think that actually would feel too bad. He's gonna roll pretty deep here, though. Already finds the Akali. Maybe just trying to upgrade either the Rel or the Nocturne, get a little bit more beef on your board. But, I mean, item-wise, there's a lot of things that can enable this board to make you strong right now. I think it's more a question of, does Me First Wraith want to snap this loss streak, or are they okay with losing till 3-5?
And we look at Preston, and this is an augment I feel like we see people pass just constantly. Like, I don't know that we've seen it picked up yet, on stream at least for the tournament, but getting the Golem on board,
really cool.
And I just think it's nice to see that augment actually get picked up, because I feel like it's ignored quite frequently, and it's pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you really want to play it in boards that require some sort of front line in order for your win condition to actually come to fruition. I don't know the exact lines where it's optimal. I feel like playing it with AP makes sense. Dominators and Sorcerers would both benefit from the extra front line, but he's playing it because all of his damage right now is going to be centralized on a single backline unit, and as long as something is standing in the front line, whoever is holding double Runant is going to be outputting DPS.
Yeah. I think it was good too because Preston's board was like actually strong. He actually had a strong board, but he didn't have any units that he needed to hold because he wasn't playing his main units yet. He was playing like Draven as an item carrier, and he didn't actually. I assume he wanted to go for Ezreal, or maybe he could play Twitch later. But end of the day, his board was strong enough that it's not like the Golem is wimpy. It's a pretty powerful Golem because it's gaining 90% of the combined health of your board. So having those upgraded 2-star units gives a lot more HP to this Golem. So yeah, plus it's going to get a scale up. It's just such a unique pick, and we so rarely see it. But now he's got an Ezreal, and he's got this big, beefy frontline for it.
On the other side, Me First or Wraith, who actually did not go with the Rabadon's Hand of Justice Slam, instead opts for Jeweled Gauntlet plus the Archangel. So what we're seeing him do right now is prep for what his level 7 board spike is going to be, which is going to be Morello's plus Archangel plus 1, probably a mana generation item like a Spear of Sojin on the TF. And instead putting all this power into the Akali, who gets a lot of power from having the Jeweled Gauntlet plus an AP source on stage 3. So while the Akali doesn't have the healing coming through, she has so much outright damage that on stage 3, it can actually just be enough to bombard through the enemy team.
Taking stock of the rest of the boards on the carousel. Looks like we have a potential family reroll from Darthnub, or he's just playing family early games still. We'll have to take a look in and see exactly what he's got, because I also see a redemption on Violet, and that seems like a bit of a strange item.
It is no scout, no pivot. So
oh, you're right. I didn't even clock that. Yeah, no, it's absolutely family then.
Yeah,
he can still just remove that redemption, right? So that's not really a huge deal.
I mean, what I have noticed in the last patch or so is that when people are playing family, there's a lot more emphasis specifically in the non-artifact version of playing around the Draven, getting the Ginsu's Rageblade on the Draven to ensure that you just have enough damage in the fight. Makes a big difference specifically on stage 3 and early stage 4, because the damage that he puts out is actually quite higher than the average damage output of a unit during this stage. The problem is, like, you do have to find this Violet, and you have to have things on her that buy time for the Draven, or things on her that are going to be a win condition for your fight. Without an artifact, it's very hard to have that win condition, but he's playing instead the Edge of Night Augment. I'm forgetting the name of it off the top of my head.
Not today. Yeah.
Thank you, not today. Is one of those conditions, kind of like a baby artifact on Violet in a way, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very powerful. I mean, it's even more powerful when you get to combine it with the trench coat, but at least it's, you know, it is good on its own. But yeah, okay, so no scout, no pivot. He's actually pretty close to hitting, and Darthnub has a reasonable amount of HP here. This is, I mean, he's 75. Yeah. He's in the top 4 of HP while still being pretty close to hitting. And as you said, like, there's kind of the point where you have to turn the corner when you're doing the no scout, no pivot. You're getting the stats throughout the game, and I think, like, the fact that he's saved a lot of HP, he's probably going to hit. He's just waiting till 4-1 because he's been winning enough rounds.
Yeah,
he should hit there, and then from there he has plenty of gold to continue to level.
I'm kind of surprised actually how much HP he's been able to save, because like you're calling out, without losing the rounds on stage 3 when you don't have to send, there's actually way less pressure being put on Darthnub's board, which gives him the freedom to save his gold, make econ thresholds, and then send it on 4-1, which he should be able to hit. Does take a big hit to Sakharon, though, who's found a stabilization point in the form of an Infinity Edge and a Nocturne 2. Those two things alone, when paired with the Fishbones, are going to carry you quite far in this game.
All right, we'll see just a bit of rolling, but I think this is just going to be rolling to 50 still. Just wait and send on 4-1, get one more round of econ. No reason to roll more. Me First or Eighth looks like found a second Nocturne 2. I believe he already had one. So we'll see if he can continue to try and get towards those quick strikers contested with Sakharon, and that's rough for Sakharon. The fact that Me First Wraith is directly contesting, was playing around the 2 cost, right, of the quick strikers, not going for the Twisted Fate, so that is direct contest.
Yeah, it's interesting because typically the Nocturne is actually not a very high priority unit when you're playing the quick strikers, but in this case, when someone else is trying to play Nocturne, you're now incentivized to hold them a bit more. You're going to see this big roll down though from Darthnub. Really wants to find both the Violet and the Draven. Does find the Draven. Only one Violet. Wow, that's a great roll down. You did not have to
30 gold?
That's
not too bad.
No. Doesn't want to level though, because he needs to wait until he has a unit he can play. Because you are no scout, no pivot, it means that once that unit's on your board, it's not going anywhere. So unless you're trying to hit Darius 3, do not put a Darius 1 on your board.
Yeah, that's a little tough, right? Because you're actually finding the next upgrade. I mean, what's the next unit that's going onto this
Probably
board?
Vertical
anyway?
Pit Fighter for now, right? Trying to find GP or the Urgot. So it shouldn't be too hard, but I imagine he has to level and roll next turn until he finds one of those units.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's always such a funny augment to have to play around. I mean, we saw the absolute bounds of the tragedy that could exist when watching Spencer in the last game, but it's always just like a tricky kind of mini game that you have to deal with. All right, here's our prismatic, because we did have the prismatic finale. see where this can help shape the rest of the boards. As Prestivan can at least roll one buff, 2 buff is what he's
the
kind of
movable
keeping
object
open.
is interesting with the Golemify because there's so much raw HP.
Yeah. That's a
that
lot of
adding-
HP.
You get all the defenses. I can see the angle. I could also potentially see something like the red buff, blue buff, because if you're playing the Ezreal, you might be leaning into Academy, so you could put blue buff on Heimer, red buff on Jace, for instance. There's a couple different ways to play it. In Bronze for Life, if you want to play wider, I think there's an angle. You'd probably have to play more similar to like the Urgot Experiment Artillerist kind of line to get there, though, or something like the Emissary, so it's a little trickier.
Yeah, you had me locked in on this pick. I really wanted to do movable object. You mentioned the golem, and I'm like, yeah, that is a beautiful synergy between the two. It's so many stats. This golem is just going to be an absolute beefcake. Look how much HP it's already got. Can't even count the bars.
Ezreal 1 definitely is not where Prestivan wants to be right now. And just let's be clear about that. On the other side from Dishope, you do see that Ezreal 2 coming in, and it is quite a difference in DPS. But Prestivan is playing this game actually very slow, leveraging the HP that he's saved throughout the game to now play the game more slowly, make sure that he can cap out higher. And what this says is that he actually believes that his cap can be higher than than other people in the game.
Look what we got here. Ripple, bunch of emblems hanging out. See what he can actually put together.
Pretty interesting pick here. He's got a ton of these emblems coming through, but I do feel like his spot itself is a little hard to play, right? Like you don't have a very clear win condition from this board. You also don't have too much HP to spare. So when you're playing up against boards that have clear conditions that have been optimized or improved on 4-2, for instance, this family board, even just getting the raw stats on this Violet, who, despite not having perfect items, has so many base stats that it's very hard to play against.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. And I was just like trying to figure out what Ripple is best to do with all these emblems. I can't quite piece it together. We'll see what Ripple can actually get done because it's just so many different ones. And then on top of that, I was like, oh, maybe if he's got like Bronze for Life, but he doesn't. He doesn't have like another direct synergy with getting all these extra traits all over. But finding a Jace is quite nice because he does have Form Swapper online. Just has to find the last one, needs a Swain, and he can actually play 4 Form Swapper, and then add all these extra emblems, get a bunch of different traits going online.
Lobby HP has a pretty even spread, kind of tiered out. So no players who are, sitting at 15 HP right now going into the back half of stage 4. Nobody who's been 100 streaking the entirety of the game. Macmano, one of the players that we said was trying to leverage the early game tempo, play around Prize Fighter, did save a lot of HP and then ended up going for Invested. So now trying to, I imagine, go for a Fast 9 unless he had to take that to just roll down on 8. It can be sometimes just taken as a bailout augment, but Dishope, on the other hand,
pivoting into Twitch.
Yeah, takes the red buff, the 1 buff, 2 buff, has both the red buff on this Twitch now for the full pivot. Also has an angle to maybe even play around like a 3-star 3 cost with the small duplicator as well. Twitch is one of those lines that we haven't seen have a ton of success, especially because when it's played as just a default AD composition that's not brought online by the emblems, if you miss, it's extremely weak compared to the other lines you're playing, especially in a meta where there's a lot of reroll going on and people are stabilizing extremely hard. So we'll have to see whether Dishope can actually get to that stabilization point. It can be very hard to find.
Yeah, I think the duplicator is going to help him for sure. He has the big duplicator as well, so if he really needs to just go Twitch 2 immediately, try and stabilize a little bit of life, he absolutely has the option. You're going to see Darth Nub rolling down a little bit, try and pick something here. Hungry for Power.
Hungry for Power sounds pretty good on Vi, yeah. Violet with Hunger for Power. You have things like the Powder, for instance, that are just a 3-star unit with no items on it. You have all the base stats because you get the HP and the AD from 3-starring your units. And I actually think it's quite high value. And Bulky Buddy, Bulky Buddies doesn't actually give you health, I believe, right? So you're not actually getting the additional HP. It's just a shield on top of it. So I don't think that's going to give more value. But either way, you're getting a lot from the 3-star units.
Kind of messed up lore-wise having her sacrifice her sister, though. I don't know if I'm like on board with this Darth Knob. I think it's a little messed up.
Oh no, he misses the positioning on the Draven and the Urgot there. So a small mistake there. Had to do a really fast swap at the end. But the Violet up against this Akali 3 with the Radiant Titans.
That's big.
And that's really nice because the Radiant Titans needs the long fight, right? You want to play for the end game, but the Violet just wants to kill the Akali instantly. And so heads up play, great positioning by Darth Nub, countering the win condition of the Akali on the other side and finding a great win.
Yeah, really solid positioning. Both the Draven and the Violet were actually hitting onto the Akali, so it's perfect for that fight. And now we're going to jump over Me First or Eighth. This is that board where we've got that Akali online. Ends up only having the one Nocturne, and maybe I might have missed the other one early, so that's not as big of a deal for Sakharon, who is going for that Nocturne 3.
Yeah, so Sakharon has hit the Nocturne 3, so at least at this point in the game, he is locked in. Doesn't have to worry about missing that. I think, like you're saying, off the bat of Me First or Eighth, not prioritizing those Nocturnes. So he is definitely not going to hit the TF3, but it does have an Edge of Night. Wait, did I see that right? Am I missing something? Okay, it is Edge of Night TF. He's going to be able to remove that though, go Edge of Night on Ambessa, and then make the Adaptive Helm here. So it's not the worst. I don't know that I'm convinced that having just the Akali 3 is enough, especially because you're still Loris 1, you're still Alawi 1, you're still Ambessa 1. There's not a lot of additional value outside of this Akali that you've invested quite a bit into.
Yeah, it's also a little bit of the struggle of Bully, right? Bully ends up being the anomaly that Me First Wraith picks up. And while this is very good when you're 3-starring your units, there's a lot of reroll in this lobby as well. And Bully loses so much value when you end up in the 1v1s with those other 3-star units. So, of course, it's very powerful when you're into a board like this. 33% damage amp is just huge, especially when you already have so much raw damage. But even then, it's looking like this just isn't enough into the Golem, who's just far too tanky. Prestovant being able to have that immovable object with a Golem, which is so beautiful to have that synergy of all of those resistances going on to that fat HP bar.
Yeah, I could maybe see the argument that it makes him stronger against Dish Soap and Mekmano, who are not rerolling and are at the bottom of the standing. So maybe it's like a cheesy pick that is high value against the players you need to beat in order to get points. But it feels, like you said, non-optimal. It's a tough pick, and he's definitely going to rely a lot on matchmaking for Me First or Eighth to get himself out of an 8th place here.
And part of that is just he was broke as well, right? He didn't have the ability to just roll down heavily and find a perfect one. He sees Bully, he's playing a reroll. It's a pretty valid pick. So I think he's just not able to just have the luxury to dig for something that maybe would be even better. But it is going to work into a lot of these other compositions. It helps him kind of chew through that Mundo almost immediately. And on the other side, we're seeing the Ezreal still trying to carry on through, but the Draven and the Violet at this point are just getting so strong for Darth. Now, he saved a ton of HP on the Me Scout no pivot, and he's kind of reaching that point, that critical mass you were talking about in the last game where we saw 2 people playing this, where now you just kind of got the stats. Your board's just good.
Mekmano, on the other hand, I called out the invested, saying, oh, he's probably taking this to Fast 9, or he might be trying to bail himself out. He was trying to bail himself out. He is level 8, 0 gold, with no impressive upgrades on his board, right? Does have the Heimerdinger 2, but the Alawi 2 Heimerdinger 2 on 5-3 is not going to be enough to guarantee any fight, especially when we have players who have already hit that kind of next rung on their spikes, right? With the Smeech 3 coming through for France, with the family board, like you said, turning the corner with Me No Scout No Pivot. It's really hard to imagine that Mekmano finds himself out of a bottom 2 in this position, but playing against Dish Soap is maybe one of the boards that you actually are really hoping for.
Yeah, except for the 3-item Caitlyn is actually just a beast. Actually snipes down the Heimerdinger immediately, and it's all down to if this Corki with no items can handle it. Mekmano looks like just going to take that 8th.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not winning that fight, you're probably not winning any fight, to be honest. And so Mekmano got the matchup he kind of wanted, but yeah, can't dodge the 8th. Sakharon, the long Nocturne right behind him, though, does have the Nocturne 3, but it seems to just not be enough.
Yeah, actually just full free falling right down on a 5 loss streak. I wonder, Sakharon ends up skipping the Automaton, so it doesn't seem like there was actually a way to fit that and go even more vertical with that. Because maybe that would be an out, is actually just getting like an extra rung on the ladder of Automata, but it doesn't seem to be the case, and just tries to grab some tankiness instead.
Disho picks up the Enforcer emblem with 3 Enforcer on his board, so able to get a very free 4 Enforcer. Yeah. That's not bad. Very cheap way of upgrading your board.
And looking at Francis' board here as well, playing around the ambushers, ends up with an ambusher rumble, but it is just rumble 1. And instead, I mean, the Smeech 3 is good. You know, the Echo is very good. It's just maybe not been enough to continue to find the wins, as Francis lost a lot of HP in the last few rounds.
Yeah, the support item being the Eternal Flame, when you already have the anti-heal from Powder, and then you also have the anti-heal in the late game with the Rumble, pretty redundant. You're not getting much value out of your gold augment at all. And so pretty unfortunate. There are a lot of really great hits you could have found, like Zeke's Herald or the Banshee's Veil. Huge snipe, though, from that Smeech. Maybe enough. All depends on whether or not this Violet has enough juice left in the tank. But no, France B stays alive.
Yeah, on the other side, once again, the snipers from Dish Soap sniping the carry, take out the Nocturne, long Nocturne down. Sakharon gonna end up in 7th there. Me first or 8th, the other one playing around those quick strikers, also kind of on a free fall, looking like a 6th from this one.
Honestly, I think a 6 for me first or 8th is not too bad, considering where his spot was, finding only the Akali 3. I don't know when he found this Warwick, but if this was 2 rounds ago, then I imagine he might have been able to steal a round away and maybe find himself 2 placements with that hit. But 2 items on a Warwick is way better than an Mbessa 1. That much I can definitely tell you.
Oh, for sure. I think I agree with that one, Giggly. I think that's not a hot take, actually.
Yeah.
As we look at Ripple, who's been able to hold on to a lot of HP, and honestly, Gangly, I'm going to tell you the truth. I look at this board with all these emblems, and I cannot tell you what the synergy web is going to be looking like on the side of Ripple, but it's been working enough. He's been finding enough wins as he does get kind of bullied here initially, but that Vi held on for quite a while. France still going to find the win, though, and on the other side, we might be losing Sakharon finally. Or not Sakharon, sorry. No, me first or 8th actually going to hold out the Warwick, making a big enough difference.
Now Ripple is a player that's in danger of going 6th. Playing around what I believe it was a trait tracker game, right? That's where all those emblems came from. And usually you see trait tracker into scrap, but I see the Vi is the unit that has the anomaly buff. So I'm not exactly sure what this composition is. I didn't get a super good look at it in the last fight. Regardless, now standing on death's door. He's got one more fight. France B at 15, Disho at 17. So our bottom 4 left in the standings, all at risk of potentially going out in this next round. Preston with this golem, though, I think is such a heads-up play.
Oh, I love
Recognizing, like you said, had a lot of power, but didn't have any key units that he needed to hold on to in stage 3. And so instead sacrifices all of them, finds the Randuin's Omen, and now has the Ezreal 2 fast 9 angle, has Jace online as well, and has a very easy way of capping out by finding the Jace 2. Can maybe even move into more of the form swapper. I believe he has to hold on to the Lux because the 3rd Academy item is the Infinity Edge, so he really wants that second IE on the Corki. But there's a world where maybe you drop the Lux if you get another IE or another damage item and find your way into a form swapper board instead.
Yeah, but this is so nice. I mean, just look, so much damage in the back line, and he still has a huge front line. And I mean, of course, we've talked about how this composition does not care about a front line, so we do see the ambushers still able to take out Prestiman, but even into the ambushers, it's actually kind of decent because of the way Smeech does targeting. He's going to end up hitting the golem quite a bit. So it actually can be kind of helpful. It just wasn't quite good enough there for Prestiman to win the round.
Ripple and Me First Wraith both fall in the wings there. Ripple kind of on a free fall after getting the trait tracker cash out, wasn't quite able to find everything he needed. And Me First Wraith, it felt like a 6th for quite a while, so kind of an expected result. France B, one of the players who we said needed to show up today, found a win in game 1, now standing in the top 4. And Dish Soap taking the heroic grab bag into Twitch is not a line I was expecting. We both thought it was going to be some sort of reroll, but Dish Soap doing his Dish Soap things, playing 4-cost lines better than anyone else in the field, able to find a top 4 from a line that many people are not valuing very highly.
Yeah, and he's streaking right now off of the back of the 3-item Caitlyn alongside his Twitch. I mean, 4 win after being at 17 HP. We'll see if he can continue now that the rest of these boards are just so powerful, but I mean, honestly, it's just insane that he's able to find this result from where he was, and looks like he did just explode there as we do see him get defeated, but he died from like 17, I think, but
I mean,
yeah,
he was playing
it was quite nice.
he was playing against the ambusher guy, right? I mean, Twitch is a composition that you cannot reposition because Twitch is always going to be in the hex, and ambushers are going to ignore your entire front line and just go straight to the back line anyway. So that's a near impossible matchup to win unless you have perfect elite stun protecting your Twitch multiple times. But I think a good fourth for Dish Soap.
Oh yeah, just funny to explode from 17 right after all that.
It is.
4 win streak and to die immediately as we go to the next round here. And it looks like France B going to be going up against Prestivan. See if he can get through this golem as well. He's done it before, right? We saw the Smeech be able to kind of get through and get around, but this time it feels like that golem is just hanging on way too long. The backline not touched. Prestivan going to do a ton of damage there.
It's exactly like you said, because the golem doesn't have any items on, the Smeech is targeting them, right? So this golem is getting all of the aggro from the ambushers, which is exactly the way that Prestivan wants the fight to go. Normally, the only front line that can withstand an ambusher is a front line with items on it. The golem bypasses that and allows him to have enough time to use the DPS that he has in his backline and wipe that fight.
Yeah, it's so big, and I mean, Prestivan making such a good call on this golem early on, being rewarded so heavily, and we'll see if this is enough to overcome, you know, a no scout, no pivot in stage 6 with everything hit, with the hungry for power, finally items on the Violet as well that are good, being able to move the tank items over to Vander. I mean,
and 6 pit fighters times the Savika, and so now you're kind of at that max cap that you can really expect for yourself. You got this Warwick, but unless you're going 10, you ain't playing it. So I don't think Darth Nub is going to get much stronger than he is right now until he can find those upgrades.
Here we go. See how this fight plays out. I mean, immediately Violet has to hit the golem. The golem's going to be trying to tank up both Violet and the Draven. It's going to give a lot of time for the Ezreal, Heimer, and Jace. And it's a Jace, too, with double Infinity Edge red buff. I mean, there's so much damage from Prestivan, and yet it cannot get through these 3 stars, this front line of Darth Nub. And it looks like Darth Nub is just going to be walking away with this. There's one more fight to go, but that didn't feel close enough that Prestivan can fix it with positioning.
No, I'm not exactly sure what the solve here is. I mean, he does have this Jace in the backline, but the Ezreal is trying to play around non-single target damage, right? Double Runeans plus the Deathblade means that you're splashing this damage all over, and it's really good at killing most of the board. What it struggles to kill is the Violet that has the Edge of Night, the Steris Gauge, and the Gunblade staying alive for so long, and without Focus Fire all hitting this Violet at the same time, it's very hard to take her down.
And we're going to see it once again. Not much movement from Prestivan, but we did see a couple small adjustments from Darth Nub. End of the day, though, it is just Draven and Violet on the left side with the golem trying to hit into it. And now, this time around, Alawi is positioned in front of these 2 main carries, trying to get a lot of time. Feels like maybe not enough time, as Violet does go down this fight around, but Vander is still full in the front line, pushing through, closer than the previous fight. But probably not close enough, as it's just a Corki with an Infinity Edge against the Draven. And Darth Nub going to be able to pick this win up, playing around the family with the Violet devouring powder each fight for more power.
Right. The hunger for power Violet is a tech that we don't get to see too often, but when you do see it happen, and you get to see the strength of it there. We talked about the Edge of Night augment being a baby artifact, and that's kind of what hunger for power was doing as well, right? It's these small things that change the way that the unit functions, that make it so that they're not just a 3-star 1 cost, they're amplified by one thing or another. Great win for Darth Nub, a player that we know capable of high highs and has been dodging his historical low lows all weekend long. Darth Nub might be primed for a final lobby finish that we'll have to see. Analyst Desk, though, is ready on the wing, so we're going to hand it off to them before we go into Game 3 of Day 2. The America's Golden Spatula. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We've got 2 games down in day 2 of the America's Golden Spatula and we're back to break it all down. Jupeson, Dobz, what do you guys think of that last game?
I love the game. A good tempo from many of the players, especially the Ezreal. We're talking about there's not an Ezreal comp per se, but 2 players are using this academy line to make sure they have a good early game, and then if they're able to cap out and get to that Jace or get to the Ezreal tree that we're seeing, it's interesting. So the meta is still evolving, and that's great to see always.
Yes, exactly. And the player that was playing actually the academy line with that golden fight alongside the Randuin, so strong, such a great front line for him. Like could buy like a lot of tempo for a lot of time for the backline, like with Jace, Heimer, and Ezreal to cause a lot of damage. And Sakura is the second, really well played, but the Darth Nub actually getting those Violet eating the powder. I mean, so much status from the no scout, no pivot. It was a great outcome.
We're going to see that augment a lot, I feel like, because we've already seen that from 2 players in that first game. Now we're going to see it in a 3rd instance from Darth Nub. But I feel like we're still seeing a lot of very kind of similar things across the board as well. I think what was so interesting is that Me First or 8th actually found a Warwick and still only ended up going 6th with it.
Yeah, the 6 there with the reroll of Akali that we've been hyping up this comp so much and actually couldn't perform. Also Ripple with the scrap and the trade tracker that normally is a win out comp. He only got a 5th, and now the winner, Darth Nub, he's happy. He showed some emotion there in the camera. He's on a walking desk, like a stand-up desk. So great to see. This ramp up of hype for him is amazing. And here's a little of their graph on how he expected to do it. Deep roll here on round 3, trying to get the family in early after Crocs, and then on the end he had a chance of just keeping up the hype. He just roll a little more, and then after you have already your comp set up with family, everything else is a little easier.
Yes, exactly. This is one of the best compositions to play alongside the no scout, no pivot augment. It's really strong, as you can get like so many 1-star units at the beginning, like stacking a lot them through the game. And actually, I love the interaction from the anomaly as well, getting all the status from the powder to the Violet. So he did an amazing job in this game.
I want to call out another player though. fortunately found himself in the middle of the pack, but Ripple ended up taking that trade tracker plus those calculated enhancements with the scrap comp. And I'm kind of wondering what your thoughts are on just that combination of augments alongside that comp.
I mean, it's great. Dobz, you were talking about this with Trade Tracker. Remember, any additional item that you have gives you more shield. The thing is, he couldn't match the actual emblems that he got, so actually was a little difficult in the end. And I want to shout out here to D-Shop also. He played like a flexible line in the start, playing Ezreal, and then he pivoted to Twitch, normally a comp that is not winning out unless you have a good emblem, and he managed to get a good top 4 here. So once again, Dobz, the buff from a world champion.
Yeah, so I mean, this top is in a really good shape during this weekend, like avoiding those bot fours with a lot of compositions, and even with Twitch without an emblem, he can top 4. So he's playing really well.
And it was also great recognition. McMano and Prestivan both trying to go after the Ezreal. Better to play something a little bit less contested. As we take a look at our standings, you can see the players that are towards the bottom right now. We've got 17th through 24th here. I think if you're not at like this 35-point cutoff with 4 games left, that's still some time, but I think it is going to take a lot. Like, that's got to be first for some of these players.
Yeah, we will see the actual gap that this player have in the next slide, because remember, this is the summary of day 1 and day 2 performance, so they actually need to step out. We see Bapacasa here, some Brazilians, also Cash, and Spencer, who's already qualified. Let's once again remember this, he's already qualified by qualifier points, so he's in a good spot, and will set champion replay here in a dire spot, as you just say, Nekkra. Difficult for him to step up from now on.
Yes, something that is happening here with the Brazilian secured spot, that Bapacasa is having like a half start, and he needs to get above 14th to secure his spot into the Worlds, and he's actually below that. So he needs to improve right now if he wants to keep that spot. And we can see the other Brazilians in here, like Eagle and McMano as well, with the 38 and 37 points. It's a little bit. You can still make it to the finals, so these next 2 games are going to be really important for it.
On this first page, this is where you want to be to make it into that final lobby tomorrow. You've got to be in the top 8, and right now that point cutoff is at 42 points. But Lucas towards the top, Bio also coming up big, and of course Dish Soap still at the top of the day with that 52 points.
Yeah, I want to highlight once again Darthno with the first, just now with a 3rd place, and we have so many names. Bio also set a representative, Ripple doing great, Soyu doing what he has to do, right? To maintain in this top 8, he only needs to top 4, and maybe obviously get a top 2 in one moment to maybe surpass and don't be in danger zone in the last game. So actually a possibility also for him. And Rain, obviously, she's doing amazing, she's laughing, she's playing with her hair, and she's having a good time. Playing amazing, having a good time, I think is the perfect mix for a good performance here at Golden Spatula.
We're still playing a video game at the end of the day, so make sure you're having fun along the way. But we're going to take a short break before we come back with fresh lobbies as we reseed them, and of course, that game number 3. welcome back. We've reseeded the lobbies, and now Jupeson and I are here to take you through the third game. Jupe, I'm pumped to jump into the action on this one.
Totally. Nekkra, normally known as the Pokemon Master, now the Rebel Master. We got a new name for you. You were tryharding so many Rebel games. I saw you previously, and you were talking about this. Also, Enforcer. Rebel, I think we're seeing it with some emblems as a possibility, and Enforcers, obviously, again. So you're a forcer of this type of comps. I like it.
I just like the vertical comps. I feel like I've always been a vertical comp gamer, but we'll have to see if any of them are able to find those emblems and maybe make that happen for themselves as well. As we jump into lobby number 2, we have our eyes on a couple of people here, right, Jupe? Notably, we're looking at France just to continue a good run today to try to make it into that final lobby. And we're also paying attention to Vapacasa in this tight Brazilian qualifier point race.
Yeah, Vapacasa a little low in points compared to the rest of the lobby. He only needs a 14th. If he managed to get 14th in this day 2, no matter if he doesn't advance to day 3 and the top 8, he will manage to get that qualifier points for Brazil and enable him to participate in the Tactician Crowd for Into the Arcane. We're starting up the action here, so we have a little of the rest of the lobby. We have Marcel P, Vapacasa, we also said Cash, also from Brazil, Spencer, who's also in a difficult spot in points, but also already qualified. And finally, Ripple, Rainplosion, and Lucas. Lucas is a second there with Dayshop, so he's actually very free right now.
Yeah, Lucas is having a phenomenal day, so hopefully he can also keep up that momentum as we head into this game, where we have no encounter, Jupe. So kind of just a good old classic game of TFT.
Yeah. TFT, as you said, vintage TFT, good performance. Morg was saying a little about this, that this type of meta, or the tempo of the meta right now, is very old school. It's like, okay, there's not a full reroll that everyone is rerolling, so it's better to reroll, or full fast 8. It's actually a mix. So once again, not having encounters here will enable them to just play their game, maybe more methodical, and obviously ensure don't make small mistakes that will make a big difference.
We've seen a couple of people contest in the last couple of games, and I wonder, you know, are you the type of person that likes to just kind of bully your way through the composition? Or do you, at some point, have to play the game of chicken and go, well, maybe I don't play that?
I mean, it depends, right? It depends on the pot you have, and it depends on the player you're facing. Normally, I prefer to maintain my ground. If I have a good option, I know I want to play this comp, and I have a good start, it's like you have to tell the rest of the lobby that you're able to commit. This happened a lot in the CN server. The people from China normally, they pick a spot and they don't drop it. So everyone knows they have this style, so no one contested them. So actually, I think putting your feet full in the ground and saying I'm playing this is very important. We see them also in chat. They go like, okay, this one, no scout, no pivot, and don't contest me, or we will both go 8th.
That's a good point. I love being able to even pick an emblem or something, or even something like a hero augment here, as we see from Rain, to say, I am playing Vander. Do not try me. I will win the Vander duel.
Yeah, Vander is still amazing. Possibly, yeah, arguably, but I think in the data and everything that we check, no data, but in the internal data that we can assume here for hero augments, Vander is so amazing. I mean, normally you itemize in full crit, get a little more with the block thirster for healing. So this is a great position. Simply try to go for the family reroll and then put as much watchers as possible. Great angle for her. So I think it will be a good game here.
I think we ended up seeing Rainplosion go down this route yesterday, not necessarily with the Vander hero augment, just with family reroll. It's so interesting to have followed that composition across the course of the set, because when we first kicked things off, family was so strong. Some of it got nerfed, but now when you see something like this Vander hero augment, it feels like the composition does get opened up in a lot of ways, or maybe you get a great artifact.
Yeah, as you mentioned, artifact, also radiant items is good because you want to funnel as much damage as possible to the Vander. Now we see Marcel P already with a slam, so he has the Winsus, he has the a reduction here for armor, and he gets the Seri 2 natural. So very important here for him. He can stay on Seri, or he can just pivot out, and maybe if he gets a good emblem, go for Twitch.
With the Slammin as well, I think you do have the opportunity to utilize that for the experience to get to that level a little bit earlier and maybe find that twitch. And so I love the tempo here. That Zeri too is going to be plenty for Marcel to get that combat win over Ripple, who we also see holding on to some of those like Pit Fighter and Watcher units.
Yeah, now we're running out. This is Cash, so the other Brazilian player. One of the best units I love for the early game is this step. So huge, getting a lot of. We even see he doesn't even have Bruiser to start, and the step is such a great unit. Trying to maybe go for a reroll line here. He's holding Leona still, but now getting the Akali as a possibility. So the quick striker reroll could be a possibility here. He has Rain of Gold, so no combat for now. So for him, the most important thing now is to do not break the threshold. Maybe try to sell a little of the board here, Nekkra, and do 20. Could be a possibility.
20 econ would be so nice, but when you take a look at how much gold the rest of the lobby has, I think you're still pretty happy that you're on the higher end of how much gold is actually around. You know, Vapacasa, France, they're both kind of broke, so you might be okay just holding on to that second copy of the Trundle, see if you can actually get that to start. And you do see the sell-off there, so you're right, Jupe, just prioritizing getting that 20 gold benchmark.
Yeah, and it's difficult to play because normally we're very used to, at least right now, to get so many inflation in economy, in resources, either from augments, either for encounters. And in this case, as we mentioned at the start, no encounters. So everyone has to play with very few resources. And here's where tempo play is possible. Maybe 4-2 roll down is not a possibility for some of these players, Nekkra, especially the ones who will not streak. So maybe we'll see a delay 4-5 rolling. And it's a different game, so the tempo will be totally different.
I think that's where I do like 2-cost or even the 1-cost family reroll, because you do not need nearly as much economy to actually find a stable enough comp. And with those rerolls, you still have the option to actually go for those levels later and cap out your board that way.
Yeah, totally agree. Vapacasa now here with the swords. He has a maybe experiment on the early game, but obviously the items and the way he's holding the units on the bench. We have a Nami, we have a Vladimir. He's actually going for that sword line, already slamming the Ionic Spark. So this will be the option for him. The helmets, everything is telling us he's going for the swords. And on the other hand, we see Ripple already with a Smitch. We see him that normally Smitch 1 is not the best. If you find it 2-star early, could be a beast.
You have that Hand of Justice on it already, but it does go down to some great focus fire on this experiment board. But I wonder, Jupe, to go back to the Sorcerer's question, how do you like them in the meta right now? When the Sorcerers a couple patches ago had busted out of the mold, you were like, oh wow, 8 Sorcerer. You do need that to feel like you can win the game, but is 6 enough now?
I mean, 6 is great if you have the emblem because you want to maybe get additional stats with the emissary. So I think the board everyone's looking for is emissary with 6 sorcerers, but it's actually very difficult to perform if you don't have that emblem. So I think with the emblem, you can enable that comp. Also, you can play it with Black Rose, that would be like a secondary possibility. I think it's not great right now in the meta, but it's an out. And it's always great to have an additional out, depending on the items. And if the games give you IP, gives you mana generation, you have to go for that line.
That's a good point. You have to play what the game gives you, but maybe we'll see some emblems handed out at a certain point. We still get a couple of carousels to be thrown our way, and more augment choices that could also give you that +1. Rayplosion, though, as we check out her board, hasn't found too many Vanders, still sitting on a couple copies of that Violet, but you're really looking now to try to maintain that loss streak, recognizing that you aren't one of the strongest people in the lobby. You may as well try to generate that economy for when you roll.
Yeah, she did. So good lose streak here for Rayplosion. She will probably roll a little on 3-2, try to stabilize, and then ramp up into a win streak. And Vapacasa, on the other hand, the opposite. He actually with a good streak here, getting the Bander 2. So very far away from getting Violet and getting Powder. So I think there's a moment, there's a chance where maybe she will say, okay, maybe I don't want to play Violet 3 and Powder 3. I just want to go tempo. So maybe fast 6 into Bander 3 and then put the Watchers in. If she does that, that will not be a win-out comp. It will be more to try to do a top 4 or something like this.
Ooh, I just noticed actually, I think she had taken out the family synergy because maybe she had cash in her combat pool, and so it just guarantees that you do get that 5 loss streak to make yourself a little bit weaker without that family synergy. But I do see the hold of the runny here, so maybe is there a possibility that you actually go, I don't know, like watch her Twitch? Like, what do you see as other possibilities outside of just going for the family reroll here? She's quite rich. She's got 60 gold to work with.
Yeah, I mean, she could stay in family, but obviously, in the end, in this comp, you only want to funnel as many trades and items and resources and anomalies and augments to the Vander. So if you don't have a secondary carry that is also family, it's fine. You just need to go deep into the rest. So I think she can only stay with family, but maybe not re-rolling the rest of the units. Now, once again, against Bapakasa. Bapakasa strong, getting that Urgo 2 in the front line. It's amazing that Dobz in TFT are trying to make the Urgo backline, but everyone only sees him as a tank.
He is the carry now. I think the Urgot still has proven to be quite effective here, but it looks like it's going to be a great loss here for Rain. 1 unit loss is perfection. You can see her very excited about that.
No, that's perfect. Perfect loss here. So now the experiment, Cres. Obviously not a possibility. I haven't seen experiment plus Sork. Maybe he can cook something here, but Bapakasa has shown us creativity in the later stages. I don't think he will go for it, but he's actually thinking about it here, Nekkra. Okay, he rolled it. Oh, almost.
He rolls it at the last
What's the last one he rolled? Yeah.
Yeah, I think you just you take what you get at that point. But I liked the thought, maybe being able to see some of these items go on to, ooh, I don't know. I guess you're just hoping to find Warwick at that point. But even then, I don't know what the AP items are really doing for you in the experiment comp.
Yeah, 100%. Now, Lucas. Lucas trying to go for the Quick Striker. Remember, Quick Striker is amazing if you get to Twisted Fate 3, if you get to the Akali 3, the Lodi 3, and then if you get to Ambessa 2. Obviously, it's very difficult to achieve all of that. If you do not, you get a decent tempo. It's a comp that hasn't, very difficult to get top 8, but you need to get a real good cap to actually perform. So let's see if the game is now in place, helping here. So Lucas, he has a lot of roles that he hasn't used, 11. So there will be a moment here where he says, okay, I don't want to lose anymore. I will spend all my gold, and I will spend this reroll and try to stabilize the board.
Yeah, that augment's really helpful there to make sure you can bank up a lot of those free rerolls. Look, you got 13 now after that combat. So as we start to see this roll down, you can see that Leona and the Loris get picked up. Another copy of the Akali. Now you've got the Akali 2 +1. So you're only 2 copies away now as you start to see the rest of some of these upgrades come through.
Yeah, very good for him because he stabilizes here with the Rail 2, decides to roll a little more, gets the Twisted Fate, and this is perfect because normally you want to roll like this to exactly get this, to get the Twisted Fate 2, to get your frontline 2-star, and then you try to test a little the lobby. Okay, do I need to roll more at level 6 and get the Akali 3 because I'm close, or it makes more sense to go to level 7? I think he will stay here. He's very close to the Akali 3, and he will get more copies either of the Loris or the Leona, and I think this spot is okay. It's not the best of the world, but he's close to hit.
And he's also uncontested. There's nobody else that's tried to go down this Quick Striker line for this lobby. And so if you can find this Akali really early, maybe then you're able to stop the bleeding as you are sitting at a little bit of an HP deficit compared to the rest of the lobby, but still quite a bit of the game left to play.
Okay, some good possibilities here. On Carousel, we have a Mundo. No one playing that vertical, either Dominators nor Experiment, and obviously a Twisted Fate here for Lucas, going deep here and getting a little closer. And the Ambessa goes to, I couldn't see in the end, so obviously a good unit here also to prioritize and try to go for the Emissary vertical.
Ooh, Lucas being able to pick up that bow also gives you the option to make that gargoyles on the Titans resolve on the Akali. So you actually get to complete an item there as well as being able to find that Nocturne, another upgrade on the Leona, still being able to hunt for the rest of those Nocturnes as well as those Akalis, and is going to spend all of the rest of those rerolls and go a little bit further. The Akali 3 does get hit, and so that is great to be able to just kind of finish out that champion, and you've got the Guardbreaker on her as well.
Yeah, so good for Lucas here, and now he doesn't seem to have an option here. He has to go to level 7 because he's not close to Nocturne, he's not close to Leona 3. So now what we were talking about earlier. So go tempo, go level 7, and now think about Loris 3, think about that Twisted Fate, could be a good chance. On the other hand, Cash. He has the... This is actually a Swain, but he's doing a cosplay of Heimerdinger, because this will be Heimerdinger. You see the Archangel, you see the blue buff, and you see the rest of the Academy units just in place.
Yeah, as long as you find that Heimerdinger, those are easy items to be able to transfer over. As now we get a look back at Reimplosion's board. She's a little bit closer now. She's got 6
singing,
copies
right?
of the Vander.
I think she's
so.
singing.
Yeah, she was finding
singing,
out.
100%. Okay.
I love it. That's how you get in the zone. Your karaoke.
Yeah, she went for it. She decided not to stay on level 5, so she's just going to level 6, thinking about the Vander. I think this is the best way to think about it. If you don't have something like Starry Nights that also enables you to get the 1 cost, I think this is best. But she will have to press the trigger on 4-1. She doesn't want to lose. She needs this Vander 3-star on 4-1 before the rest of the lobby rolls out 4-2. So I think it's best. She's still playing with her hair, she's singing, she's laughing, and this is the best spot you want to be.
Oh, that's so much good AoE damage. Did you also notice that she actually found an early copy of Echo on level 6 as well? So that'll be nice to just have as a placeholder on your comp. Maybe you're able to get that 2-starred a little bit earlier, and so also opens up the opportunity, I think, for you to just have a good, just a good value unit on your board.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. He's actually going for the double Vander and trying to get as many. We were talking about it. You don't have the +1 to get maybe additional Watcher in, so you get only a unit that makes sense. And as you said, the Echo, perfect as a possibility. Franz on the right, we haven't seen him so far. He's actually playing the Silco line already with the Nashor Tooth and trying to go for this. He has the Black Rose in place. Remember, this was no encounter, so many people don't have economy, and Franz decides to do a 4-1. So he will be the first to roll here, Nekkra. He needs to hit. If not, this will be a huge hit for his economy, and I don't think he would be able to regain a position. Okay, Silco, we need frontline. We need a Garen. We need something to help us.
Oh man,
no Garen, no Mundo.
So many good 4-cost units, but it's just nothing that's going to be in the front line. I like the Elise here. Maybe you're able to pick that up. At least you've got another Black Rose unit as well, so you can have the Scion help you out a little bit when it comes to that front line, but you're still pretty squishy.
Yeah, you need at least the Blitzcrank. We know the Blitzcrank is normally the tank in this comp. You don't trust so much on the Mundo, and it's very difficult to get Mundo 2 or Garen 2 in this meta. So not having even the Blitzcrank 2-star, I think it hurts. Obviously, we already have the Silco, and the Blitzcrank is not a contested unit. So I think naturally he will be able to get it. He wins. So this is not the end of the world. I think he just needs to hit that Blitzcrank, and it should be great. Now we will see the final, and we have Prismatic.
Prismatic, that's fun. 2 gold augments, a Prismatic. That's certainly going to give a little bit more gas to all of our players. So I'd love to see what people actually lock into. I think Vapakasa took Bulky Buddies. We've got the Randuin's Omen for Cash. Yeah, big pickup from Rain as well to be able to get that Randuin's Omen.
Yeah, so it's amazing because actually the rest of the augments that she got were very, very bad in her spot. And now she needs to roll. She actually lost. Okay, there it is. Vander, 68 gold. Now we can level up and put more of the Watcher line in. He puts in the Echo. And now he's perfect because now just keep leveling up Nekkra and get the 6 Watcher in. And you get the Immortal Vander 1v9 against anyone.
And I love the Randuin's Omen with a composition like this because you just give yourself so much more staying power in the front line. You still have to deal with quite a bit of the Sentinel power on Spencer's board, but it's still, like, I think you give yourself a great fighting chance against a lot of these other compositions when they are trying to delay for as long as possible. So let's see.
Yeah, let's see. He has the possibility of healing reduction, but I think it's not enough. Okay, no access to the backline, so this is bad news here for Rain because still the Sunfire is working, so not a great result and good tempo from the other side. The Leona doing the work, Leona 3. Normally, until 2 patches ago, Nekkra, the Leona was not a unit, and now actually very well, very used in a lot of comps, especially in Academy or in some rerolls, and a great tank, especially if you have a 3-star.
Yeah, she's super good. I'm honestly usually pretty happy if I see a Leona 3 or a Rel 3, but especially when you look at Cash's board, I think you're hoping maybe you get a couple more copies of some of these other Sentinels as well. Holding on to the Alawi, I think that's a unit that you would love to be able to flex onto the board.
Oh yeah,
Just
it's a tough
over
spot.
something else.
Yeah, he's playing what the game gives him. Maybe he couldn't manage to do the reroll. Normally we see in the Morgana 3 as a possibility. We know that he's not in the best place, the Renata. So this is a bad spot for Cash. He knows it. He's just trying to salvage maybe a 7th here. So let's see if it's enough. For now, it doesn't look good for him. The Garen, who shouldn't be the carry, is the one who's staying out alive in the end. So I think this is an 8 and very difficult chance to avoid it.
It's also tough having to go against Ripple, who found an early Mordekaiser as well. And with that Knight's Vow, it's just going to be able to provide a ton of healing to your team. As we get another carousel, there is a Spatula, but I don't think there are too many players that have open components left to be able to take it. Ripple's the one that snatches it up at the end. But I kind of wonder, does he actually have an open component to make an Ambusher emblem?
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe he will just wait to get the rest. Yeah? We still have one neutral where we have components, but as you said, he's looking for that ambusher, getting the vertical in, not depending on the Jinx to get the 4 ambusher on place. And here it is. He doesn't have a steal, but he has faith, Nekkra. He doesn't have the item, but he has faith. He has vision for the future, and he knows that he will get it on the next neutral round.
We're crossing our fingers and toes. We'll see if Ripple can grab that from the Raptors. We have the anomaly choices coming up too, and I think at this point a lot of our players have locked in to what they want to play. I think if I see that correctly, did Lucas actually get a 3-star TF as well? So has the TF and also has the Akali 3-starred.
Nice. Yeah, now very difficult here. Rain up against Cash. Cash, he has the face. He knows he's in a bad spot. So he's just like accepting his destiny. And let's see if the Bander here is enough. So if the Garen falls down, there will not be healing reduction here. Garen's still alive and he falls down. So I think Cash, 14 HP, should be dead and perfectly dead. And he's 32 points. Remember, we were talking about 35 as a possibility, so I think this 8th place can, I think it puts him out of competition. So Cash, great performance in Cup so far, and now probably mathematically with very, very low possibility to advance to day 3.
Cash, maybe a more unfamiliar face to the Americas as a whole, but comes in as just a very amazing Brazilian competitor. I'm excited to see that Cash was able to have this performance as well, being able to make it to the America's Golden Spatula. I think has done great in sort of like the Pro Legends and like the Brazilian regional scene, but now to be able to make it to this stage, I'm excited to see if Cash can close out these last couple of games strong and also just continue to be here for the next couple of sets as well.
Yeah, we hope to see Cash again. And now Akali with deep roots. So
oh my
Lucas
goodness.
once again cooking. So this is tank Akali, Nekkra. Double Titans. The idea is for the Akali to sustain damage as much as possible, and then the Twisted Fate should be able to do damage. I love it. I would really like to have the Archangels to get a little more ramp up and get the scaling, but I think it makes sense here.
Lucas also rolled pretty deep to find that anomaly, and so he must have known that that's what he wants to be able to deal with the rest of this lobby, and we can really see that in action as Lucas matches up against Vapakasa. That Akali doesn't have to go anywhere and ends up pulling the Garen towards her, and with just a huge stun too, you're just going to be able to take out all of these champs. Look, you get to dislodge the backline as well, and so, oh, bye Zoe! To the loving embrace of Akali.
Yeah, this is good to see by also Lucas because he didn't access the backline. That is normally what you want for the Akali, at least going to the swing early. Either way, front to back work out for him. And now we're seeing once again the Twitch. So it was a sniper, tempo-ish sniper with experiment, so good. This is normally a comp that was played in the previous patch, Nekkra, when sniper were buffed. And then after the nerf, he stayed like a possibility of a comp, simply playing good frontline units and then playing as much sniper as you can.
Look at this Twitch. It's going to be able to hit so hard, especially once it gets that ramp up. And I love this triple death blade that we have. 2 on the Zeri as well as that 1 on the Twitch. You just have a lot of raw power when it comes to this team.
Trying to get now the tank in place. Or still Mundo 1, Elise 1. So that would be difficult. He's trying to ramp up the Ginsus, the Rage Blade. And now Ripple. He has here going for support items. He has the Echo, still no Echo 2. We saw that some people were contesting him, and still not Smidge 3. So actually 3 Smidge away, level 7. Difficult spot. He decides not to roll so far, 50 gold still, and 29 HP. So if he loses here, 100% he has to roll next stage.
But I think he's okay with that because he did get the Reforger, he made the Pan, he made the Ambusher spat, so he has 5 online, which is buying him some time to actually get this level 8, maybe be able to find this Jinx and take out this Powder. I love being able to see where he might be able to take this. It does still need to get that Smidge 3, but you've bought yourself plenty of time now with that emblem.
Yeah, let's see if it's enough. On the other hand, strength training here for the Tristana, so actually she's not only enabling herself, the rest of the units are getting additional AD damage. So this is perfect in a comp where he has so many artilleries, he's going for the Corki, and actually makes a lot of sense. Spencer still on the lead, and now Lucas on his last life here, Nekkra. He gets the Archangel, so now with the change, it should be better. And now it's just a matter of fact that the Akali sustains the damage and no one accessed the backline and destroyed the TF by any sense of the word.
That TF just need to survive for long enough, and I worry about Lucas's chances if maybe you run into that sorcerer board. The Zoe is still a Zoe 1, so at least the backline access would be a little bit harder, but Lucas goes into the Ghost of Rain Explosion, I believe. You've got this Vander that's in the front, and at least the Akali is able to smash it. But so that's got to be a good feeling, like just having a Ghost board now and knowing that your Akali can actually get through all of this front line.
Yeah, especially if Bapacasa or Ripple loses here, Lucas will get in a better spot. So here's the win for him. Let's see the rest of the results. Spencer maintaining win streak, and now Bapacasa trying to go Sork Emissary like we were talking about. Not enough. So he loses. Now both him and Lucas, the 2 Brazilian players that we have in this lobby, Nekkra, in a dire position, only 1 loss away from defeat.
And for Vapakasa, this is a huge steal. This is a player that needs that top 14 in the standings in order to go to the Tactician's Crown based on qualifier points for the Brazil region. And so another bot for here, it's going to be tough to come back from that Hope. I think you're going to need a great performance in the final 3 games of the day.
Yeah, we're staying now with him. Difficult. His comp is decent, but it doesn't resemble a winning comp. Normally, if you want to play Emissary Sorks and you don't have the +1 Sork, you need the Nami 3, you need the Swain 3. He doesn't have neither, so he's just depending on that Garen in the front line and making time for doing additional damage as possible. Too much front line here for the Singe. Trying to go for the back line, now going... no, the Tristana took it away. Papacasa knows this is the end and he's defeated, while also Lucas still fighting for his life.
That was such a close fight as well. Could you imagine if maybe that was an Elise 2 or a Zoe 2? I think that fight looks so different, but Vapakasa not quite with the econ to be able to roll for that. And as we enter into this next carousel, I think there's some really juicy options with these items. There's a Trojan for everybody here.
Yeah, the Shojin... the Shojin Fest.
Yeah, that was an easy pickup for a couple players.
Okay... We see a little of the rest here on the down. Ripple going for the 5 ambusher, still not needing the Jinx as we said before. This is tempo-ish, so I don't know what else he can do. He's trying to find the Smidge here. Rolling deep. There's the Echo, so pair of Echo. 1 Smidge away, 1 Echo away from getting a huge spike here.
Has to sell a lot of units to keep rolling, but there's the Smidge. Finally finds it. You have to give up a little bit of the units you were holding, but I think at this point you know that all of your eggs have to be with this Smidge. You've also got the Radiant Hodge on him as well, so he's really going to be tearing up that back line.
Oh, on the other hand, Lucas unleashing the beast. He has a Warwick, a good boy, and he's doing good damage, getting a lot of value out of the Sterax also. Mitch alone cannot do it, so Ripple will get a huge chunk of HP. Let's see how much, Nekkra. Okay, he's alive.
I think just barely, though. At least this is going to give Ripple another chance to just eke out another placement. But Lucas is on a 3-win streak and would be the only other player in danger of getting eliminated on the next round. So Ripple is going to have to just, I don't know, pray to the stars or something that he gets a good matchup and maybe Lucas runs into a loss.
Yeah, it's difficult. He's level 7. He knows that if he rolls, the chances of getting an echo are very, very low. So he will risk. He will risk trying to get a little economy, going into neutrals, gaining some more economy, going to level 8, and then trying to find the echo. He goes against Rain. I don't think this will be enough.
No, and it's tough as well to roll for the Echo when you know that 3 are already out of the pool because Rain has a 2-star Echo on her board. You can see that Smeech getting into the backline, but the Vander, just with this Bloodthirster and the extra damage from the Infinity Edge, is so tough to take down. The Smeech is still alive, though, and so it ends up being the Smeech versus the Vander, and the Smeech, unfortunately, just can't get through it. So Ripple, you can see the disappointment on his face. Wow. Other players were knocked out with him in that round, and he's the one that is in 6th.
Yeah, we say goodbye also to Lucas, Franz, and it was very difficult. And this was a Lore differential from Arcane. Actually, Bander taking out Smeech. So that could be for maybe a side story that we have for Arcane in the future.
Plot armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. Well, technically we've got the. Oh, I won't talk about it. Yep, you're right.
Better. Let's not spoil people. I mean, if no one hasn't seen Arcane so far, I think we can spoil. People in the chat should have already seen Arcane completely. If you haven't, oh, come on, man, it's not a spoiler so far.
Yeah, I really hope that people have gone and actually watched the show. It was such a treat to watch, and what a great experience. And to play this set with all of the lore involved as well. I feel like after playing and then going back and watching Arcane a second time through, you can tell all of the little details that the team really did put in to make this feel like such an experience when you play the game.
100%, especially family. I think is one of the most beloved traits that we had this set so far, and obviously because of the lore of Arcane keeps to us. Now Spencer going up against Khroen. Khroen's also here with the Kabbalah, still with the hair, playing with the hair. It has give her luck so far. So I'm on the side that she shouldn't stop. She should just maintain playing with the hair. It's working, and the Bander is getting strength out of that.
I mean, you ended up getting good positioning here on Rain's side as well, because take a look at how long this Tristana has needed in order to get through the rest of those tank pieces that were supporting the Vander. Tristana just didn't have enough burst to deal with the Bloodthirster healing that was coming through for the Vander either.
That was good. So now, once again, his Spencer line, he's looking for something else. Maybe Ambessa too. He gets the Nami too. At least a little more strength. When you have the 40 Misery, anything you can get in. There's the Corkian side. So a lot more strength. Now looking for the Garen. Very contested. But Garen 2 items on him. Should be a good spike right now.
Yeah, Garen 2 and Bessa 2, either one of those you would be very happy about. You're also one copy away of being able to put the Alawi in over something like the Loris. But we'll check back in with that in a little while. Rainplosion, though, she looks like one of the players to beat, but Marcel is also on a 3 combat win streak. And so one of these players is going to snap that. It looks like this comp from Marcel cannot stand up to this dominant family board that Rainplosion has put together. And so I think we might have our winner, Jupe. I don't know if either of these players, Spencer or Marcel, can make enough upgrades to their board that they can get through that Vander.
Yeah, Marcel, very difficult spot. He's playing sniper, so actually he wants the range. Even with the change that now gives damage without taking into account the range, it shouldn't be enough to take out the Vander. On the other side, Spencer actually improved a lot his comp. I think he has a chance, but Rainplosion for sure the favorite.
Spencer, maybe with just the option to get a Garen 2, I think that would be very nice, but I don't think has it quite yet. But it is going to be Marcel going up against Spencer, so Rainplosion playing one of the ghosts. Only Marcel or Spencer can come out of this, and it looks like Marcel, this Twitch just gets bowled over. And even though there's a nice fight back there, Marcel does get eliminated in third place. And so it comes down to Spencer versus Rainplosion. And Rainplosion actually does lose to the Ghost.
Wow. Okay, so losing to the Ghost here is difficult. It will depend. Normally the Ghost gets doesn't get some augments, doesn't get some traits benefits, but sometimes it's weird. Sometimes it happens on things that maybe are not so relevant. So actually the only fact that Rain loses onto the Ghost makes sense. It doesn't make sense for me. So this means that it's not enough. Maybe the Bander got in a difficult spot and didn't charge completely the Titans. Something like that could happen. And now a change here for Rain with the items on the Echo, trying to go for a little more damage.
I wonder if the Tristana is also had a couple extra stacks to the AD, just with a couple of takedowns. We have seen the big bowling balls actually get some of those final last hits. So I think maybe this Tristana does have a little bit more firepower behind that ult that you might be able to get through this Vander. It is going to be the first thing that gets targeted down by this Tristana, and you can see how the rest of the team is trying to support that takedown onto the Vander, but the Vander is still able to deal with the Rel as well as some of these smaller pieces in the front. It gets walked on by the Vander, and so even though you have this big Tristana, those bowling balls cannot take it down. Vander just T-poses in the middle of the board, knowing that the rest of the job is done. Rainplosion is able to win this fight, and that is going to make us towards this dragon round, I think. I think Spencer can survive one more.
Yeah, for sure. He's still healthy. He could survive one more. And I don't get it. This is a multiverse. Rainplosion just lost against the Ghost and now totally obliterates Spencer's board. The change to Echo obviously make a good sense here. And she's not defending the Bander. She says, okay, my Bander is not only my carry, he's actually healing so much. He's my main tank. So he's doing amazing. I think this is the perfect spot for her. And as you were saying, Tristana needs to ramp a little more, maybe win a little more time. Let's see if it's enough.
Tristana also, I think, needs to be hitting different targets. I think it's just so tough when this Vander has such a high HP pool. You can see how quickly she's also targeting, and the Corki is going to be there to be able to help her out as well. But even though you have all of that extra damage coming through, the Vander is still alive, still able to heal up so much, walks onto the Corki, eventually gets taken down. So maybe can this Tristana actually get through the rest of this front line? Oh, but now it comes down to whether or not the Garen can do it.
Okay, Garen's trying. Still the Leona tanking so much, and I think it will not be enough. Already the scaling from the Quinsus, the Rage Blade, and takes it away Spencer with the win here. Nekkra, amazing game and huge performance also for the Bander of Rainplosion.
Whew, I cannot believe how close it ended up being at the very end as well, Jupe. I felt like it was such a delicate dance for Spencer and Rainplosion to get the positioning just right so that the Vander didn't get a wrap. And what a great game. And Spencer should be super happy with that performance as well. Really needed a couple of big games here to stay in the running to make it to that top 8.
Yeah, I want to highlight also Bapacasa with this performance. Now he's in a difficult spot. And France with a good 4th place. He's the only hope from Latam. He's still in contestant, so if he managed to keep performing, he could get into day 3.
Well, we're going to come back from a short break with the analyst desk, who will not only be able to break down this game, but also give us an update on those standings. So we'll see you soon.
Finish what you began, and I ain't afraid to lose a life again. If you don't get in the end, so I'ma do this on my own. Step into the danger zone. All the pain, watch it go.
Welcome into the Arcane. We're thrilled to announce the competitive circuit for the TFT Americas esports umbrella, uniting the top TFT players from Brazil, Latin America, and North America. There are some big changes to this circuit from Magic and Mayhem. There will only be 2 Tacticians Cups as a result of the holidays and TFT Macau Open. For the first time ever, we'll be allowing players from BR and LATAM to qualify through the NA server. There will be adjusted ladder slots and cup slots to reflect this change. We're also putting a lot more emphasis on tournament performance, expanding invites to America's Golden Spatula through qualifier points, while reducing leaderboard invites across all regions. More information and specifics can be found in the regional articles on the Americas website. For the ladder snapshots, they'll start on January 7th and end on February 11th, for a total of 6 ladder snapshots. There will be 2 cup snapshots, and players can sign up for the cups on the TFT Americas esports website. These cup snapshots, along with the sub-regional tournaments, are your gateway to participating in the 2 Tacticians Trials and Tacticians Cups. Make sure to give it your very best in every event, as qualifier points are crucial for securing a direct spot to the Golden Spatula at the end of Into the Arcane. These points will be awarded based on placement. Finally, the America's Golden Spatula will be held on February 28th to March 2nd. This event will be the penultimate event for America's best players.
Miss Ace Ventura. Sorry.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Game number 3 has concluded. We've got game number 4 coming up, but first we're going to break down everything that we got to see. My name's Gangly, back here with Casanova and Dobz. And Dobbs, I feel like as we enter the halfway point of the tournament, the key thing we have to keep in mind is that you don't have as much time as you once did, right? And the 3 main characters to me coming out of that game felt like it was Vapakaza, Rainplosion, and Spencer, each with their own different story. And the one that came out on top, though, Cass, was Spencer, who needed a first place finish, and he actually got it.
Yeah, Spencer needed to kind of reinvigorate this run. He's kind of towards the bottom of the standings here, but there is a world for him to come back and actually make that top 8, and it really would come off the back of multiple firsts in a row, looking for even 3-4 first place finishes. And on top of that, Rainplosion just needs to go really safe.
Yes, the run for Rainplosion here is this easiest from the other 3 guys that you mentioned. She's doing great, maintain the good work in here, secure the 2nd spot. But on the other hand, Vapakaza is actually starting to get in the bad spot, as he actually not shown what he was doing yesterday. He was like doing great most of his games, and he started with like 2 7s and 8, and he still needs to improve a little bit so he can secure the Brazilian spot, but we'll see. But Spencer did a great game.
Yeah, like we said at the beginning of the show, Vapakaza really trying to lock in 14th in order to ensure that he gets that qualification spot as the highest qualifier points from Brazil. Spencer, coming into this game, one of the lowest placings, finds a first place finish. And Kaz actually finding it off the back of Tristana, a composition that we haven't seen a lot of play from the weekend.
Yeah, I think one of those big things has just been conditions for Tristana, right? This is a reroll comp. You want to see the Tristana very early and start stacking. And I feel like there just hasn't been that many times on stream that we've seen somebody with the Tristana, with the proper items in the early stages of the game, and also having a front line, and also not having a direction towards another different comp that they wanted to play. And I think Spencer just in this game saw really good Tristana conditions and decides to commit. And we know this comp is very good when you do find those conditions, and he was able to get those stacks early.
Look at the graph here. He didn't roll on level 6 to slow roll for the 3-star Sentinels and the 3-star Tristana. He actually rolled everything on 7. And so he actually went to level 7 on 4-2, was offered Coronation, and felt, hey, I actually have a spot for Tristana. So I'm actually wondering if there's this world, Dobz, where he actually is trying to stay flexible, and on 4-2 recognizes that I can spike really hard and I'm close enough to the units before me that I can find Tristana while maintaining tempo, because we know he was playing from ahead for a decent amount of the game, and actually kind of stumbles into this Tristana reroll that ends up capping extremely high.
Exactly. One thing that I can highlight about this Tristana play is that he's both with Sentinels and also with Emissary. Sometimes when you play Tristana, I mean, every time when you play Tristana, you aim for the Sentinels because you reroll on 6 and you go for like Rao and Leona, and it's hard to find a Garen to fit in that board. But this game he did the opposite. Instead of going full Emissary board or full Sentinel board, he did in a mixed way, alongside with Coronation that he has like an extra slot. He could find him in a really good spot in here by being creative in this game. He show he knows stuff.
Yeah, absolutely love it. On the other side of that, we do have, Rain getting that second place, playing around the Vander. This augment has been talked about a bunch and how strong it is on the current patch. A lot of the set, it was feeling a little bit weak. It got some buffs. Eventually, we get to the point where it's at now and it's quite strong. Though we were, controversial Titans resolve on this Vander, having no AP scaling, but end up working out for Implosion in the end, getting that second place.
All right, so the scores are ready for us. We can see the bottom third of the standings. A couple of surprising names here. I mean, we saw Spencer. We knew he had a long way to go. Setsuko and Replay both joining him. Replay, I mean, he's never placed lower than 12th at a regional finals or a golden spatula in his career. Not looking great. But Dobz, I do feel like now that we're seeing Vapakaza and Cash at the bottom half, some of our Brazilians are not finding as much success on day 2.
Exactly. They have to start to think. I mean, especially for Vapakaza, he's going to manage to go as he need to Rachel Marcel spot. It's not that far, but for Cash, it's going to be really difficult. Maybe he can't. We have to make the math. But in here we have some players that are almost getting into that finals. I want to highlight Francis B from a huge comeback later today, and from his late games from yesterday. He actually had like a really huge comeback as he had a half start and he's almost in the top 8.
Yeah, I want to point out quickly, we saw McMano towards the bottom of those standings as well. He's the one who has the biggest threat towards Vapakasa for trying to take the spot. So he's not doing well. Vapakasa actually doesn't even have to do that 14th, but still needs to kind of pick it up from where he's been going so far.
We talked about the surprising names on the bottom half of the standings, but I feel like there's no surprise in our top 8. Dish Soap, Lucas, Wajan, Darth Nub, Rainplosion, Bio Dankbeams, and Soju. Soju, let me just say, has not gone 8th a single time this season in competitive TFT across set 13, which is so on brand for the way he plays. Found an edge and a lead on day 1, and is just playing for placements right now. And Dish Soap, a 4-point lead over second, 59 points after just game 3 on today, means that Dish Soap is essentially locked into our top 8 already.
Yeah, I mean, almost 8th can get there. There's some edge cases where it doesn't, but it's absolutely crazy that he's at 59 this soon. I mean, he didn't even have a single bottom 4 for the longest time as well.
All right, well, with that, game 4 is going to be ready. We're going to hand it back off to Nekkra and Jupe. Take us away, guys.
Thank you so much, Desk. I gotta say, Jupe, if we do see Dish Soap go 8th, I'm blaming Casanova for putting that out into the universe.
I really cannot blame anyone. You just jinx Rainplosion in the last game, Nekkra.
Oh, actually, you're so right.
You have to take account into that.
You're right. I take full accountability for doing that, for the second place for Rainplosion in that last game instead of that first. But as we take a look at our lobby, we are going to see Victor as the encounter, and that means those 6 costs are going to be showing up a little bit sooner.
There's a tech of Victor. Obviously, 6 cost has been balanced so much since they got here, but there was like this Vietnamese tech where you just didn't do anything until 4-1. Fast 8, roll to 0, and try to get as many 6 costs that you want because of the odds. It worked on ladder. I don't think we'll see it right now, but obviously we'll try to see how they try to merge it. On data, Nekkra, Victor, and Mel are almost the same, and Warwick after their nerfs is a little lower on the low end. But if you have a comp that maybe has a lot of maybe spread damage AoE, Warwick will be the best.
We did see a Mel 2 get second place yesterday in a game, so I actually don't know how much stock I would like to take in that strategy.
That's how you won, right?
Kind of like just full sending it to go down to your whatever 6 costs you find. But who knows? Maybe someone will surprise us and choose cost Mel will be able to get the day.
Okay, buying some units for Dish. Possibility of Rebel here for Milala. Gaining here the Irelia and the Akali. Obviously, the Leona is a possibility. We should have a quick check here on the Academy items just to make sure if that's an angle that maybe Milala wants to take here.
I like that as an option. I think Malala, though, maybe... We're hearing that it's Runins, Warmogs, and Jewel Gauntlet as the Academy items. So maybe that is an angle that Malala can take. But I think he's just right at that cusp, Hupe. I think you maybe need a little bit more than just the Ezreal angle. I think you have to think a little bit harder about what comp can win. And it's going to be a silver augment to start things out. So you actually don't have a whole lot of direction from this.
Yeah, normally... yeah, it's difficult. Normally, you can get something like overconvert and do a loose streak makes good sense. Actually, very difficult to make sure with a silver augment that you can do win streak. They're not normally made for that. It's just like a little chunk of help. But as you said, not so many directions as the gold augments normally give us.
It's a tough call here, even. Because you could take the... Yeah, I think this makes a little bit more sense. I wasn't really happy with a lot of the options that Malala ended up getting there. But as we see across the board for a lot of our other players, it does look like Band of Thieves getting chosen for K3 Soju. Risky moves for Khroen. So you are already losing 20 HP before going into your first combat.
Yeah, trying to go for a little more aggressive line here. And, well, actually getting the boost of economy later. And Bishop getting the Pandoras, so this would be a good chance for him to enable some detail come. And Ego should probably go for Lustric with the Overcomber. Once again, the possibility for him of getting additional benefits in the future.
I think Bio also took support mining, and there was a change that came through in the middle of the set. You don't get the anvil anymore, so you do get a random support item. But I feel like a lot of them now are quite good. So maybe you just like those chances, just having an extra item when a lot of other players had also taken some type of item focused augment allows you to keep pace.
Okay, Nekkra. Normally this setup it says Academy, but you're the Rebel master here. I think if he gets a spot, it could be a Rebel game, but maybe with a little more help of the game.
Yeah, I do think it could be a Rebel spot, but it's so tough with Rebel because you either want to have the spat in order to get that 7 Rebel online as quick as possible. Otherwise, you're stuck with something like a Vex in your composition as you get towards the late game, or you are really stuck trying to get a Jinx and you don't really want to have to rely on hitting a 5 cost either. It just kind of depends on the pace of the game as well.
Yeah, 100%. Sakura, on the other hand, we were seeing he already had a Blitzcrank and a Cassiopeia. So one comp that you haven't seen, the Cassiopeia Blitzcrank reroll. Very possible, not obviously something that you can force, but maybe in his spot, maybe the first time we will see it. La Cobra, we call her in Latin America. So good comp, actually good comp. It can be played in high elo, it can be played here in this tournament. I will really hope to see it.
I love learning these different words for things. We've got La Cobra, we got the La Taza from last set, and so I need more of that. What do you call the quick strikers?
Oh, the quick striker, the rapidin, but that's not like quickers, yeah.
Oh, I like that.
I don't have a name. I'm just joking with you. I don't have a name. I think it makes sense. We don't need to have a name for everything. Maybe I remember Wukong, the Celestial Wukong, Heavenly Wukong. We call him El Mono. So it was like the monkey.
Oh, got it.
El Mono! It's like with big echo in the end. So I think it's best. Like having 1 or 2 per set, I think is enough. Not everything needs like a additional name.
Keep it special.
Yeah,
the really important ones. I got it. Yeah. All right, well, let's take a look at where everybody else has started to lean towards. As we get to look at our carousel, you can start to see kind of where these compositions are leaning towards for everybody. Anything standing out to you when it comes to sort of maybe what players are leaning on right now? I see a lot of Rebel units. That's all I gotta say. A lot of Rebel units, a lot of quick strikers.
Yeah, Milala, that we're saying possibility of Rebel also with quick striker. Yeah, that's normally the meta. Soju also with a quick striker. I think there will be some challenge. Soju is accustomed to play the tempo or using different things, but as we just saw, this is a comp that works best when you are not contested. Can't work contested, but you have to pick your poison. So, okay, I will go for Twisted Fate, you guys go for maybe the Akali line, but you will not get the full ramp up. So it will be very interesting to see who plays tempo and tries just to pivot out of Quick Striker, and who, as you were telling me in the previous game, Nekkra, who says, okay, sorry, I will put my feet on front and I will not move from this, and maybe that will be beneficial or maybe detrimental if no one moves.
Yeah, I think that this would be a scenario where, like, I dig my heels into the sand. I am playing the quick strikers, and now you have to figure out exactly what to do.
I will
But
write that one. Heels into the sand. Okay, thank
yeah.
you.
Draw the line in the sand too. You know,
Okay,
you gotta come to me. But Sochi's actually going to get the win in this round, so maybe that is a sign. Ego's gonna have to look for something else, but you are on a loss streak, and so just being able to maintain that, it's a heavy unit loss though for Ego.
Yeah, Theo, on the other hand, the other Brazilian in this lobby, very strong. Cassiopeia, we know normally the items, and these are the items for Cassiopeia. He has an additional tier. If the game drops another tier for Bio, he can go for the perfect items on Cassiopeia, or if not, simply tempo line into Silco that normally is more standard.
What do you think about using that to go for Heimerdinger as well if you're making the blue buff?
I like it, but I don't love the fact that you have the Shojin also. It's like you have blue buff, you have Shojin, you have to play like duo carry Heimerdinger plus Silco, or maybe you will have to go Heimerdinger Malzahar, that is maybe not so prevalent right now in the meta.
Oh yeah, just hit the Malzahar, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
You know, just have Malzahar show up at your shop. Well, let's see what Dish Soap is up to. Setsuko is going to run into Dish Soap, and he's the one that has that Pandora's Bench. Already has a 2-star Trundle that's going to be in the rotation to see if you can get a couple more of those family units. And I love being able to play from that position because this is a much easier way for you to be able to get some of those units online. And you already see that a lot of the other 2- and 3-cost lanes are contested.
Yeah, and the one who's not contested here is Setsuko. I think this is tempo play. He has already the Leona. He can stay here. Gangly was just talking about this, and with Cass and Dobz in the analyst desk. If you already have this setup where you have the Real, you have the Leona, you have Tristana, you have the Urgot, I mean, just reroll. Normally, you want to have the items on Tristana because she scales throughout the game, but obviously Urgot too, you need to go for tempo here. So I truly believe he will stay here, Nekkra, trying to go for the Sentinels, Tristana plus Urgot line.
I like it. I think you're still looking for a bow if you want to keep the... if you want to make a Tristana the secondary carry. I think you just need that extra time. But you've got 2 rods, so you just need a bow. Maybe you even get a sword. That's a Hextech Gunblade for you as well. And there's also this nice potential to flex in the Conqueror here, at least for now. It's kind of nice to have that as a I don't know, a utility option, I guess, in the early game.
Yeah, let's see what he opts to. So far, nothing ideal here to slam. Maybe anti-CC could be a possibility, but he wants to maintain his option opens. Yeah.
I think
he's going
keep
up.
it open.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's okay. Either way, he can maintain it open. He decides only to slam the glove, so additional crit to go with the Infinity. Going up against Bio. Bio was very strong. Now I don't see the strength in his comms. He actually pivoted out of what he was playing, Nekkra, I think. And now he's using a Conqueror board.
He's got Conqueror for now, but he's still holding on to a couple of the Camille's. So maybe you're just looking at where the rest of the lobby is. You say, hey, I can string a couple of losses together, and then maybe we look at teching into ambushers or something like that. But when we also have this second augment choice, and wow, that's a lot of hits here for me first to Wraith. Maybe you just wait to see what your augment's going to give you.
Yeah, also he got the Blazing Soul here. That is perfect because you had so many speed, so many attack speed on one unit, and then the rest of your units will also get it. And in this comp where you have so many carries, you already have the Ambessa early, 4 Quick Striker online. I think this is a very, very good spot. He rolled, he didn't hit pairs, but he hit the Ambessa. So I think the universe is balancing a little the luck.
Oh my goodness, Malala actually takes Golemify, and so you've got this ginormous Golem. We're gonna need to get an observer to check on how much HP that Golem actually has. But you know, we were talking about this too, Jupe, and you were saying part of the difficulty with taking Golemify as an option is that you need to be able to have the economy to work with after that to actually build a board after you've taken this Golem.
Yeah, you're losing any situation, any path that you have so far, and now you're clean. So now you need to buy something. If you don't, stage 3 will punish you so much. He actually managed to find a Blitzcrank that is amazing unit, even if you don't have a 2-star, an Ezreal that is also an amazing unit. So I think this is enough to at least kill some units, maintain or preserve HP, and then try to go for a line that makes sense.
This is going to be tough, though. I mean, Malala is holding on to a lot of units that are from Automata, maybe some Quick Striker, if you really want to be a little bit gratuitous for that. But you look across the rest of the lobby, and I think that's a pretty hotly contested. Me First Year 8th got that early Ambessa, has the Akali too, and the Twisted Fate. And you're taking a look at Ego also playing a lot of the artillerists with the Ezreal. And so I do wonder if Malala can actually stick to something like the Ezreal.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see what he prefers. And obviously, you don't want to be contested. Ezreal normally is only tempo, but we've seen it a lot of times using it also as reroll. On the other hand, Soju having this Gunplan carry. GP is so amazing. We talk about GP frontline with the Titans and holding up items for the V, but also backline. Any items that you can give him, actually very versatile. It's always a great unit to have in the mid game.
Soju's locked into sitting in our top 8 for now, but still, of course, needs to play through these last 3 games in order to keep that spot to go to the final lobby. And it's really great to be able to see him back at this point. I think Soju has always been one of those players that you expected to see him in the final lobby of a lot of the tournaments a couple sets ago, but now I feel like that hunger, that drive is back, and he really does seem like he's got a great read of the meta as well. And I love that he sees, okay, a lot of people are playing Quick Strikers right now. I think I need to take my items in a different direction, and maybe we try to go a scrap route or something instead.
Yeah, perfect read, and obviously trying to go for the highest EV, right? Contemplating the variance, seeing that obviously contested is not a good idea. So yeah, as you just mentioned, that's a good possibility. The scrap, just using for tempo, this Runan, maybe it will not be a win-out comp, but obviously maintaining tempo here with the Teeth Gloves and trying to go as soon as possible to get a good comp. Scrap is great comp. If you have additional items, he has it with the Teeth Gloves, but he will need to hit on 4-2. This is a guy who loves to roll a 4-1, but he will need Corki 2, he will need Echo 2, and normally these are contested units that are difficult. On the other side, Ego already with the Ezreal 2-star, and now putting in place the Academy line.
That Heimerdinger is going to be a nice hit to have found on 7, and you can try to keep this win streak up so you can find that Jace a little bit later. But it's good. I think the Academy items are also quite good for being able to lean into Academy. Yeah. We called it out already, but you could see the Warmogs there, the Jewel Gauntlet, the Runans. Yeah, perfect for Ezreal.
Yeah, perfect. Actually gives it tempo in the early game. The Runans, the Warmogs can be flexible for the front line, and the Jugground is perfect if you manage to get additional items there for the Heimerdinger. So good possibilities to go into that vertical. Malala still trying to get something out of this. He's holding up to the artillerist, so maybe makes sense for him to also go for a scrap. I don't know actually the angle here for Malala. I think it's a difficult spot still.
Yeah, it's so tough because I feel like a lot of the lanes have already been taken.
Yeah.
And so where do you actually find an opening that somebody else hasn't already put their foot in?
Yeah, I think he just has to maintain as much tempo as he can, maybe Ezreal 2, something that he gets. And I don't think he will be able to have the economy to roll at 4-2 on level 8. So maybe he will propose a reroll, maybe some creativity of reroll, or maybe a delayed 4-2, see whatever no one's playing, and maybe on 4-5, very late after Carousel, maybe trying to go for a different comp.
He did get that win over K3 Soju, though, so at least you know that the Golem is putting in the work that it needs to, just being able to buy enough time for those backline units to actually help shore up a lot of that damage. But Bio, I mean, on the lower end of the HP totals alongside Malala and struggling to get this ambusher online. Has Chem Baron teched in right now too, Jupe?
Yeah, this is great. Chem Baron, normally you don't look for the full cap out here. You're just looking for maybe a 100, 200 castle, maximum 300. Get some Smidge in, get some duplicators, go for the Renny tree, go for the Smidge tree, and then just try to use whatever items they give you as a priority. Also, for the chat to know, production just told us 8,500 HP has the golem, so it's a very big golem there for him. Should be good, at least for maintaining a little HP, but once again, that's why he will need full damage to compensate.
I feel like this is so risky though, Jupe. We haven't seen a whole lot of players actually lean into the Chem Baron tree this tournament. Opting, if you are going to go for a loss streak, you actually just try to play without this trait. So it's kind of interesting to see him lock into this for now.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just feeling comfortable with the line. We saw him playing Urgot that we said didn't perform well, and he made it happen. So I think he has a sense for it. He knows the cash out. He knows what he can look for, and maybe he will surprise us. And it will be very interesting to see that. On the other hand, Setsuko with the trade tracker, he already has Experiment, and I think I saw a Pit Fighter emblem also. We'll check later.
I wonder if maybe Bio is trying to fish for a couple of those lesser champion duplicators.
Yeah.
So that way you have an easier time of being able to duplicate for the Smeech. I mean, that is going to be 5 copies now as you still look for a little bit more. Yeah, I could just buy the Renny too. I mean, that's going to also be 6 copies there, or 7.
Yeah, 32 HP, Akali 2 for me, First of Fate. As we were saying so far, Quick Striker very contested here. He has the Shroud, so he can place it to try to win. We know he doesn't want to win. He wants to lose for as little as possible. And now, me First of Fate. Okay, strong. He's good. He has a good Akali. He has a good Twisted Fate, very far from Twisted Fate 3. So this should be enough for him to win the start of round 4. But I think people will cap up a little higher on the end.
I really like the Obsidian Cleaver. I think that just gives you some really nice shred into the team. And you can see how well this Akali is able to function into a lot of these higher HP targets. The Smeech does get access to that Twisted Fate, but this Akali just comes in with such a big clutch. It's so tough to look at that.
And it's not a scaling Akali. This is interesting. Normally we see always the Titans, and now it's like full burst, going for damage, and he's making the work. So it's difficult. I don't think this is the cash out he wants, but I don't think he has the time. So he has to take it here, Nekkra. And now he just needs to roll, get 3 Smeech, and get the 2 Sevigas that he needs.
Ooh, having a Rumble is going to be nice. At least you have a different Sentinel that you can put in the front line. You've got a 2-star Singed, sure, why not? Decides to sell the Rumble anyway, and actually keeps these Chem Baron items to put onto the Renny. Definitely a different look to what we've seen from a lot of these ambushers, but you got to keep the Chem Baron in now that you've actually made that cash out.
Yeah, maybe try to go for an additional 100 cash out. He will need to win. He's very low in HP, so maybe some 100 cash out can give you a Renny, can give you a Smeech. So there's a possibility there, but he knows it. He knows he low roll there with the cash out. We see it in the face, in the expression, cleaning or like getting into the front of the desk. He knows this is a bad spot. Nekkra, he's very good. He's already in top 8, so he just needed to maintain that spot. And I think he will drop some points here and maybe go to top 16.
Still have 2 more games though, so even if you've got a lag game, doesn't mean that you can't come back from that, especially when you were already so high up there. But it's certainly something that you gotta just take a deep breath from. You don't want it to impact the mental when you still have the rest of this tournament to play out. As we look at where everybody else is sitting, we've got a good variety now, I think, for everybody. We're going to look at Bio's board a little bit more, though, to see if he can cook up something before getting eliminated.
Okay, there's the Echo. He can switch the Powder. Let's see if there's something else he gets here. I think he will switch the Camille also to maintain scrap. Not much here, Nekkra. Now this very difficult position here. Decides to go for the items on the Echo. So a little stronger, maintains the vertical of ambushers, drops down on Chen Baron, that is not the priority. So now he's just on HP preservation mode.
Yeah, I mean, you still have a Powder 1. You don't even get a chance to cast when you have a unit that's that small. Dishsoap's board is absolutely beastly. Like, almost has 3-star of everything what you're looking for in this family composition. Even though Smeech actually does walk onto the backline and actually takes out that unit back there. Bio just doesn't quite have enough to get through that Violet, but I think maybe he's just barely still alive and is able to pick an anomaly.
Okay, let's see what he goes for. He doesn't have a broken carry here, so he goes for the Smitch, and let's see if it's enough for him to get some zero advantage. First of Fate, getting Dragon Soul, always a good general anomaly here for the Twisted Fate. Fortified defensive here for Sakuran. Dual welding for Soyu, trying to get additional items. And Deep Roots for Ego Illusion, simply a good defensive here for Illaoi.
Ooh, one copy away from Smeech. Had to sell off the rest of the Rennies to try to get it. And you think you have to sell the Echo, so you at least have the Smeech 3. Definitely doesn't feel good to have to give up on the progress that you were trying to get for the Echo 2, but you have to take the Smeech 3 here.
Yeah, no option here. Obviously good. He's still level 7, so Echo Pair very difficult to maintain until 2-star. And we know his plan. He's trying to just get 2 rounds of win, and maybe Milala and Soyu will fall behind. Now going up against the Source. I think in the end, yeah, we got Ego Illusion with the Rebels in the end. So tell us a little about this, Rebel Master Nekkra.
Well, you've got the Sentinel Spat, which I think does help out a little bit, and the fact that you have the Jinx already, I think is at least going to be a step in the right direction. But the Smeech 3, oh, you're so lucky that that wasn't a Jinx 2, because otherwise I think that Rocket would have done some big damage. Bio also with a great last-second placement of that Shroud was able to stop that mana generation on the Zoe for a little bit, and I think that also gave him a fighting chance in that round.
Yeah, I think Ego wasn't looking for the Rebels, but that's the only thing they can give him, and he couldn't find the rest of the angle of the Academy because he has everything 1-star, 0 gold. So I think also a bad position for him. He's very good in HP, so he will be able to scrap some positions here, but everything was still 1-star, and as you said, the Jinx was the one who enabled him, and maybe even baiting him to play Rebels in the end.
I mean, he also still only has 5 Rebel in, so it's not like you have the 7 with the stun either, and I think this is certainly the lower power of the Rebel comp. And if you are at 5, I think it's genuinely because you just didn't find anything better, and so that doesn't feel good.
Okay, small pause here. Some technical issues here for the players. We'll try to go to either a different lobby or wait to have the possibility to have face cam still, so we can hear, maybe we can analyze getting some calories in here for Milala, always good. Remember to hydrate there in the chat. So they're okay. I see everyone okay. They're focusing. Very, very TFT face. People talk about poker face. I think this is TFT face.
This is TFT face? Really? I feel like sometimes I'm missing out on the, I feel like sometimes, what about the extreme expression? Because that, I feel like it's also sometimes TFT face.
Okay, makes sense, yeah.
You know, just like the excitement of getting the big hit, or
yeah, I mean that is the TFT phase for several moments, but I think that's punto. I think in the majority of the time you have to be cold, so maybe very concentrated, like I don't know, like regular TFT phase, like for example. And then obviously when we see Setsuko laugh, we see Bio always laughing. I mean, those are the hype moments that we love to see.
That's true. Okay, I think you're right about that. You got to make sure that you aren't giving away too much information either about how you're doing in the game. Give us the drama, if you will. But we're back in, don't worry. So let's see what we got here.
Okay, Milala looking decent here. Again with the Mordekaiser as a possibility. Morde, we know that even though he needs 3 items, 2-star to actually be a beast, if not, he maybe will not resemble. He doesn't have the speed that Nasher 2s enable him. So actually, he's depending 100% on Twitch. He's using the Golemify to have a huge chunk of meat in the front line, and the idea is that no one accesses the backline. Violet could access the backline here, but no. She goes on the front, and she goes again for the Golem. This is good position. Let's see if Twitch has enough damage to get the Violet. Violet's out, and he got it. So difficult here for this show, and good news for Malala.
Absolutely. I think that Golem, while tanky, is also able to help out with a lot of that damage as well, which makes that augment so enticing. And as we see another fight take place between Sakuran and Ego, Ego's going to take a hit. But let's check out Dish Soap. This is where I love being able to see this Pandora's Bench in action. You've got a random 5 cost you get to throw in there. See if that's going to be able to give you something a little bit better. What if you get a 6 cost Jupe? Maybe you get to re-roll that. I think there's a lot of possibilities just being able to have these 4 costs that you just get lucky and you can find that Echo 2 or Vi 2.
Yeah, 100%. Also, that 5 cost, getting maybe an additional pit fighter in, getting the possibility of the Sevika. Yeah. And now Sakuran. I wanted to see this board. He actually went for the Cassiopeia. So he had Cassiopeia 3-star, Blitzcrank 3-star. We called it in the beginning, and she actually went for it. Good items on Cassiopeia. Great tank on the Blitzcrank, and actually performing perfect for him. He's second in HP, Nekkra.
Oh, this front to back though, this Twisted Fate is going to be able to get some good damage onto both of these targets, but I think just the Cassiopeia and the fact that you have this Blitzcrank 3, it doesn't die. The Steadfast Heart as well just means that Blitzcrank is going to stay alive for so much longer, and so Sakuran is looking quite good.
No, it's the perfect spot. I think it's very good, and you already have the strength. Even though you're not getting the full cap out, if you don't get the Silco 2, or if you don't get to the level 9 and get the LeBlanc, you know you're strong. So you will kill units, you have good defense, and this is for sure top 3 for him. And now we see Me First of Fate staying strong, only with the Akali 3, also with the Twisted Fate 3, so now he looks even better, but only 9 HP for him. Going up against this show, let's see if it's enough. Akali should have access to the backline. If she managed to get the Draven, could be good for him. Violet falls down, so this is a good win right now for Me First of Fate.
Yeah, Dishsoap does seem like he's free-falling a little bit, but overall, the lobby is quite close in HP. Malala gets eliminated in 7th. Me First or 8th hanging on, and Ego does have a little bit of HP left, but, oh, disappointing finish here, I think, for Malala, especially after he struggled to get a comp online after taking Golemify.
I mean, it was difficult. Makes sense, the plan. He decided to go for the scaling Twitch with the Rage Blade, but in the end, it wasn't enough. He got too late, and Dobz was talking about this. If you get Golemify, then your economy is so hurt that you cannot ramp up in time, and that's what happened to him. Very low in HP, couldn't take it out in the end.
Ego picks up an Academy spat here. And so you did see him actually rotate off of the Rebel, just used it to make sure that you could actually get through some of this mid-game, because that's just what you had. You get the Alawi 2 hit as well, and this is where we can really see the power of this comp come online. Being able to have 4 Academy without actually having the Jace is a big deal. Then you put the Jace in over maybe even something like the Rel, or what if you want, maybe you take out a couple Sentinels, and then yeah, you're cooking.
Yeah, he is. He doesn't have scaling, only the Rage Blade, so let's see if it's enough with the 6 Sentinels gaining additional line. And Bishop decides to make a switch here, better items for the Violet. Should be enough for him to at least encounter more units. Huge crowd control her for the Elise, half of the board of Bishop being disenabled, and he knows it. He has like a little smirk that'll maybe punish him so much. And Sakuran taking the win once again here with the Super Cassiopeia, La Cobra.
La Cobra, that's the poisonous Cobra right there. Oh, the Victor pickup though for Dish Soap, that could be big. You see him give the thumbs up. Gonna put in thinks about the Sevika, but I think this looks like a really good line for him, just having that 4 pit fighter, and maybe he will be able to avoid a bot 4 he has so far in this tournament, and hopefully the Victor is going to be the thing maybe that keeps him alive for even a little longer.
Yeah, we have a split screen because 3 people right now, 3 tacticians in possibility of being eliminated, and perfect. Soju and Bishop, only one of them will stay alive after this round.
Oh, it's so tough. Dish Soap trying to avoid that bottom four, but K3 Soju has been knocking on it for just a couple of rounds. And it looks like that Victor stun is going to be good enough. Soju gets eliminated, and Dish Soap confirms at least a top 3, if not further, if this comp can go past that.
Yeah, Me First of 8 also in force. Remember, Soju is already 8th. He's being close, being very close, confronted by France, who is 9th. And now with this 5th place, he's opening the space. So that 8th place spot to get to the final day is open. So Soju will still be one of the favorites to get it, but obviously he will have to perform better in the next 2 games.
And at the head of this lobby, it's Setsuko on a 5-win streak with this Urgot 3. Again, we're seeing Urgot rear its ugly head.
Wow.
But with the trait tracker too, you just have so many extra stats you're getting from all of those traits being activated. And it's a backline Urgot this time, Jupe.
Oh!
Ooh!
The possibilities that we see here. That's good to see. I think it's just the position that he got, or maybe he's cooking here. And finally, the dream of Riot Depths of having Mordo said it like, I don't know, I heard the patch note, and probably he said it like 6 times. He wanted the backline Urgo to succeed, and now Setsuko is doing it for him.
Setsuko's greeting a lot of gold as well. Could go level 9, already going to start to pre-level, just stopping at 52, so you can keep that econ, but really preparing for the long game, as you do have this fight against Dish Soap's board, but whether or not this is actually the real Dish Soap, I think remains to be seen.
Yeah.
On the other side, we do have Sakuran is also going to be fighting up against Dish Soap's board, and it looks like Setsuko was the one that was dealing with Dish Soap, the real Dish Soap, and yeah, Dish Soap lost twice, unfortunately.
Yeah, he lost with the ghost, lost in the real one, but actually, I mean, he played what he must. He had the family, he played it well with the Pandora's Bench, and finalizing, getting good spots here. Remember, he's very safe on first place, actually like 3-4 points away from second place Ego Illusion. So, I mean, this is just perfect for him, just maintaining, and obviously dreaming for more, and getting as much point as possible for day 3.
Setsuko's positioning is so interesting as well. Full clumping in the back. And you really do have to play this fight quite front to back. Sakuran found a Mel though, so if you are going to give yourself a little bit extra time, maybe the Mel has enough cast that you could get Mel's Blessing before you actually get knocked down to that 1 HP. But Setsuko, if he just wins these fights handedly, I don't know if Mel's gonna actually get enough time to get there. This Cassiopeia is alive, and so is the Mel, and it's actually so close! I can't believe the Mel clutched that!
There was the sigh there for Setsuko. He didn't believe it in the end. He gets a Warwick, so it could be a possibility. He has a lot of spread damage, so he will prioritize it, eliminating the Mordekaiser that actually doesn't do anything right now. And this will help him a lot because he has good damage with the Corki spread. And the Warwick, if he maintains alive for a little while, Nekkra, he could clean out of fights.
That's why you see this in the corner, just to give that Warwick some time to actually ramp up. And so let's see this fight play out again as these 6 costs really start to make these boards come alive. The Smell is itemized now, has the Shojin as well as that red buff, and so she's going to be pumping out even more damage for more frequently as the Mordekaiser now for Sakuran is starting to wail away at the front. But it looks like maybe things are going just a little bit better for Setsuko now as that Warwick does actually access that backline. The Blitzcrank gets put to the back, but this Cassiopeia is still alive, as is this Mel. And I think Mel has been the difference maker here. Jupe,
Wow.
what a big deal.
No, this is perfect. The priority units are the ones maintaining alive, so maybe the focus of the damage for Setsuko, RNG was not in his favor, but I think the fight is closer than we saw just now, Nekkra. So I truly believe that there's still a chance for either of them to take the win here.
But what about that experiment Spat Setsuko just picked up? Maybe that's going to help him get back into this as well, because you got the Warwick. Now you get an additional experiment unit on your board with this Spat.
Got the Nunu. Let's see how he gets it. He should get 5 here, or maybe just 3 plus the Spat. He still has 4, right? He doesn't have the 5th.
Yeah, do you think about
There's
actually...
Ida.
Yeah, no, he actually just put the experiment emblem in, and I think that's going to give it to you.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, he already had one, so perfect. That's 5 experiment here for Setsuko. Going up against, once again, 1 life for Setsuko, 2 lives here for Sakuran. And another item now for the Mel that's doing so much damage and work.
Oh, you also have just a little bit more to deal with, though, as Setsuko put that Pit Fighter emblem onto the Warwick, and look how fast it's able to shred through everything. The 5 experiment was so worthwhile, and it was going to be tough for Sakuran to actually deny that just based on the carousel placement.
Yeah, it's great to see Setsuko is actually holding the Mordekaisers because that will be the ramp up of Sakuran. This is perfect. Not only playing his comp, making sure that the next ramp up, a possibility of improving for Sakuran is avoided. So doing the work, doing the due diligence here.
So what can Sakuran do? I think Mel has cast enough that you are going to get Mel's blessing to activate, but at that point, what else are you actually looking for to make your board stronger than Setsuko's at this point?
Yeah, I think after Mel evolves, maybe you can switch the items to Silka and should be a little more damage. Still alive, the Warwick going to the left, going now to the center. So much damage for Setsuko, so much strength, and looks very good for him. Once again, 18 HP. Let's see if it's enough. Going to the backline, the Mel, but it's now focused back the Super Urgot, and it will be a win once again for Setsuko.
Look at how much healing this Warwick is able to do. And we do see Sakuran actually get taken down to 2 HP, so Mel's Blessing does not activate yet. There is going to be another life here for Sakuran after we see this Elder Dragon, and more items to go around.
Okay. It's interesting. I mean, Setsuko can also play with the... Both of them actually can play with the Elise. Setsuko is very focused on the left, so maybe Elise with a good... Maybe you positioning her exactly in the border, and you ensure that she gets maximum value of the stun. So that could be also a possibility. Sakuran has not moved the Elise so far, so maybe this is a... He can be like playing with the mind of Setsuko. Okay, I will not move it, and maybe in the end he will move it and make a significant difference.
Another item for everybody, though.
Okay, Baomei thanks here for Setsuko. He can go for Warwick item also.
Yeah, maybe you go for like a Death Blade or a Guard Breaker. Guard Breaker might be nice just because you do have the Dominators.
Yeah. Okay, good items on the left for Sakuran. Itemizing the Elise, so now Elise has an additional chance of casting, so maybe not only 1 cast but 2 for Sakuran with this Super Elise.
Okay, Protector's Vow onto the Elise. We did see the Death Blade activate onto this Warwick, and now it's time to see whether or not Setsuko can actually bring Sakuran down to that Mel's Blessing. Mel had her items removed. Those items are back onto the Silco, so hopefully that's going to help to amplify a little bit more of this damage. But this Warwick is wreaking havoc. You just can't get past the big Wolfie boy, as Sakuran does get saved by Mel. But for how much longer? I think this is just going to be Setsuko victory lap for this next round.
He gets a victor here. I don't know if he makes a full difference, but he has to test it. He decides to sell the Mel. Remember, Mel evolves after she uses the revival, but she maybe hits a little more, but if you don't have Mel too, it's better to change. So this crowd control from Victor will be better. I don't think it's enough, so maybe some change in position will be a must here for Sakuran.
There is a little bit of repositioning happening, but you're still looking at having to deal with this Warwick that can just jump back there. Gets stuck on the Blitzcrank though, so that is going to be a better stop for this Warwick for a little bit. But this Victor needs time to at least get another stun. The stun comes through, everybody comes crashing down, but the Warwick is still alive.
He's in the
I
back
just don't
lane.
think it's enough.
Oh, Cassiopeia cannot do it enough. So it's a win here for Setsuko. Gladly play, amazing performance for him, and obviously Sakura also with the cover. Cassiopeia making the damage there, the Nekkra. I think both of them played amazing, and that emblem in the end made the total difference. 5 experiment, so good, and especially having the good boy, having the Warwick in.
Oh, having the Warwick made such an immense difference when you have that 5 experiment online, but it is the rerolls that come up at the end of the day. Cassiopeia reroll, Urgot reroll, both compositions that we thought maybe wouldn't be just as popular, but certainly the ones to find success. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, the analyst desk will break that all down for you, so stay tuned.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. The America's Golden Spatula, day number 2. Cass, Dobz, Gangly, back here on the analyst desk. Now, Cass, we said at the top of the show by the end of the day, we would have 4 players locked into the Tactician's Crown. And we can report right now that one of those players is officially locked in. With a 3rd place finish, Dishdope is over the threshold for making the final day. And because he is the qualifier point leader who has not already qualified in, this locks it in. Dishdope is going to be competing in his 4th straight Tactician's Crown.
I know, another shot for Dish Soap to try and become a 2-time after Tidal did it in the last set. You know, Dish Soap trying to chase after that and just really building that legacy, not only becoming, you know, one of the best players the Americas has ever produced, but maybe just one of the best players TFT has ever produced.
Exactly. I mean, I guess I've never seen that before. A player that plays like 9 games in a tournament and didn't get a single bot for yet. I mean, 10 games already, right? So it's a high level. It's such a high level plays for him, and I don't know what to say. I've never seen that.
Well, we should probably talk for a minute about Setsuko, because as amazing it is for Dishsoap to qualify into the Tactician's Crown, Setsuko keeps himself alive in the tournament, has essentially on his last legs, and does it off the back of an Urgot 3, a backline Urgot 3 with Trait Tracker unlocked.
Yeah, and it was such a scary spot because it felt like he was going to lose the soccer on there. And then the carousel comes around, finds him that Experiments emblem, and I have never seen a fight turn from so lopsided on one way to so lopsided on the other off of just one carousel. And it was just this emblem making that Warwick so incredibly powerful.
Yes, exactly. It actually the extra buff that the Experiments got from the Yorick buff, it was so powerful on his board. Alongside, I want to highlight as well Sakuran for playing Cassiopeia with Blitzkrieg. I mean, no one has played this line in this tournament so far with those 2 champs 3-starred, and he did really well. And if it wasn't about Setsuko having like a Trait Tracker Urgot, he would take the game. So it was well played. Secured the 2nd, and he should be proud. He should be proud.
Outside of that, we did see K3 Soju find another one of those kind of classic K3 Soju middle placements. But as he was on the bubble of the top 8 going into this game, a 5th place finish is almost certainly going to push him out of that top 8. I really want to see those players who are on the bubble. You're running out of time to flip your coin, right? If you're going to take a risk and play for a higher placement, this is kind of the time to do it. So Soju just on the outside now of that bubble looking in.
Yeah, it's really tough though, because Soju has been very successful in this tournament. He's playing this, you know, top 4 style. He's playing really consistent, as you said, entire set, no 8s, right? He's playing very good, consistent TFT. And I think like changing that now doesn't feel that great because he's been in the top 8 for most of the tournament. It's just those extra 5ths are causing some issues.
Now we have the standings. We can see the players in front of us now. Almost all of them are certainly going to be out. Spencer not going to be able to make up the difference in those last 2 games. Setsuko and Makmeno, though, we have to turn our attention there. If either of these players has this 1-1 finish to cap out the day, going to something like 59 points could be enough to get you into that top 8.
That becomes very close. And we also have to take a look at Vapakasa down at 38 points. That is opening up the door for the qualifier point placement for Brazil, trying to get that last spot. And Vapakasa was the leader, needs 14th place or better in order to hold on to that. And he has had such a rough day that it is opening it up for the rest of the Brazilian players.
Yes, I speak about the Brazilians. This last game wasn't that good for most of them. Bio to finish it at 8 in that game without a good cash shot from the Smith, couldn't find a way into getting much points. Also, Eagle getting bot 4. So they have like 2 more games to go, maybe finding their way into the finals. So let's see who is standing.
Now we can see the players that are sitting in the top 8. Most shockingly, we have to draw our attention. France B, making the run. Sweet. The sole Latin American representative remaining in this tournament, standing amongst giants right now. Every one of these players are one of the favorites coming into this event, and France has made the run and is now contending for a place in the final lobby.
And what an incredible day, right? It hasn't bought Ford today. Just really, really good placements throughout, trying to climb all the way back up. And you know, I'm looking at the rest of these slots. Pressvin, Rainplosion, these are some players we've been wanting to see do well for a little bit here. And Pressvin, of course, being someone that we really want to see make it to the Tactician's Crown. He has not made it there before.
Correct, yeah. Prestivan, I mean, if you look at the last 10 events he's entered, he's made the final day. 2 of those 3 he hasn't made the final day are golden spatulas. He's been on the outside looking in for so long, but we all know he has it in him. To make top 8 for Prestivan might be that flash in the pan that he needs to really propel his career and make him one of the North American greats. But we're going to go to a quick break before we start games 5 and 6 and finish out the day for the America's Golden Spatula. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Game number 5 of the America's Golden Spatula. Got Dobz, Casanova, Gangly here on the cast to bring you through the last 2 games. Now, Cass, 2 games left. There's not a ton of wiggle room for all the players, but there is all the wiggle room in the world for a handful of players. And as we go into the last 2 games, we kind of narrow in on who we have to focus on.
Yeah, there's the big thing is, right, we immediately look at the players who need the monster performances, right? They need to get first in the rest of the games. That's like Setsuko, right? So we're looking at his first or 8th in this game, see what happens there. But the big players in this are the ones that are right in the middle. You're looking at France, you're looking at Bio, and you're looking, even Weijin at 55 is not quite safe yet. He needs just one more good game and he's probably going to be locked in. But that bubble is so incredibly tight, and we're going to see players from, you know, 6th to 12th are all going to be within just a few points.
Yes, exactly. I would say that this game right now is even more important than the last one because it can define so much. And then sometimes when you have like a good game on this, you can actually enter it in the last game like knowing the results that you need to get, and then maybe you have like a great momentum coming out of a win. So it's really important to the players to focus on being good at this next game. So it will let's see who will shine.
No encounter.
I mean, I think you're probably feeling better about no encounter than you are something like an Mbessa portal right off the bat.
I'm not feeling better about it, Gangly, but I think maybe the players could be feeling better about it. Yeah, I could see that.
We're kicking off with Wage Iverson, and you know, when I was doing all my prep for this event, the one note I kept coming back to with Wage Iverson is just this phrase, single phrase, another day in the office. And that is just the story of Wage Iverson. This guy shows up set after set, and though some things change, one thing remains, is Wage Iverson is a tournament contender and is always a threat to make a spot at the Tactician's Crown.
Yeah, he's more likely than not to make the final day here at 55 points. Really would have to be a pretty tragic final 2 games for Wage to not make it. And the way he plays TFT, he does not go 8th very frequently. So it's hard to imagine a series of tragedies.
The curse is that he goes 8th the first 2 games of the day, and then he gets his points after. So he's dodged it. He's fine. France B, on the other hand, though, is the opposite story. We're talking about another day in the office. This is certainly not another day in the office for France B. The sole representative from Latin America that's made it to today, and a player who I think for a lot of people, we're not expecting to see him contending for top 8. I would love to see him make it there, but to be honest, I feel like even a strong performance, this deep run from France, has already done so much to represent Latin America and uplift them after, you know, I think a relatively sorry performance across the regular season.
Yes, exactly. I would say that it would be great for Latam to having like both issues and also France B on the Worlds, especially because they had like so few spots on this Golden Spatula. So that could like lead people to from there to know actually they can do that in the next set. So we will inspire more the other players, and that will be good for the region. So let's see how it ends.
Yeah, looking at the start from Setsi, he's got already a pair of Akalis and grabs Shop Glitch. So certainly a quick striker reroll opener that looks very promising.
In the last week, we have seen so much stock be put into this Shop Glitch line of the Quick Strikers. One of the strongest ways to play the line, because you don't need the tempo on stage 2. You sacrifice stage 2 and you stabilize on stage 3 in order to make sure that you're strong for the entirety of the stage. On the other hand, though, Ripple Overdrive is playing built different. This is one of the players sitting a bit on the outside, 47 points, needs 2 really strong performances, and thinks that built different is going to be enough to get him one of those top 4s or top 3s.
Like this initial fight is going to go in his favor. Built different, very good to play high tempo, play for the win streak. We'll see if Ripple can make it work. We've seen it once before in this tournament. It was a very, very tough line. I can't remember the player who was playing it, but it ended up top 4. And I know that build different can be quite powerful with just the strength of some of these forecasts.
Yeah, I mean the build different line is more like a line that you want to play from ahead, because it's actually a really expensive board. As you do not have any traits, you will not rely late game on low cost units. So you have like to have like a lot of 4 costs, a lot of 5 costs. So the best way to play is actually when you have like a good opener with a lot of upgrades, and then you can start like build up your economy and go for that end cost late game units. And it depends a lot on the early game, so we have to keep an eye on him.
Wage Iverson playing around the Gold Collector, Ezreal. Ezreal, one of the highest priority units we've seen players keep off of that orb on stage 1, has a ton of base stats, which allows him to kill units pretty easily. Paired to the Gold Collector means that he's going to be getting those procs. Is actually going to be losing the first 2 fights, but despite that, certainly is primed to have a very strong board for this mid game.
Yeah, and we've seen priority on that Ezreal from players like Malala as well. It seems like Malala, Wajan, that kind of group liking to play this Ezreal line, and they've had a lot of success with it so far in this tournament. The stats on Ezreal were very good after day 1.
Yeah, I mean,
with the entire study group, right? It is the nature of when you play together, when you study the lines together, you see them all kind of playing around the same conditions. And I feel like if there's anything we've learned from the history of TFT in North America, it's that any tech that comes out of that study group is to be trusted.
Yes, exactly. I mean, also the Ezreal can actually open so many good lines in the game, like the Rebels and of course the Academy. And then that's why you keep the units. It's kind of flexible the way that you can play. Holding like the AD items and maybe getting an Academy item to play a better board on early game. So that's why it's one of the best units for you to hold when you get from the orb.
I do notice that Ripple Overdrive loses the last round, and I'm actually not sure when you're playing a round built different. Of course, you want to have the full streak, but how much does the overall health of your game rely on being able to 5-streak through stage 2?
Yes, I would say that if you have like an encounter that gives you extra economy, or maybe on 3-2 he finds an augment that can give him extra gold, he should be fine. So as this is no encounter game, I would look into a gold economy augment on the 3-2, so he can like build up his mid game after that and try to make a great board at the late game. But if he's not able to do that, the game can start to be really tough.
Yeah, I want a quick call out. Sakura and Setsuko both going into Akali lines. It looked like from that screen there. It was a not today quick strikers from Sakura, and then we saw Setsuko's at the very start and how he had that Akali pair and was already kind of committing into that line.
Oh man, I mean, it's possible to share the line with another player, but in general, it does drop the overall cap. And if you're Setsuko, you need to go first. There's no other option for him in this tournament. His tournament life revolves around him going 1-1, maybe even 1-2. But playing a contested line on reroll is not the way you want to play this one out.
Yes, for sure. You have to avoid that, but sometimes you cannot, right? Depending on how this game goes, you have to stay. So we have to keep an eye on him, so you have a plan B on depending on what he's getting. And from Bio here, he's 4-streak, and actually Savage Beam is a great augment to start the game because you can be creative and get like good augments, good items for your early game, and then later on you can find a good composition and rebuild everything. So let's see how things gonna work out for him. He has a Twitch. Maybe he can like place it as he has a Maddie, so I'm curious.
It does feel like Bio's in a very good spot to actually continue this win streak. Could run into France, who's also streaking, but based on the two boards, just immediately, I feel like Bio's a little bit better. Does not have to play that though, ends up going into Setsuko, and this should still be a good fight. Setsuko though has found Akali too, plus an extra Akali before even going through with the shot glitch.
Yeah, I mean, Setsuko is chilling right now. Having 4 Akalis before your roll down at all, and keep in mind your roll down comes in the form of the free rolls right now. I actually do wonder if we're going to see him level up though, because right now his board's going to be rolling on 4, which is not ideal if you're playing around quick strikers.
Yeah, he's going to want to be rolling 5.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Watching for it. There we go. Level 5.
Level 5, yes.
Mine's Irelia too.
Yeah, he's upgrading a lot of things.
Not finding the Akalis, but still finding plenty.
You can see that he bought a Smeech, so maybe trying to make a pivot, but now he finds a TF. He's probably staying.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's super important that you need to find everything right off the bat. Wow, these items are so good. You have a Morello, you have Hand of Justice, and then you have an Open Rod as well. You have near perfect items for all of your quick strikers already.
Yeah, he can make JG as well.
Yeah, that's true. If he wants to play around like strength right now, JG's probably actually stronger than the Hand of Justice on Akali. You already have Bloodthirster, so you have the healing. I do think there is some merit to playing double healing on Akali, though. I think it's more about how strong he wants to be right now. We'll see.
Yes. Here we go.
Oh.
Yeah, he's probably... Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I like this way. He probably is aiming to be strong right now. So the way that he thought it was like 3-item Akali. So
Yeah, I mean, you can always find the Morellas later for the TF if you want it, right? You're still on open belt, you just need one rod. So I don't think that's too unreasonable, and if this is the highest power for now to try and start to stabilize win streak through stage 3, I like it. I can totally see it.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, Vio has got double Rage Blade Twitch. You called out the value you get out of Salvage Bin, Dobz, because you said you get to play a little bit more creatively. I think Vio's taking advantage of it. Is going to lose this round, levels to 6 and loses to France. That's not a great look for Vio, but I think it's an exciting setup. It'll be curious to see exactly how that plays out for him.
Yeah, if he finds an emblem, he can actually play a good Twitch from there because he already have like good items. He's missing just a sword. So, and also French B looking good here, like 6 streak with a Swain on board. It's really good.
Yeah, double crown guard on the crown guarded Swain. It's pretty strong.
Ripple Overdrive off in the wings takes item grab bag. Great pickup when you are playing built different because you're going to have so many different units that you can itemize, kind of regardless of their traits. This is Placebo picked up for BO. Does allow him to get a bit ahead on tempo, or sorry, excuse me, on economy. So if he is trying to play Twitch, one of the ways you do want to be able to play Twitch is by having enough gold to go 9. One of the problems that you have when you do play Twitch is that the front line tends not to hold up on level 8. When you're playing around the Nunu and the Mundo, it can struggle. And so being able to go 9, adding a few extra bodies onto the board can make all the difference, especially when you're playing around the Rage Blades and you're trying to ramp up.
Exactly. And also, this board looks like he needs the 5 experiment because the Twitch is not even in the corner. The experiment is in the second spot, so it kind of looks weird because there are so many threats that can get easily to the Twitch on there, like an Alice or something else. So you rather be on the corner, so maybe he will need to the 5 experiment board. So let's see how it's going to end.
5 Chem Baron found pretty early there for Cash.
Yeah, already finds the Silco is on the 7 loss, so obviously more than enough for that 3 loss streak to come through. There is a question, of course, of how deep you want to go into Chem Baron. I didn't see the exact setup Cash was playing. There are people who are playing around the Smeech reroll. The Silco variation in general, I would say, is lower stock right now. And it's very hard to play without some sort of HP augment that gives you a bit more sustainability to get a 500 Cash.
There were Smeech items there for sure. It was a Bloodthirster and a Hodge on the Smeech.
Okay,
yeah,
so
maybe
we can expect
can play
300.
Both, depending. Yes, 300 is fine for Smeech. It's already enough, and he can actually recover earlier, so it can be a good play.
Yeah, and France finding a Zoe on 6, already the angling sorcerers, is a very, very strong pickup. Gonna be able to continue this win streak for a while, it seems.
One of the valuable parts about playing sorcerers is how much tempo you can get when you find the early Swain. And when you go level 8, there are a handful of different ways to upgrade the board relatively cheaply. Even though it is weaker, there are still things that you can play around the Irelia plus the Alawi pair. You can play the Emissary version, or you can play the vertical sorcerer variation. And so I would expect France right now, with the tempo that he's been able to get on stage 3, is going to go for this fast 8 and try and roll until he feels he can go 9. And the goal is leverage your HP. Be okay sacrificing some HP on stage 4 so that you can actually get to 9 safely and actually cap out. Because a top 2 here would put him in a great position to be locked in for top 8.
Exactly. We can see here that Cash can get a Smeech shoe, so he probably is staying on Smeech, so I have to keep an eye on him. If he's staying on the next cash out or if he's getting any further.
Yeah, made Titans for Smeech as well. Didn't end up putting it on, but at least has that ready.
Yeah, I think ideally, if he does lose this, I would expect, unless the cash out is amazing, that he would just continue for the 300. If he wins, though, there is a world where he just takes the 200 and doesn't want to actually continue the win. He's going to get a fantastic loss against Wajan here.
Yeah, this is huge.
Yeah, it's a perfect loss almost. And yeah, it's actually really easy to get the 300 here, so probably he is going to be 300.
Oh, I mean, you take that, right? Two Smeeches, 2 ready?
It's just 2 Smeeches, though.
I mean,
no, like
2 Smeeches is great, but the item wasn't. So I believe he skipped it because the item was not optimal.
Oh man, it does. I mean, that's a little scary. Of course, like getting 300 does mean the cash out's going to be a little bit better, but there's no guarantee that next cash out is going to be an optimal item for Smeech, right?
Hey,
Yes. You can get like 2 circles in the next cash out. So
Right.
it'd
I
be
mean,
really
2
weird.
Smeeches, 2 Rennies, and now you kind of have the angle to potentially just play around Rennie 3 as well. It doesn't seem that bad to me.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll have to see what this next catch out is, because it just this loss should just get there. Actually,
Yeah, it's
it's
another-
possible
it's
that
another loss.
yes.
I think Cash probably recognizes that 40 points, the only possible way he could ever make it into the top 8 is with a 1-1, right? Going first, and then hoping that the threshold is low enough because Dishdope's been doing so well that he can sneak into that final slot. So maybe Cash is really just saying, like, if I don't go first here, I'm done, right? So I could see a world where he just thinks it's not high enough.
Well, even a 1-1
This is
there,
good.
even if it isn't top 8, could still put Cash into the Tactician's crown. It is possible, considering
True.
Cash's points and the fact that Vapakasa has not been doing well. So Cash is tied with Bio for points overall for QP, so if he outplaces Bio, there is still a chance there.
This was definitely a good cash out, by the way.
Yeah, it was a good one. I mean, he didn't get any Smeeches, but the items are great.
The items are great. He did get the Rennie, so now he does have that kind of backdoor Rennie 3 angle as well. So there's a handful of different ways you can play this, and he's rich, and he naturals an Echo. I mean, this feels like you're probably reaching a stabilization point relatively early, and he has a Jinx as well. And surely Cash has to be stable now. This actually might be the exact high roll he needed to try and find himself in contention for that Brazilian qualifier point spot.
So, I mean,
Jinx,
that Jinx
Echo pair,
it
that's
helps
so
so
big.
much because when you're playing for ambushers, the spike from the 5 ambusher is really great because of the durability that you gain. So the Jinx and the huge spikes don't even eat the emblem. So he can actually go for, if he finds an emblem, he can actually go for even a better augment in here. So it's perfect to have the Jinx in here right now.
And Cash's spot, I mean, it feels like this is kind of textbook Ken Baron into the Smeech, and now has the high roll with the potential to maybe find this tight spot. Cash has suddenly thrust himself into being a main character of this story.
Oh, this is a prismatic.
That's going to be fun here. Close things out with the Prismatic to see what we can change. Let's go looking at Coronation as the pick. Go alongside these quick triggers.
Francis got a good combat.
Oh, wow. Yeah, France finding Blazing Soul in that Sorcerer line is extremely strong. Now Setsuko finding the Coronation, there's an argument here. Do you actually just stay on level 6 for quite a while? It's going to be more expensive to field a 7th unit that you can upgrade, and he can fit most of the board here. However, he does get the 4th Sentinel on level 7, right? Which can be a very big upgrade to your front line, but he doesn't really have the ramping damage like the Archangel's TF that really relies on those Sentinels right now.
Yeah, and he kind of wants to finish rolling for this Akali. It still was contested by Sakura, so if he can find it, I mean, it's huge to get that and then push 7, especially if he's able to still find some wins right now after just picking up that Coronation. Kind of has to see.
Yeah, about Lucas, he's playing Cassiopeia, another Cassiopeia today. I mean, it's the third one, I guess, because he has like Glitched Shop. Is it Glitched Shop?
No, Rigged Shop.
Yeah, Rigged Shop. So he can actually, he has 6 Cassiopeias already. So.
Also, I think we have to draw attention to the fact that Wajan Iverson is playing Greater Moonlight Irelia 4, with that being the only 1 cost on his board. That is not a line I have ever seen, but another one of those players in his study group playing around the Sentinels plus Ezreal Corki duo carry, and says, you know what, the cheapest way to upgrade this board right now is by having a 4-star Sentinel.
Other thing, as I said, that you when I aim on economy augment for different Ripple got invested in his sacking his level 7 to get more free rolls. I wonder if he stays on level 8 with like a lot of rolls, or if he's pushing to 9. I guess he have to roll on level 8 in the next round.
Yeah, it kind of feels like he's going to have to roll because this board is just far too weak. As much as I would love to see him be able to push 9 with all of this extra gold, it's just going to have to be like a very strong level 8 roll down. And we'll see if he misses. We've seen misses with this much gold before.
Yeah, but the problem is like he's going to get outscaled by a decent amount on this game. I mean, it's not even level 80 yet, and he has a doll on a prismatic combat. So it seems to be rough unless he hits like everything and get a comeback right now. So let's see.
Cash on Jinx pair with the ambushers, by the way, being able to pick one up off the carousel.
This Ripple roll down is basically just going to be as fast as you can you click all of the purple units, right? He wants to get as many of the 4 costs on his board as he can. I think you're right though, Dobz. He needs to stabilize right now while he's 2 lives, because if he does not stabilize in this exact moment, he's not going to have enough HP to even survive long enough for like a 3-star cost or going 9.
He bought the Twitch first and then went 9, immediately hits the Twitch again?
Yes. I mean, okay, I'll take it.
He's minus 1 unit here. 8 out of 9.
I mean,
2 full items on bench.
I mean, if you had like,
he knows. Look at him. Look at his reaction. He realizes.
He's kind of laughing. Yeah,
he didn't have enough gold to do this.
If he had like 15 more gold or something, he would be okay, I guess. He would be okay.
Oh man, I mean, finding the Twitch 2 thinks he's stable, but he's gonna take another loss here. And now Ripple down to just 1 life. 10 HP means that even a 1 unit loss will kill him. He doesn't even have gold to find an anomaly right now.
Oh, perfect.
Okay,
perfect anomaly.
He's bailed out.
And play the Jace?
Yeah, I mean, he got the perfect anomaly. Also, he got a Jace that is one of the best units to have on a bit different. But of course, is it enough for right now? Because his front line is not that great.
Taking mini-me's, it does mean, so every 2 attacks, he's going to be able to do the additional AD, right? So the fact that he has the additional attack speed from the built different, you have the base attack speed plus the Ginsu's, it's all about ramping up for this Twitch right now. So he's got a good setup. Problem is he has no front line. He knows it, right? He's looking at his matchups right now. Twitch is relying on the fights going long, and he doesn't have the pieces in front of him to make the fight go long right now. So depending on whether or not they have backline access early into the fight, Twitch could be in trouble.
And quick note on Sakura on the other side, did pivot out of the Quick Strikers and has been playing towards Fast 8, playing towards Mbessa, and Garen playing towards those emissaries. Finds the Garen 2 upgrade. That also does mean that Setsuko was uncontested, and we do see that he has hit that Akali, and it looks like that's 6 copies of Twisted Fate.
We can see also that Cash got the Switch 3 as well. So the game is starting to be helping here for the Sakuran, and also you gotta buy the Ripple.
Ripple is going to fall in 8th place there. Unfortunately, up against the Quick Strikers, Akali on the same side. The Twitch has no time to ramp up, and Ripple, a player who so many times has come close to qualifying for the Tactician's Crown and has always come up just short, looks like he's going to be unable to qualify into the top 8 and get another chance there.
And we see Setsuko still rolling towards Loris and Twisted Fate. Was only on the 4 copies, so actually found a 5th copy here. There's the 6th copy of Twisted Fate.
Oh, huge hit. Oh, another one there.
Orbs, another Alawi.
I was wondering why he was rolling on PvE, but I just remembered the augment. So it's such a strong augment for reroll.
Yeah, I mean, and even look at the setup
this
right
one
now.
is glitched shop.
Correct.
I always
This
get
one
confused
is
in between both.
And right now, sitting with 6 TFs, 6 Lorises, and the Akali 3 and Rel 3. I mean, this is like the highest cap version of it, right? When you can actually 3-star everything and you have items for them, right? He has 3 items on the Akali, 3 items on the TF, and he is already beginning to itemize the 2-star Mbessa. And Setsuko is actually setting himself up for a potential top 1 or top 2 and might actually keep his dreams alive for the final lobby.
Yes, exactly. And speaking of making the dreams alive, Lucas seems to be in the good spot in here. Like he doesn't need much as Setsuko to go to the finals, and he's looking great with the Cassiopeia 3.
Lucas says, I've made 7 out of 9 final lobbies at regional finals in my career, and I'm not going to stop right now. He said 59 points already, means he's almost certainly locked already. Top 6 guaranteed, going to put him to 62. Lucas looking like he's going to be guaranteeing at least one Brazilian representative in that top 8.
Yeah, insane that France has been able to maintain this 100 streak all the way through, right? 16 wins in a row. And taking a quick look at some of the anomalies, comeback story from Cash on the Smeech is massive. We have that alongside Setsuko picking up freestyling for the Akali. So there's just so much damage amp coming through from these two big 3-star carries between these two players. And it's up to, can Francis Sorks hold on? This might be the first loss because this Smeech is a monster.
It is. It's going to be ignoring the Elise for just a moment. The Zoe's going to cast and actually barely going to fall there before the Smeech. Brutal Claws Zoe is putting in so much work. And at this point, this HP lead, I imagine France is almost certainly guaranteed a top 2, right?
Yes, exactly. I mean, he got such a good early game with that early Zoe, led him into a really strong mid game, and he's probably pushing tonight about this time. So when you actually are able to go 9 with sorcerers, you have in a good spot because you can cap out your board out of a LeBlanc to Starred, and a lot of legendaries can go as well. So he's looking great right now, and it actually really important to him to keep the momentum into that, leading him into the finals.
All right, Setsuko gonna run into Lucas here. It feels like Setsu's board is quite strong, but you look at just the overall lobby strength, and I actually worry about Setsuko's ability to potentially close out a top 2. However, even into this Cassiopeia, still able to get it done. He just lost the previous fight, and I'm not sure what board was the one that got him.
Yeah, there's a lot of strong pieces on Setsuko's board, but you're right. Scouting around, everybody feels like they're kind of fully online right now. Bio able to get Twitch online and pushing level 9 right now. The question is whether he can actually hit that next kind of rung on the ladder. Because if not, Twitch does tend to fall off around this point in time where everybody's damage is so optimized and so high that that front line begins to crumble. So if Bio doesn't get a little bit stronger front line, if he runs into the ambushers who can ignore the front line, he's going to be losing HP very quickly.
Yeah, so I mean, speaking about the ambushers, Cash just lost a round, so I wonder who could beat him.
I think Wei did.
The Sorcerer, okay. The Sorcerer wasn't because he barely won a round against the Zoe.
Yep.
So
we watched Setsuko.
It's really close, actually. It's really close, the lobby here.
Yeah, he lost to Weijin. I think Weijin's the one who also beat Setsuko, being on the 2-win streak. So those two really strong reroll boards both lost to Weijin. Now they're facing off against each other, and we have to see that the Smeech can just tear through the Quick Strikers board. And I think generally we see these ambushers deal with the Quick Strikers quite handedly. Rennie is just stalling the Akali forever. That's a huge hit. Setsuko actually just goes down. Cash able to just completely destroy him, and that's gonna destroy the hopes and dreams of Setsuko on making it to the Tactician's Crown.
Cass, you called it out. Typically, the Quick Strikers do so well into the ambushers because they don't care if you bypass the front line. The difference is this isn't the standard variation we see when you play the Loris plus the Garen and the Scar. Instead, this is the Rennie variation with a Rennie 3, and that Rennie standing directly in front of the Akali was enough crowd control to stop the Akali DPS and allow the Smeech and Echo to clean up the fight.
Yes, sometimes the Rennie can turn fights in her favor. It's such a strong unit that can change fights depending on who she's ulting. So that fight was something because of it, because of the Rennie positioning.
Yeah, and Weijin was beating the rerollers, but then ended up losing, and I'm just gonna assume that was to France. Now it's gonna be another fight where the Smeech is just way too strong. Luke is gonna go down in 5th.
You said Cash competing not only for a top spot in the top 8, but also against players like Bio, like Mekmeno, and Vapakaza for the Brazilian qualifier point slot. Playing higher risk in game number 5 might actually pay off as they've locked in a top 3. Wage and Iverson will fall too.
Yeah, and we can see Byron here played the Twitch really well without a single emblem, and he managed to get in the top 3. Recognized his spot on the early game, playing really well with that Savage Bean. His third augment as well is really strong. It gives the units so much tankiness, and that can actually buy time for the Twitch. And the Dragon Soul also, it's one of the best anomaly for this unit, so that's why he's looking really strong. But let's see if we can pass the other players that are looking really strong as well in this top 3.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like I look at Bio's board, and yes, it's strong, but when you look at the rest of the players in the top 2 and just kind of the boards other people were playing to get here, I'm surprised to see it actually in a top 3. He was still on Mbessa 1 and Mundo 1 for so long, but the double Protector's Vow Elise is so powerful here. I imagine that Elise casting more than once in a fight had to be enough to swing a couple of those fights for Bio in his favor.
Well, and usually the weakness that you would see from the Experimenter version is going to be the front line, but we've got that Elise, and then everything is buffed up by that Randuin's. The Elise actually missing it in this fight is going to be a little bit tough, not having those extra resists, but we'll see if she can still get multiple casts.
Zoe.
Just going to be with a 1 going up against France. Zoe doing so much damage, and yeah, so is the Twitch, but is he doing enough? Trying to rat-a-tat-tat his way through, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I love to see the camera, the face of Bio. He knows he plays really well this game. So, I mean, getting a third in here can put him in a spot that he can actually grab his way into the finals if he gets like a really good one last game. So, and about France, he kept the momentum. This is the 5th game in a row today that he didn't miss a single top 4. So he's looking great today. Well played by him. Sakura the second. Let's see who is going to outshine the person here.
2 underdogs battling it out. Game number 5. Both on the cusp of being able to find their way into advancement. Cash a little bit out of his hands, but it's going to try, do his best, hope for a miracle. France, on the other hand, the Miracle Kid, nobody believed in him going into this event, is standing here right now. Brutal Claws Zoe, high tempo Sorks. Looks like it's gonna be enough. It's gonna be Smeech against Zoe, and just like that, France, you can see it in the camera, is excited because he knows with that, 60 points for the Latin American underdog.
60 points should all but lock him into that top 8. It's gonna be really, really tough for that to get beaten. It has happened, but he's been playing so well. Getting to that 60-point threshold is amazing. And I think with that, with Bio's performance, he is guaranteed to outplace Cash, which would have been the potential way that he could get dethroned as the one who's fighting for that spot. So really, it all comes down to, can Vapakasa continue to climb enough ranks to hold on to their own spot?
Yes, I'm really curious about the standings right now because things have shaken so much during the past few other games. So let's see.
Game number 5 is over, and this is the point in time where we laser focus. We find out who the main characters are, what the story in front of us is, and we're going to be able to take you through it as it unfolds. But before we do, we're going to check out the standings, break down the game, send it over to the analyst desk, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute.
Finish what you began, and I ain't afraid to lose a life again. If you go in, so I'ma do this on my own. Step into the danger zone. All the pain you're watching.
Welcome into the Arcane. We're thrilled to announce the competitive circuit for the TFT Americas esports umbrella, uniting the top TFT players from Brazil, Latin America, and North America. There are some big changes to this circuit from Magic and Mayhem. There will only be 2 Tacticians Cups as a result of the holidays and TFT Macau Open. For the first time ever, we'll be allowing players from BR and LATAM to qualify through the NA server. There will be adjusted ladder slots and cup slots to reflect this change. We're also putting a lot more emphasis on tournament performance, expanding invites to America's Golden Spatula through qualifier points, while reducing leaderboard invites across all regions. More information and specifics can be found in the regional articles on the Americas website. For the ladder snapshots, they'll start on January 7th and end on February 11th, for a total of 6 ladder snapshots. There will be 2 cup snapshots, and players can sign up for the cups on the TFT Americas esports website. These cup snapshots, along with the sub-regional tournaments, are your gateway to participating in the 2 Tacticians Trials and Tacticians Cups. Make sure to give it your very best in every event, as qualifier points are crucial for securing a direct spot to the Golden Spatula at the end of Into the Arcane. These points will be awarded based on placement. Finally, the America's Golden Spatula will be held on February 28th to March 2nd. This event will be the penultimate event for America's best players.
Hello everybody and welcome back. 5th game now under wraps as we look towards the final and the last game for day number 2. Jupe, when we got a chance to look at that 5th game, there were a couple of things that we were trying to keep our eyes on. You know, how is Latin America doing? France, the last hope for LATAM, really needs a big performance in this game. Comes out with an almost perfect game.
Yeah, a total win streak onto the full mid game, then only losing 1 time in the whole game, clutching it out here with the Zork performance. And Cash also played amazing. This is a variation of the Smitch comp that we haven't seen that much. He used the cash out of Ken Baron, go for the Rennie 3, and actually perform amazing. I also want to highlight, you said about Sobio, he did a bad run on the last game, and now he played Twitch Flex. Normally, we always say you need an emblem, you need something to enable the comp. He simply played well tempo, good game, gaining the round wins that is also amazing, and finally clutching out at 3rd place.
It's awesome to see sorcerers do so well, though. I think this was one of the comps that we looked at towards the top of the day, where it had been pretty well played, but from France's position, I think you're looking at where can I actually find one of the best placements I need today. I got the Zoe 2 online really early, the Elise as well. I think having the Blazing Soul as just a generic combat augment is also fantastic. And when you take a look at this picture from the later portions of the game, he didn't have to roll until stage 4.
Yeah, it was purely natural, and as you say, the combat augments made the difference in early game, getting the Thief Gloves, getting the Crown Guard also, and she played it perfect. O sea, he got what the game given, didn't stop pushing the pedal, he didn't roll, but he leveled up quickly, and that worked out perfectly for him.
And in the rest of the lobby, you have Cash, Bio, Lucas, all looking to try to get the better of these qualifier points so that they can actually have a shot at being able to make it to that Tactician's Crown through the Brazilian qualifier point spot. And they all also come up quite big in these games. I think even just taking a look at how Cash had that incredible comeback with the Smeech, you've got to take a look at that and be a little bit scared, I think, if you're Vapakasa.
Yeah, we're seeing now Ripple also. He tried to play build different. It didn't work out for him. Bapakasa and Cash now in that close segment, as you were telling about. Cash now puts it real. Now it's very, very close, and it could be for either one of them. The last game will decide the final decision. And Setsuko, he was already in a bad position. He was maybe bottom 18th, something like this, and now getting just a 6th place. It might not be enough. Only 1 game away. This is game 5. Remember, it's 6 games today, and only 8 qualify for tomorrow.
There's still prize pool that a lot of these players are also vying for, so every single point that you can get could better your standings. Maybe you take home just a little bit more of that $50,000 prize pool, but it still is about making that final lobby and giving yourself the best chance possible to go to the Tactician's Crown, our world championships for every single TFT set. And for the last couple parts of this game, I think it was very close. Like, maybe if Cash plays a different ghost and it's actually not like Bio's ghost, maybe, you know, Bio actually gets 2nd place instead. But yeah, it was a very close final game outside of France being able to run away with things. So as we take a look at the standings, Jupe, this final page, it's looking not so great here, I think, for the Brazilian qualifier point race for Vapacosa.
Yeah, we said it. These are the ones that will not make it because you need to get to the top 8. And these are the ones who need a great position. Bio is in a good spot. So you drop down. He was 8th in the last game. He's 55th. So these players, I could say even from Kambuli and top, Ego, Memes, and Soju and Bio, they need a first, they need a second, and then dream about results in this other placement in the top 8.
But nobody can catch Dish Soap. 72 total points, gets another second place in the last lobby. And even if Dish Soap goes 8th, there's no one that can catch him. Lucas could still go first and not be able to make up that point differential. And that is incredible. I think Dish Soap right now heads and shoulders above the rest. And Jupe, I can't wait to see how this final game is going to shake out, especially looking at who can make it to tomorrow. So for that, we send the action all back over to Casanova, Gangly, and Dobz. Please have fun with this one.
Thank you so much, Nekkra, Jupe, Casanova, Dobz, Gangly, back on the desk to bring you guys home for game number 6. Cass, it's time to lock in, hone in. We've got main characters to look at. With just one game left, we're going to be going to lobby 1. In this lobby, it's all about which players are in that bubble. We saw a handful of them in the standings there. Dank Memes, Prestivan, Ego Illusions, Cambly, even possibly MacMano, depending on how it actually all shapes up, are all playing for that top 8.
Okay, but Dish Soap is too freaking good, man. What the? 72 points? He's not bought forward? This is insane. This is ridiculous. It's absolutely incredible the show he is putting on. And yeah, I mean, we are taking a look at this bubble to see who can actually kind of fight their way through at the very end. But I mean, just ridiculous performance out of Dish.
Yes, exactly. As you said, not a single bot for through the day 1 and 2. And actually, these games that when arriving to the later stages of the tournament, players are going to be very risky on the lines, because some players just want to go to the finals and they will risk the first 8 games. So the strategy in here is a little bit different. For Digital, he can just play regularly, but for other players like Ego, he needs to get the highest standings on this game. So let's see how he plays out.
Yeah, two of the players I have my closest eyes on here, Gangly, are going to be Ego and Prestivan, because I think there's the storyline, of course, of Prestivan, where this would be, you know, his first Tactician's crown, and that first starts with making top 8 of the Golden Spatula to get there. But then on the other side, it's like Ego is kind of the big voice of Brazil. He has just been absolutely immaculate within the Americas region since the merging.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, Ego is not just a Brazilian threat. He's not just an America's threat. He is one of the best players in the world. He is one of 2 players, lifetime TFT, only 2 who have made every single regional final since the dawn of competitive TFT. In his last 100 games of competitive TFT, he's averaged a 3.6. This guy does not miss, and he's looking for his 3rd Tactician's crown in just 4 sets.
Yeah, it would be amazing for the Brazilian squad to have him, but we also have like so many good players playing this game right now. And let's see, I'm really curious how this game is going to be played out. Soap was the first guy that took his argument, as he just can't play his game like safely, but the other guys have to go, most of them have to go to the highest places, so they're like taking the arguments right now. So let's see. We see a vendor.
That's right there. Yeah. Memes does take the vendor. And actually, we saw this earlier with Brainplosion playing it, and we had said, oh, you know what, this feels like a pretty decent setup, but doesn't have the best items you could be playing right off the bat. When you're playing with the Vi encounter, though, you get the 2 additional anvils right off the bat, making the Infinity Edge plus Hand of Justice and half of a Bloodthirster. Dank Memes can start the game with essentially best in slot Vander.
Yeah, pretty insane start for Dank Memes. And Dank Memes, another one of those players on the bubble, right? We're looking at 54 points for Dank Memes. I think we're kind of looking at somewhere around 60 plus is going to be where you want to end up to feel safe. And so that's going to look like a top 3, and he's fighting for Ego in exactly the same amount of points, right? 54. They both are needing this kind of top 3, top 2 finish to feel comfy.
Yeah, so we are actually seeing Ego playing Bruiser. The Bruiser line that is actually have so many good results when people got this emblem. But instead of having the emblem itself, he has an emblem on the training dummy. So let's see if that's enough for him to play that Bruiser line. Probably is going to the Twitch, but let's see.
Yeah, a little bit less standard to play the Twitch when you have the Bruiser emblem for the reasons you outline. You're not actually getting those stacks on the Mundo himself, but you still do have a stronger front line. To me, this reads as maybe a slightly lower cap than you would get with a Bruiser emblem, but maybe it's still possible. So let me the last Whisper Infinity Edge 2 to try and get tempo off the bat. This feels like he probably is going to end up in something like the Twitch.
Definitely having the Twitch as the option does feel like the easy way to go with that Bruiser emblem. As we jump over to Prestivan, 60 points. He may have already kind of locked himself into that top 8. Just maybe an 8th is the scary spot for Prestivan. So trying to play with some good tempo is quite good. And he's got the early Pit Fighters, the melee items slammed onto a Darius.
Yeah, I wonder if he's actually playing family.
Right,
he didn't level up. Yes, and he actually can play both family and maybe emissary. It depends on what units can he actually get for free during the early game. So if it's not contested, it can be a good line. It's really good items for Vi, either Vi or Violet, depending on what he can get. As he can push like for emissary Vi or for emissary like Ambessa. Let's see.
Yeah, good call out. Definitely slot.
I think there is a little bit of fear if you're trying to play around the 4 cost, because there's always a chance you just whiff, right? You go level 8, he doesn't have additional econ, he's not getting it from the encounter or from his augment. And so if you go level 8 and you're just on Ambessa, it might not actually be enough to get you out of that bot 2.
Really interesting thing here I'm seeing, Gangly, Kambuli also, I believe, on that 54 points alongside Ego and Dank Memes. And we see this Chem Baron setup to potentially go all or nothing here, trying to find the win. And Mortdog said it on day 1 in his interview that he thought Chem Baron was in a good spot when you need to kind of go all out.
Yes, and also you mentioned that he actually rolled. Yeah, for the Chem Baron, because he doesn't have the Renata or the Smeech. So he took a...
That's it.
Yeah, okay, not bad. I mean, he actually got the Chem Baron augment without having the 3 of them, so he's actually going that first await play. So let's see.
Yeah, going to be getting the additional stacks right now, like you're saying, but the fact that it is actually slightly behind tempo based on, you know, when you normally take this augment, having it on 2-1 does mean that he's playing at a bit of a deficit. The HP that he's actually gaining is going to be slightly less efficient than it would if you started at 2-1. But on the flip side, he's starting with the 3-loss streak already, so he's not losing that many of his stacks because he only would have been losing, I believe it would have just been 30 stacks, right, over the course of those first 3 rounds.
Yes, probably. Yeah, so you'd like lose like 15, yeah, maybe 40, 45.
45, yeah, 45.
Yes. Yeah, it's not that bad.
Spencer, unfortunately, out of contention for that top 8, but still going to be one of the representatives from the Americas based on his phenomenal regular season and overall performance in set 13. So despite not having a shot at that top 8, still playing for practice, still going to be representing our region on the global stage.
Some money as well. If you can improve a little bit on the standings, you can actually grab a little bit more from the prize pool. So you have plenty to play on for the pride, for the money, for get better placements, for training, for the worlds, to the tactician's crown. And Spaceon actually had a pretty good improvement through the last sets as well. So he played Worlds last set, played Worlds once again. So it's nice to see him at the highest level.
Yeah, Spencer used to be one of those kind of unknown quantities. Like, what if he tried? How good could it be? And now we're seeing back-to-back Tactician's Crown. I think we kind of found our answer.
Yeah, exactly.
70 stacks so far for Kambuli. This is the most interesting board to me for this game, because it is just like full committing to trying to go for that top placement, knowing that in order to make top 8, it really needs to be a top 3, maybe even a top 2. And Kambuli just putting it on the line. It's amazing.
I mean, sorry. Do you guys want information about this augment?
Yes, please.
Earlier today, was able to get 3-star legendary units with the
Really?
in the city. Yes.
Oh,
I wonder how the game went.
I imagine he must have had another augment that gave him HP, right? Because I imagine if you're doing that, you're probably getting like the 700 cash or 600 cash.
No, he actually had not. Like, he had like 2 combat augments.
Really?
So he probably natural out the sequel really early.
There's a Smeech, so we get 4 Kambarian now.
That's really big. There is a question about, whether or not, if you don't have that 4 Kambarian, whether or not you need to actually roll on 3-2 to make sure you get it in. Thankfully, he doesn't have to worry about that, but the other thing he has to figure out is, when does he get Silco? Because if it takes too long to find Silco, it makes it really hard to get to that 500 cash, which oftentimes is that sort of stabilization point if you're playing around Silco. But here, he's already said, he's making it clear, forget Silco, don't care about him. We're playing around Smeech. It's Smeech time.
But he just gets Silco on the carousel here.
Oh, there you go. That's it.
and also, you can look at these items. He just natural BIS Smeech without even using the anvils on his bench. So the game just asked him to play Smeech, so he is going to do what the game is doing for him.
I am very curious to see where he actually cashed it out, because we've said before 300 is typically that cash out point for Smeech. This is one of those cases, though, where he really does want to save as many of those cash outs as possible.
What do we have here? I guess you kind of have to take the Radiant Refractor.
I think Radiant Refractor makes sense, and it's also a way to not actually make your board too strong right now, because you don't get full value unless you want full value.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good cash out, though.
Oh, did he get it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, he does just make it right now. So still believes
he got
the loss streak.
I'm sorry, he got the gold from the War of the Undercity.
Yeah. I will say, if that was not a War for the Undercity game, he's almost certainly taking that cash out. The scary part here is, with all the cash outs that you pass that feel really good, you are relying on those higher cash outs to be strong enough to actually carry you. And I think Kambuli actually has a harder Kambarian game than most would have, and War for the Undercity kind of complicates it, because it's finding this balance between getting the most value out of your augment, which is passing up on the cash outs, and making sure that you can actually stabilize by taking the cash out that enables Smeech.
Of course. I mean, that is the big question here, and this is the big thing to watch. And Dobz just got me all excited saying Ego got the 3-star legendary off this augment.
Yeah.
I'm just know that there are such high highs for this, and Kambuli is just trying to clutch up at the very last game here to make it into that top 8.
I want to call out real quick, Prestivant did decide to lean into the family reroll, and I love this, and I'll tell you exactly why. We have seen family, even without artifact, be so good at netting middle placements. Even when you hit the full board, it's very hard to cap out, it's very hard to win games, but it's very good at not going 8th. Prestivant sitting at 60 points is almost locked into the top 8, as long as he doesn't have a bottom 2 placement, and then that's where things can get a little weird. I think he's locking and saying, I have an artifact opener, I can play it safe, guarantee a pretty good placement as long as I hit on standard tempo. I don't even need to high roll.
Yeah, these two players both on 5 streaks, right? Dish and Spencer, so looking to see who actually can continue that.
Exactly. Speaking about good placements, look at Dish Soap's board right now. He's looking really strong. The Tristana is going, getting a lot of stacks. He's like full streak. He may go into the finals without a single bot for. So I've never seen that before. I'm really impressed.
Kambuli finds another Smeech with a sword, good component, good unit, right off the carousel. Prestivant takes a bow, looking to start getting some sort of secondary carry online. Oh, it's going to be a Rage Blade that he can actually make on his Draven as well. So Prestivant hitting that stabilization point, Other key players to keep in mind, like we said, Dank Memes on the outside looking in, playing that Vander reroll, has the prismatic ticket augment as well, so he wants to use that to hit ahead of tempo and most likely try and hit on stage 3, so we'll have to keep our eyes on whether or not Dank Memes is able to stabilize hard at the end of the stage.
A little roll down from Kambuli trying to find the Silco.
I don't think you can make that, can you?
I mean, he's probably like not buying this for this round, but he will buy like when the run starts. So he has to secure his meat. Yes.
Hey, yeah, he is able to lock the Smeech in. I was going to say up against Kevy Zhao's board, you kill that Rezreal and you very well may just find yourself winning the entire round. So heads up play by Kambuli, recognizing the players in his pool and says, hey, there's someone in my pool that I can beat on Smeech 1. I need to do something about that right now and still gets a kill out of it.
Yeah, Smeech is so good to secure some HP. Yes.
Let's see, Dank Memes, is this 5 Vanders? Is there a second one on board? I don't think so right now.
I think
Looks
it's
like
just
he's
5.
That is a little scary, but thankfully he's healthy. It says 69 HP. I don't know if that's with the damage taken from this round as well. But I feel like whenever you take an augment that and forces you to roll ahead of tempo, like the prismatic ticket, because you're getting the rolls every so often, you do technically reduce your cap, but you have a new cap by now having the potential to 3-star other units. So maybe there's an argument that while you don't typically need to 3-star your family units when you're playing gloves off, he can play a duo carry Violet, maybe get a 3-star Powder, and then play around the ambushers in the late game, find the Echo. I don't know exactly how much value you get out of 3-starring your other Watchers, though, when you're playing gloves off.
Yeah, the Watchers actually, it's pretty weird on that composition because you actually don't have much items for it. And when you have like a hero augments, the way that Vander works, just want to build a unit that is like super carry, hyper carry. You don't need another beefy tanky unit to get time for the Vander because you already do that from himself. And actually, the best way to play out this composition is actually getting more carries to support the damage. So he's probably trying to 3-star the Vice, the Violets, and maybe the Nekkra, as you said. And that'd be a better way to cap out his board.
Something I really want to highlight about the players in this lobby, Dank Memes, is someone who I think might be considered an underdog by some, but if you look at just the last 2 sets, this is a player who has kind of broken out almost out of nowhere, Cass, right? And I did a little bit of digging. If you go back in time, up until set 11, Dank Memes was one of the players from North America with the highest 8th place rate. Since set 12, up until now, he's one of the lowest. Complete transformation over the last 2 sets, is now ranked 1 on the North American ladder as well, and has suddenly gone from being this unknown quantity, or maybe just someone you expect to perform poorly, to now a potential favorite to make a back-to-back appearance at the Tactician's Crown.
Well, it's always so cool to see that growth, right? Because we've seen Dank Memes around for a long time. He's been in the tournament circuit forever. It's not that he was an unknown name. It was just he just didn't succeed, right? He wasn't finding the placements that you would want, and from there he's just kept going. He's kept grinding. He's kept playing, and as you said, this is kind of the breakout, right? I mean, yeah, less 2 sets, but this set being ranked 1 on the ladder, being just playing so incredibly well, even in this tournament, and being just kind of 1 step away from top 8ing a golden spatula. It is 1 more game, and he's playing the Vander line, which we have seen do very well. He's looking for a top 3 placement. Vander is definitely a comp that can do so.
It's so good to see when we see a player that can do a breakout like this. As we saw, like Spencer going into that early awards in the set 5, and then coming back right now in the later 2 sets as well as Dank Memes like breaking out, trying to make his way into the another spot on Tactician's Crown. It's really good to see players evolving.
The other player that stands out sitting on that bubble is Kambuli. You know, in Kambuli's entire career, he has not found his way into a top 8 in any tournament. And despite having stronger results over the last couple sets, I feel like that hurdle into the top 8 is a big achievement. Dobz, I remember we actually talked earlier today about the power of believing in yourself, but the power of confidence in the game, and it's something Dobz spoke about yesterday. And it feels like making it into that final lobby is the next step in Cambulee's journey to become an elite player in the Americas, not just a contender.
Exactly. I mean, when you know the way, actually know the path, you already been there. So it takes out the pressure from yourself. So Dobz, when he started winning, he never stops, and he just keeps getting even better. So we saw Dank Memes going last set, doing pretty well. So I expect him to do even better at this set. And about Cambulee, it can be like a breakout for him if he makes into the finals. So as Dobz said in the interview, he felt like a pressure. He felt the pressure of not winning a single tournament, but as he won his first, he started winning everything. So it can actually be a key to change the player, how he deal with the pressure, he deal with the bigger games and huge tournaments, because sometimes it's just a little thing that you have to improve, and that can actually support you to believe in yourself and be actually better in the game.
And when we look at this, right, we've got these two stories of these players kind of trying to have their breakout, their very first, top 8 at a Golden Spatula level event, try and make it to the TAC crown for the very first time. And the other player on the bubble in this lobby with them is Ego Illusions, who is incredibly successful, incredibly accoladed performer in Teamfight Tactics. And in this game, piloting towards that Twitch line, saving a lot of HP, having BIS items already. Before we got here, I noticed he had Mbessa on board rocking with Ginsu, i.e. Last Whisper. So he's got that ready to go. And he's definitely in a position to put himself into that top 3 as well. And they're all directly competing for those top spots. And everyone else in this game is still playing their very best. So not all of them are likely to be able to go 1, 2, 3 and potentially all sing Kumbaya and make it to the final 8. They're going to be going at each other's throat as soon as we get out of this pause.
I mean, especially when Dobz is, not taking his foot off the gas and continuing his dominance that he's shown all day. When we look at these stories of the decorated players like Ego and these kind of underdogs breaking out, I feel like right in between them is Precedent, because he's not an underdog and he is a contender. We know what he can do, but at the same time, it feels like across his career, he's finished just short of the finish line multiple times. I remember set 7 in the regional finals, he loses the spot to the world championship to K3 Soju. And then again, I believe it was the set 10 regional finals, he finishes just outside that bubble to qualify into the world championship. And now he's not locked in, but he's sitting ahead of them. But making top 8 is not the same accomplishment that it is for Cambulee, right? When you're someone like Preston, people are looking at you with more expectations, and it feels like he has an opportunity now to lock in his spot into the top 8. And tomorrow, it's like we start all over again because he's not quite there yet.
Yes, exactly. I'm getting a little bit anxious about how this game is going to end. And this pause is taking forever. I wonder what happened, but I expect to that not to be that huge deal, because when you're playing such a high level game, it's kind of rough when you get bad outcome.
It really
issue. So,
it really racks up the suspense, doesn't it? We got these 3 players really fighting for that top 8 spot, and I mean, realistically, the experience from Ego, it actually should be advantage to him. I mean, it's like getting iced, in traditional sports, like icing a kicker, you get the pause. And more experienced players are not going to get as affected by something like this. But when it's kind of your first time, it can be hard to stay focused, not lose your edge. And I hope that Dank Memes and Cambulee don't feel too affected by this pause. They're locked in. They're ready to go. They are just one step away.
That reminds me of something really funny. There's this. Okay, maybe it's a hot take, but I remember around the time of the Vegas Open and the Macau Open, I was kind of vocal in certain circles about my opinion that playing on LAN is less variance than playing online. And the reason being is because there's actually more variance. There's all these factors outside of your control that you have no agency over. The crowd is talking. It's not your normal setup. You might feel uncomfortable. You didn't have your normal routine. And it wasn't really accepted by anyone I spoke to. I feel, one, like that is true, because the players who are able to control themselves despite the circumstances are the ones who find themselves at the top time and time again. That is, to me, why someone like Ego is able to always find himself at the regional finals since the dawn of TFT. It's because he's not affected by being iced or by these outside factors. And you're right, it could be something that affects his Cambly or Dank memes.
Yeah, but Dank Beam's immediately getting right into his roll down on 3-6 here. Just still staying at around 50 gold. Does find extra Vanders, though just 2 copies away at the end of stage 3. His 4-1 roll down to try and complete the comp, I think is just going to get there. He's so close. And that is exactly what he wants with this much HP.
This fight is so important. It could be like this so straight winning and keep losing for the Cambly. It's so important.
Yeah, and Cambly does corner that Smeech once again, really not wanting to risk it, but this is going to cost him so much HP in these fights where he has to corner the Smeech.
No, that's a great call out, because while you want to make sure you lose, you also have to make sure you have enough HP to still, win the game. But with this loss here going to 35 HP, he now has his first big choice. Is he going to stop here?
Two-star Smeech.
Yeah.
All right, well.
With the chainsword as well?
A good item, yes.
So the one thing I will say is with this many items, you kind of need to find either this like 2-star Camille or the Echo very soon, because I actually don't know if just the upgraded Smeech alone is going to stabilize you. And while he does have, oh no, actually I didn't even see, he has the Echo on his bench, so he can kind of immediately start moving stuff around and getting the Chainsword plus Radiant Hodge. We've talked a little bit about how ambushers are typically this like multiple threat composition. This right now is more of that like Vander gloves off sort of comp, right? It's this 1v9 of all of your resources are put into a single unit, which are your first augment going into cashing out something for your Smeech, and now your second augment going directly into upgrading the Hand of Justice. And he's relying fully on being able to find Smeech 3 ahead of tempo, and then leverage the small cash outs to build econ and gain HP to play for a big placement.
He's looking 2 Smeeches away. This was a big win on this cash out. The problem is of course, how low he is getting.
Yes, I wonder what items he's getting here. It's nice to have like more gloves. You can build like an Echo with good items as well. So it's really important to see how things going to work out, because if he manages to get this Smeech 3 right now, he can actually he's actually not that low for a Smeech 3. But let's see if it's actually enough.
Or two augments going to do a lot to see what the caps are. Silver does mean that everything's going to be a little bit easier. No one's caps are going to be massively changed by this augment. Like Minnow playing 4 Conqueror early game, trying to play tempo, but lost a lot of HP on stage 3. It's just not the way you really want to play that line. Clearly trying to play around sorcerers. We can see it here. Smeech 3 for Cambly, big roll down for Kevy Zhao though. Out of contention for the tournament, but trying to save some placements. Not really upgrading anything though. Trying to play maybe around some sort of emissary board. He's got most of the emissaries, but I think missing Tristana or Nami.
I mean, that game was actually looking weird. He was trying to play some Ezreal. Found a lobby later.
Ego Illusions just hit Twitch 2 already here on 4-2, which is great. This is perfect, exactly what he needed for his roll down, because he did have the perfect items for the Twitch already. And Ego, I believe, was the one playing around that early Bruiser, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Is he playing Scrap? I'm actually having trouble.
Is who playing Scrap?
Ego?
No. Playing around Twitch, I believe.
It does look like actually on our.
Does he have Scrap for now?
Yeah, like on our stat side, we can see that he has some Scrap stuff, so he might have actually made the pivot, utilizing the emblem just to get the +1 on the board, and just have sort of like a
Oh, interesting.
an
Yeah,
additional
6
item.
scrap.
The
Yeah,
nice
I'm
thing
actually
to
curious.
consider- the fact that he
look at
has the Pandoras is pretty interesting because it looks like he hit the Twitch 2, and then he must have
He
used
hit
the
the
Twitch
Corky
2
right after?
Right, he must have used the Twitch 2 to Pandora's it into Corky, right? Or is that the Twitch 2 on his bench?
I'm
I
not
think
sure,
it's just a
but the
Twitch
thing
1
is,
on the bench.
he recognizes that the Twitch is going to be great with the bruisers, but he was opened and he has like so many items from the second augmented not, and he can actually cook something after the Pandora's bench. So let's see how he goes.
Yeah, he's gonna play for Corky 3, right? He's already got one on his bench. He's rolling 4 costs. He's absolutely looking to just go Corky 3.
I mean, it's disgusting how Digital like just I mean, he's smashing everybody.
Yeah, 11 win streak for Dish. So rich, so healthy. Level 7, 32 gold here. Playing around the Tristana all early game. Still on the Tristana. Tristana 3 actually playing that Emissary reroll. The Radiant Gunblade, being able to keep that front line so healthy. And it is a 3-star Leona as well. Everything being hit already on curve.
We said there are 3 bubble players we're really looking at: Ego, Illusion, Dank Memes, Cambuly. Dishsoap right now at 96 HP. Looks like he's going to push out one of them from that top 3, which we said is the goal for all 3 of them, which means they can't all top 3.
Yeah,
Or they can't all-
Cambuly
yeah.
feels like they're in a very good spot to actually top 3 with getting that Smeech 3 online so early. You know, it felt like, oh, what such a high risk play to go for this Chem Baron, but it didn't really feel that high risk. He just kind of lost for a while and then was like, here's my Smeech 3 on 4-2, and we're gonna just play from here.
Truthfully, all 3 players feel like they're in a reasonable spot. I think Ego's the one I'm most concerned about. He's playing 6 scrap, but doesn't have any echoes on his board yet. That is obviously one of the primary conditions in making the 6 scrap board come online, but he's getting to play it with a little bit more tempo than the standard scrap line.
Yeah, and he's
He actually
rolling
had
the
like
Pandora's
Zoe
bench.
2 and Silco 2 on the bench, rolling in the Pandoras. So it actually, Pandora bench is kind of the augment that if the game wants to like reward you, you have like such an insane game. But sometimes how the RNG works, you can actually miss. So let's see if he has an early echo, he can try to find 4-star, 4-cost 3-star. But it depends on the Pandora will work.
I mean, yeah, Ego is just like putting his entire game in the hands of Pandora's bench right now, which is reasonable to do. I mean, if he hits, he will probably win the lobby on a 3-star 4-cost, right? So that's what he's looking for. Has to make it happen. And it's tough because you look at the other side of this, right? The other 2 players on the bubble, Cambuly, Dank Beams, they're both in actually phenomenal positions to make that top 3 happen. When you've got that Smeech 3, you've got the Vander 3. Vander's got Bulwark. Now Smeech has Diving In. Both decent pickups.
And Ego Illusions takes Comeback Story, which makes sense because he's kind of playing to the shape of the composition. He knows that right now he's off tempo. He's not going to be able to contest with the rest of the boards in the field. He's going to be losing the next handful of rounds, but he's trying to play a slingshot styled board. He has a board that can actually contest the ambusher line because it doesn't have a backline that is fragile, and it has enough damage to maybe be able to burst through this Smeech 3.
Yeah, by the way, he found a Jinx, and actually he was almost with the Rennie 3 as well. A Neko 2 here will be perfect for him. So fighting McMano, that's not that strong. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, this Smeech is just an absolute monster, right? It's just taking out everything so quickly. This fight may be a little closer than you would expect, but even at the end of the day, right, it's still this Smeech can 1v9 in a lot of circumstances.
Yeah, McMano definitely not looking like he's in a spot to do too well. Dank Memes does have the Vander 3 online and is level 8, so was able to both reroll, find the Vander, and start pushing levels. That is the primary condition here. So Dank Memes sitting at 49 HP. I mean, listen, this middle HP chunk from 35 at Cambuly up to 49 Dank Memes, and Ego Illusion right Sanders right between them with a second Corky 2, mind you, at 36 HP. The clock is running out for these players.
Yeah, 6 and 6. Does he have time, or should he be rolling the Vi?
He was looking for rolling the Corky.
Yeah.
He has an echo on his bench.
Gonna get some gold.
Is it Zoe to put in and can get an echo? Is Garen another thing to roll?
I like the play.
What does he find? Nothing yet.
Yet.
And best of 2, he can start rolling a 2-star.
Yeah,
really
the
scary,
echoing
though.
here, it makes a lot of difference. It's really important to him to get the echo too.
I mean, this is live or die by Pandora's. It can win the game next round, or he will never hit and die.
Yes, it's like also there is something when you're playing scrap. The much you live, you actually the more you stronger you'll be, because the more the game passes, you get more items from the carousels, from the dragons, and so he also buys like upgrades for his rumble. So it's really important to him to start winning.
Oh man, losing to Mechmano, it's the one player in the lobby you probably have a decent chance of beating, perhaps maybe Kevi Zhao as well. Losing this goes down to 21 HP, which means he is guaranteed 2 lives. He's got 2 more chances. Maybe he can high roll. No, but Kevi does lose. That's the only other player he probably could have beaten right now.
This roll in the next. 2 chances.
I saw a unit upgrading. I was like, okay, it's something, but it's an allowing.
He finds Echo.
He's gonna roll the Alawi though.
Rolls Alawi and playing the Vi. This makes sense. You have to try, right? You have to try. One more roll.
Things are looking really scary. Maybe the 2-star Echo's enough to win this round right now.
Yeah, he played down on a component as well.
But it's Kambuli and he just hit Rennie 3. Also Echo 2 for Kambuli. Kambuli in an incredible spot. Kambuli's so likely to make it at this point.
This is really good because even if we find the 3-star 4 cost, we might still lose against some crazy cap ambusher cheese. But instead we get one more roll.
One more chance. 2 different 4 costs that can make it happen. Vi or Corki.
Egos run to the Tactician's Crown, all coming down to whether or not the Pandora's Bench gives him what he needs.
He hits it! He finds Vi! It's the one roll! The only roll he had left! And 2 options, Corki or Vi, and he hits the Vi! Back against the wall! 6 HP!
Oh, he's passing Corki items? Oh man, this is such a... I don't know what to say, because he doesn't have like any items for... Okay.
Yeah, he puts Corki items on the Vi, but yeah, you're right. He doesn't have any sustain on this Vi. He doesn't have a remover, so he can't even get something off the carousel. And though he hits it, there's a chance that it could just fall if there's enough DPS. And this is a high DPS board he's up against right now.
Yeah, immediately playing in dispenser.
If it was a Corki, it was a first, for sure. But as he has no items for it, it's weird.
Oh my gosh.
That was too close. That was way too close. He's getting another item option here, but he doesn't have a remover. So he's kind of locked these on to the Vi.
He had to like to replace another unit, like maybe I don't know if he has like an open unit, item that he can make an item on the Vi.
Edge of Night would be really powerful here. It'd be very, very good. Oh,
I mean, anything could be better than a bow.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just a bow right now, so he can't actually get the Edge of Night on ever unless he gets a remover. At least Enforcer makes the 2 Enforcer for the Vi, giving her some extra power. But he needs to be able to get. He has an open component that he can try. He needs to try and get an open component off of one of his scraps.
Yeah, he had to like find another GP or another Trundle or Powder, something like that.
Does he have a way to play 4 Pit Fighter right now too? That's the other question, right? He did find this GP.
Okay, he preferred to upgrade. I mean, so much tension.
Oh, and Precedent 7 HP. We said Precedent needs to dodge one of these bottom 2 placements.
7th is probably good enough, but he's still like, you're not going to feel good if you're sitting with just 62. He already dodged the 8th, but 62 is going to put him towards the bottom, like 6th or 7th place.
It's going to be up against this Vi 3.
3-star Vi.
If he survives into the PvE, he can find like an item for the Vi, and he probably can secure. But There's 2 rounds. It's so... Oh my god.
Last chance coming through. Yeah, it looks like just like this. The Vi 3 is going to be enough. Precedent is going to fall in 7th place unless anyone else can outdo him here. It is most likely good for a top 8, but we won't know for sure until the standings are calculated.
The Vi 3 is so tough because it's single target, right? It is not just completely decimating the board like you see oftentimes with a 3-star 4 cost. Yeah, every time she casts on a unit, it's just going to evaporate, but it's 1 unit at a time.
He needs to dodge Cambuli for right now. That is the name of the game. Thankfully, he did play Cambuli earlier in the round, right?
No, he can actually play him because he killed a Precedent.
So with Precedent dying, it
resets. Yeah, they resets.
You go with comeback story, and the Vi 3 is primed to make the deep run into this top 3 that he needs to try and get that spot into the top 8. Question is, can he dodge the Cambuli?
Spencer fighting Dish Soap here. You need to see if Ego is fighting against Cambuli already. We need to see if he can actually hold on. Right now, Spencer fighting for his life against Dish Soap. Trying not to go down here. Looks like he should be able to beat Dish Soap, but it's very close to tankingness on the Leona. It's just way too much. Is Ego still alive? Who is Ego fighting? It's not Cambuli. He's fighting maybe a ghost?
It looks like Dank Memes.
Oh, he's fighting Dank Memes.
Right? Oh,
and he died. He dies.
And he dies.
He goes down in 4th place. But Dank Memes was too strong. In 5th place, Ego Illusions. That's not going to be enough. He's not going to be able to make that top 8.
And you can see it. Look at Dank Memes' face. He can't believe it. He knows with that top 3 secured, he's almost certainly locked in.
He's shaking the emotion.
This is a player who, prior to last set, nobody would have considered him a threat. And this set 13, after qualifying to the Tactician's Crown in set 12, picks up right where he left off, continues his story, continues it into a top 8 at the Golden Spatula, and Dank Memes might make the run back to his 2nd consecutive Tactician's Crown.
The 2 of them have done it, Gangly. Cambuli and Dank Memes have both made this top 3, and this top 3 should nearly lock them in. You gotta be wanting one more placement to really secure it, right? 60 points, it's not guaranteed, but they should be at that apex of this spot. And both of them, these incredibly strong reroll compositions, but Dish Soap still in this lobby playing spoiler, playing final boss as he always is in the Americas, the final boss of our region, facing off against 2 relative newcomers trying to crack in to their very first top 8 at a Golden Spatula, to their very first Tactician's Crown. Both of them doing it on reroll. Cambuli risking it all with the Chem Baron. Dank Beams taking the hero augment, and both of them heroes of their stories making this top 3.
2 players that with a first place finish will be put at that 62 point placement where Preston is alongside Dish Soap, who's already locked in the top 8. These spots in the top 8 are running out very quickly. We said top 3 is most certainly enough, but we may find that these scores are closer than we would have thought.
And Dank Memes takes that win over Dish Soap, gonna drop him even lower. Dank Memes should at least secure 2nd with that win because of the HP totals.
I mean, it's such a exciting end of the day. I mean, so many things happening in here. A Vi 3 going bot 4, and both players like facing each other, like Dank Memes and Cambuli with 54 points. I mean, I have to see how it ends.
The scary part, not knowing the cutoff here. Is 60 enough? Have they done it? Do they need one more? And they have to just try and fight one more placement, one more point. Cambuli versus Dank Memes right now. If Cambuli can hold on and out-survive Dish, that's gonna feel so much better to hold on to one more point. 61 versus 60 is such a massive difference, but the Vander stays strong. Dish Soap goes down. Does that do enough? Is it a top 2 for both Cambuli and Dank Beams? Will they both get to hold hands as they walk across the finish line into the top 8?
Dank Memes takes the game. Cambly finds his top 2. Dishobin third. The two of them, look at the emotion on his face. It's explosive as Dank Memes continues his journey in the Americas of TFT.
I mean, it's so good to have the cameras, man. Look at the Dank Memes, so emotional. Like, it's so good to when you're playing and you can pop off a game like that. Really close game, like winning against a Vi3, winning against the Smith 3. I mean, he played so well. It's really nice to watch.
Gangly, you said it right before this game. Set after set, the highest 8th place rate, struggling but showing up to cup after cup, not being able to make it happen. In the last 2 sets, something clicked. Dank Memes turns it around, and now he has recorded 62 points that should be able to get him into this top 8 and give him a great shot at finally making it not just to the top 8 of a Golden Spatula, but to a Tactician's crown.
We'll have to find out. I mean, listen, we could not have asked for a better final game of the day. Ego Illusions, Cambly, Dank Memes, Prestivan, all of them contending for that spot. And the way it just happened, I mean, Ego Illusion up against the wall, playing for that single out, narrowly missing, but Dobz, I mean, that's kind of what it is. You play on a razor's edge, and sometimes it comes up head, sometimes it comes out up tails. All of these players playing so hard. We couldn't have asked for a better game.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it was a great way to finish, and I'm really excited to watch, to see how is the standings right now.
Let me see that top 8, baby.
By the end of today, we said we'll have 4 players locked into Worlds, and tomorrow we'll have 6 more games to determine the rest of our 9 Americas representatives. We're going to find out who's making it into that top 8 right now. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk. Don't go anywhere. After this break, we'll be crowning those 4 players to the Tactician's crown and find out who's in our final lobby.
believe that we are already done with 2 days of competition here at the America's Golden Spatula. And what a competition we have had so far, Jupe. That 6th and final game today, it came down to the wire to see who might still have a shot to make it into that final lobby tomorrow and still compete for TAC crown placements.
Yeah, we saw Dang Memes, Kambuli very close. We will see the final board because some of the predictions might change depending of the position. So we'll have promptly the results and the final placement for tomorrow. Only 8. Dang Memes making the win, showing emotions, Nekkra. So happy for him. He's ranked 1 right now in ladder. And obviously, as Gangly was saying, last Tactician Crown, also a representative for the America. Did amazing. Got a comp that he's very comfortable with and played it perfectly with the Super Vander.
Yeah, I think this Vander has proven to be very effective. We saw Rain be able to have a great successful game with this Vander augment as well. And I think just across the board, Dank Memes, he really had to also clutch in this game because he had gone 8th in the game prior. So if he didn't get that first place, I don't think he puts himself into a position where he can even think about that final lobby. And that's why you could see that emotion really come to the fold as we take a look at where he went. Starting at even the beginning of the game, I felt like it was just upward trajectory. This graph tells us everything, Jupe.
Yeah, there's the roll down at 3-2 to stabilize, 17 roll down, first to stabilize and then staying on 3-2 to ensure that he gets the Vander 3-star, and then it was all just leveling up and getting additional units, getting the Watchers in, and finally taking the win. As you said, showing emotions, playing perfect TFT. I'm so happy for him. 2nd Tactician Crown. And we'll promptly see, obviously, we're still missing the summary for the highlights of the game, but the final table is what everyone wants to see, Nekkra, who has qualified in the top 8 for tomorrow.
But this game was so hype anyways, because I think you saw a lot of players pull out all of the stops here. Just the fact that we even had another game with our Chem Baron trait, like, I think that was a super high risk, potentially high reward strategy that we needed to see players go for if they were sitting towards the bottom.
Yeah, Warfare of the other city from Kambuli, he needed a good placement. So he actually risked it and played it perfectly. He did what he had to do. He cashed out, he placed the Super Smidge, and in the end, it wasn't enough. We see now Ego, who risked also with the Pandora's Bench, gotta buy 3-star, wasn't able to give her full items, and obviously he was playing scrap without an emblem, so that buy, even though made good damage, it wasn't strong enough to challenge the rest of the lobby that had a real comp that makes sense, and obviously good synergies focusing on their carries.
Which is so crazy to think about, because when you hear 3-star for a cost, you kind of assume that that's always going to be at the top end. But we saw that even yesterday. 10 Rebel being able to hit that prismatic trait wasn't able to get you the win either. You actually went bot 4 with a composition like that. And that just goes to show you how forward thinking and also kind of how high stakes a lot of these lobbies have been.
Yeah, we didn't talk about Bishop. He did amazing once again, getting good points, not getting a first or a second as he was used to, but also getting a good placement for tomorrow. He's first, and he has the best position and the best probability of getting a win tomorrow because of the summary of points. Kambuli here taking the loss, but it wasn't enough. Taking a loss against Bishop, but then he was able to pull it out. And now we will start to see the emotion of Dang Memes. He knows this was good to have. You were saying about the Mel making so much damage even without perfect items in her.
I mean, well, okay, I've 3-star Vi with, 2 full items and a component, or a 1-star Mel with 3 imperfect items. I guess I take the Mel at the end of the day. Just an amazing reaction to see from Dank Memes as well. You can see how much this particular game win meant for him. And we're now going to take a look at our standings. 24 players entered into the competition today, and only 8 get to move forward to tomorrow. So unfortunately, we are looking at the bottom 8 players in our 24 today.
Big names here. Spencer already qualified, but he will not get to day 3. He qualified by qualifier points. Setsuko replay, set champion. Also, Bapacasa goes home together with Cash, representing here Brazil, finishing it up with Me First of 8, also with a good run, finishing 17th of the Americas.
Taking a look at the next page, these are the players that just barely missed out on being able to make it into that top 8. And it's wild to see that 60 points today, Jupe, it just wasn't enough. And so we're missing out on some very big crowd favorites here.
Yeah, Rain with the 8th and the 6th in the end cannot make it. Kambuli, we thought that maybe that second place was enough. It wasn't. He just made a cutoff with 61 points, and we lose some big names here. Ego Illusion, Kesoyu, Mekmeno, Milala inclusive, and now these are the 8 that will be fighting out tomorrow. My man, the last representative for Latam France, makes it even with a bad results in the end, but with a great run in the last, and these will be the ones who will represent us tomorrow. And of these, most of them will go to the Tactician Crown, if not all.
Yes, that is a great point, because we actually do have some congratulations to give out to our players. Based on their performance today, we have finished up our qualifier points race for all 3 regions in the Americas, as well as the overall qualifier points leader that will make it to the Tactician's Crown. And so congratulations to Spencer from North America, Vicious from Latin America, and Bio from Brazil, who will be the qualifier points leaders from those regions. And then Dish Soap as the highest qualifier points player after that. All 4 of them will make it to the Tactician's Crown. And so the fact that we see Dish Soap here and Bio here, we have 2 of those spots locked away. So now a couple more up for grabs. We get to send 5 more to the Tac Crown tomorrow.
Yeah, with a total of 9, that will be the detail that we will have tomorrow, and it will be a great game. These players have fight it out either in ladder, in cups, in trials, and now in the Golden Spatula, so we'll have a great final day tomorrow. And now we have a surprise also for the people in the chat.
We do. We have an interview with Dank Memes. Dank Memes, we are so excited to have you here. Congratulations on making it through to the final day. What was going through your mind? What were the emotions that you were feeling when you were starting to see you were stringing together combat wins and taking players out in that final game?
Yeah, it was super emotional. I just couldn't believe it. I didn't really know exactly what placement I needed to play for in that final game. So I was trying to do the best I could. But after I got the my anomaly on my banner, I knew it was a guaranteed top 2. I didn't know exactly how I was gonna do, but I mean it was just the best feeling, because the last game in game 11, I actually played a line that I thought was good, and I just went dead last on stage 4. So I was feeling like not that confident going up to that, and I was feeling pretty down. And like winning that game made me it's just amazing.
Yeah, man, congratulations. I wanted to ask you about the preparation. 1 set ago, you weren't known in the community, in the pro play scene as much as you are now. You represented us in Tactician Crown last set, and now once again, you have that possibility here with the access to day 3. How was the preparation? Who are you prepping with? How's your plan? What can you recommend other TFT players that want that chance and want to follow your path?
I honestly I don't really prepare with many of the like other top players. Actually, have to beg to be invited to scrims this set. But
until now,
I mean, I just usually talk to my friends who are all challenger, and we just sit and call. I just ask them like what I did wrong, and they tell me. So yeah, I mean, I think like the key thing is like the key thing for me to realize is that in like terms of like preparation, you can really learn something from like everyone, right? Even if like you don't think like the players are like very good, or even if like not as good as you, it's really helpful to have like a bunch of friends and a bunch of people to talk to and like bounce ideas off of.
You have a great community supporting you, but Dank Memes, I think you have to give yourself a lot of credit as well. If I'm not mistaken, you're rank 1 on the North American ladder right now. So do you feel like that ranked prep helped you at all for this tournament?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't played ranked in like 2 weeks. So
I checked 3 days actually. You played some 3 days ago. Maybe the final that you needed. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think the ranked is not that competitive right now, because all the top players are scrimming, and Yeah, I think there's a really big difference, and you can see it in the difference between the players in this tournament who were able to scrim against the other players and the people who were just like stuck there playing ranked. So yeah, I mean,
I had a final question for you. I wanted to know about your path so far. It's been highly competitive. Are you planning on doing a little more in creator side? Do you have a YouTube channel? Do you want to stream? Do you want to highlight? What's your path? You want to focus fully on competitive, or you want to give maybe a more broad size to your community? And maybe what's the plan from now on that you are seen with great eyes now from all the community?
Yeah, I mean, both of them really mattered to me, right? Because this is like TFT is my passion, right? I want to be the best I can, and if I need to be the like best content creator that I can to be able to like support myself, and then like be the best competitive player, like that's what I have to do then, I think.
Well, you know, how much pressure did you feel after going into the Tactician's Crown last set? Dank Memes, you looked very disappointed when you actually ended up getting that 17th in the Tac Crown, and you come back this set. Did you feel any pressure to sort of live up to the fact that you made it to a Tac Crown already, maybe defying a lot of the odds people had placed against you, and now you're within striking distance of going again?
Yeah, for sure. I think I definitely wanted to prove that the set that like my performance last year wasn't a fluke. Like I deserve to be one of the best players in NA, and I think today I've proven that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, from my side, I just want to congratulations. We're so happy to have you in the Americas, and you did amazing, man. Please enjoy and get ready for tomorrow. It will be great.
Thank you.
It's so great to be able to hear all of that from Dank Memes, especially coming off of such raw emotion. Like, even watching him in the camera, I know you and I were backstage, and I was turning to you, I said, I'm tearing up with him. Like, I'm watching this guy realize his dreams, and I feel like I'm living them alongside of him, being able to share in that experience. And so I'm really eager to see how Dank Memes is going to do tomorrow alongside the other 8 competitors that will be in that final lobby, because it's looking quite stacked, Jupe, and we find ourselves in this position once again. Only one player from that final lobby is going to miss out. It is going to be a very close competition tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. Since the change now with the Golden Spatula, normally North America has had the majority of spots because they have deserved it so far. And now Brazil has the possibility of getting 2 competitors, and Latam also already Vicious confirmed, and now France with a good performance also with this possibility. So 9 spots are up for grabs, including the 2 or 3 already confirmed Nekkra. So tomorrow we'll still have a blast, and we'll have good games to decide the final competitions and the strategies or the tacticians that will go to Tactician Crown to represent us.
Based on their performance, the entirety of the set, Spencer, Vicious, Bio, and Dish Soap have already confirmed spots to be at that Tactician's Crown. But who will join them? That is only a question that we can answer when we finish out our final day of the America's Golden Spatula competition tomorrow. So make sure you tune in for all of that. And also with our EMEA Golden Spatula finals that will be happening just beforehand. Lots of TFT to enjoy. So thank you so much for joining us tonight, and we will see you all tomorrow to determine the final representatives for EMEA and the Americas.
Vamos!